Wait, you want up in my lap again? Come on. I'm just gonna start talking. Put the tail into the can. And the tail on my coffee. Let's just put the tail everywhere. Oh, and the purrs start, of course.
Naturally.
Must be cute, so he doesn't eat. There's not enough meat on your bones. You wouldn't even make a sandwich. He's a lot smaller than normal cats. Normal cats. Like the size, if you take a normal cat, just an average cat. She's about the size of, I don't know, about a 10 month old kitten. Maybe a year old kitten. Yeah. Perfect size. I wouldn't want a really big cat. The fur would be out of control.
Yeah.
What was I doing? I was looking at the animals. Okay, still have a bunch of food. Chickens. Still have a bunch of food. Um, now, probably fast forward a day here. I don't think anything's going to be harvest ready yet.
Yeah, last time you said that we'll just wait to fast forward.
Yeah, I knew we needed to fast forward a day or two. But I want to be careful and not do it too fast because our grapes something might happen, and I think we're gonna need to put the mulcher on them. So we're gonna have to drive through with the mulcher, which is the front end of what the plow had on it. So yeah, I don't want to neglect the grapes because they're apparently very sensitive and can easily wither on the vine. Um, yeah. See how long she stays there. Oh yeah, I need another truck and a trailer. There's a truck which is full of. Oh, wait. There's another truck. Excellent. We'll wait for the sink. There it is.
Hopefully my timing wasn't too bad.
Oh, I knew it was coming, so. All right. There we go. Now. To go there. I've got about 500. Oh, 690. That's not bad. Okay. So, mulcher. I think. I mean, it doesn't say it needs mulching, but let's go try it anyway. These little itty-bitty. It looks like these tractors were in a trash compactor. So let me select the mulcher. Is it doing anything? It is. But it's not very widespread.
Gonna need to hit every row with that, you think?
God, it might be. I thought for sure this had a wider. Okay, so that's getting out from under that. Yeah, looks like we're going to have to do every row.
Oof.
And I hate these random bumps that it does. The ground is actually extremely smooth. And yet,
Every little twitch runs the risk of running into the side. And
yeah.
there's bouncing between them.
Where is the coffee when you need him?
Yeah. I'm sure if he was able, he'd. Working with 7 or is it 5?
Well, to do every row, it's 2.5.
Oof.
Five is for every other tool. 2.5 is for the mulcher. I should just get a couple extra tractors just so we don't have to keep resetting.
Oh, yeah. Too bad real life farmers can't afford to do such a thing. Not to mention for how expensive the machinery is.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, I think it's setting it. I think it's setting it back.
Oh, there we go.
A growth stage. That's what it seems like it's doing.
Huh.
So what I think happened is when we had it die, when we had it wither, because there are certain growth stages where it doesn't just add 1 to the growth stage, it can add 2.
Okay.
Because what's looking like is this setting it's setting it back a growth stage.
Huh.
If you look at the vines that have the tall grass and the growth stage, and then you look at a vine where I've mulched, I think it knocks it back 1.
Strange.
And that allows it to actually fruit and grow normally. So if we come out and look, you can see growth stage 3 of 6 on the normal vines. And then over here, it's 2 of 6, even though the vine didn't change. Yeah, I think that's what we missed last time. What I missed. But from there, I don't know what we could do differently. So we'll have to just watch it every month. We'll have to see if there's anything new that we can do. I really hope we don't have to do this mulching thing more than once. That would really suck.
Yeah. Yeah, working through these rows isn't the funnest thing.
Well, it just can't be automated. If I could hire a worker to do it, that'd be great. But
Yeah.
now, do you have your mulcher on?
Yep.
And it's
Not
lowered.
the back one, though.
Yeah. The back is the plow, not the mulcher.
Okay. Just make sure. Because, yep, it is mowing stuff. It's not getting right underneath the crops, though.
Yeah, it should. Every other row is clearing from one of the crops from.
Strange.
So if you look
on
up
the right side right now, it's clearing it well, but on the left side it doesn't seem to be. So I'll have to come back and try and get closer to that one. Looks like it's probably going to miss the one next to me, so let's see if I can get closer on this first row.
Yeah, I could use a set of grape equipment that's super unrealistic, that has massive, like, side to side range, right?
Yeah.
It's like just being able to drive, let's say, down the middle, like the very center of all of these, and get all of them all at once. Like,
Oh.
that would be nice.
I mean, I imagine you could probably do so by now. How much you've been working with the modding.
Yeah, I still don't know how machines determine their area that they adjust. I've seen a few areas where it sets like a width, but I'm not I'm not sure if that's just for display. Like when you click on a vehicle to buy it, it tells you the width, right?
Okay.
That might be just pulling that from the first part. That's just like, oh, working width is this, and that doesn't actually impact the actual area, because in the XML, there's so much in the XML regarding, you know, all the things, and I just haven't had the desire to go into the XML in really great depth to figure all that shit out, because, I mean, yeah, I just don't want to. I'll let somebody who's already made a bunch of, like, a bunch of mods and that just knows how to do it. Like, it's funny that you know, you'd have modding specialties, like visuals, painting, animation, you know, all of that stuff. Very, very different systems.
Yeah.
So, you know, conducive to a modding team or somebody who's very, very patient and wants to do all the steps, because I don't know if I could.
Yeah.
I thought we'd be hearing from Renegade by now, but
Yeah, me too.
I see Zin is playing Hogwarts Legacy.
Nice.
Yeah, the weirdest shit happened to me yesterday. I was out with my dad, and there's several long stories involved with that, but we won't get into that. Yeah, if you go down and then back, those last two rows, that'll be perfect.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to want to arrange itself nicely.
You don't have the offset set?
I do. It's just it doesn't want to.
Doesn't wanna.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the weirdest thing happened, and I don't know, you know, my knowledge and experience around old people is very, very limited. But yeah, this happened. This happened yesterday. So, my dad and I are out of the mall. Yes, we have a mall. It's a little depressing to be inside, to be fair.
Yeah.
So we're out in the mall because the plans we did have didn't work out, because that's, again, a long story. Anyway, we're sitting down, just chatting, and there's like 3 chairs in this little area, and we're sitting in 2 of them. We're just chatting back and forth about whatever. And this old lady comes up to us, and she asks, she goes, "Can I sit in this chair?" And I just look at her and I say, "Sure, you know, there's nothing that's stopping you from sitting in the chair." And she sits down in the chair, and she immediately looks at my dad, and she goes, and I kid you not, first words out of her mouth, "Do you like my hair?" And my dad is you know, my dad and I are in a conversation. We're in the very center of a conversation. It's not a quiet lull. It's not, we're talking actively to one another. And she just is like, "Do you like my hair?" And my dad is like, looks over at her, and he goes like, "Oh yeah, did you just have it cut?" And she's like, "Yeah, I just had it cut." And proceeded to strike up a conversation with my dad. Didn't even look at me. Like, did not exist.
Wow.
I was not there. And, like, it was the strangest experience, because she was, I don't know what the stages of dementia are, but this was the one. This was the I don't give a fuck stage because she did not care about what the conversation was. The conversation bounced from, oh, I grew up in blah blah blah, and I got married and blah blah blah, and like her life story in the middle of a mall to a complete stranger, right? Like, I'm just sitting there going, what the hell is going on right now? This does not make any sense at all. Just because my dad is an old man does not mean that just some random ladies walk up to him and is like, hey, did you like my hair? Like, and her husband was like in the store that we were sitting next to. Her husband eventually comes out. And it's just like, what the hell is going on? I was just kind of baffled. I was just sitting there going, wow, that is crazy, because I did not think that ever happened. But anyway, that was a very strange experience for me. I have to say, I was not expecting that at all.
You're like looking around to see if the guy from the Twilight Zone is gonna pop out any second.
I didn't know if this lady had a like the first inklings of dementia, because it was very the way that she was talking and like instant friends. It was very infantile. It was very like, I'm 5 years old and you're my best friend because I just met you, sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
It was just like so out of place. Like, there's this lady that, I mean, yeah, she's probably a nice lady, and I don't have nothing against her, but holy shit, that's crazy. So, and the way that the conversation just sort of meandered, it never really landed on anything. It just told me that she can't hold on to like a thread of a conversation because it just kept bouncing from her kids, then her like daughter-in-law, and then her living on the farm and blah, and it's just like bounced around and around and around. I'm just sitting there going, this is the strangest experience of my life. But yeah, that was a weird thing that happened yesterday.
The only thing I can think of is maybe your dad looked like somebody she knew.
No,
So
that
she-
never.
she-
Yeah, that never
Well,
came up.
Yeah, but I mean, she doesn't. So she part of her mind thinks that he's somebody she knew, but she doesn't. But since he looks like that person, she's comfortable enough to just spout weird random stuff.
Well, I
You know,
think it
'cause
was.
you don't.
I think it was because he was old, right? Because she did not have time for me. She didn't even look at me. I
Yeah.
would say something, and she would not even acknowledge that I existed. She wouldn't respond. She wouldn't say anything. So I did not exist in that world of hers. It was just her
Yeah.
and my dad. And, my dad she was 73, and my dad, I think, is 72. So, very, very close in age. And it was like, yeah, it was strange. It was just strange. But anyway, let's I think we are able to snooze.
I get the top bunk.
Let's see how much money this is going to cost. Only 600,000. It's nothing.
Yeah.
That's
Living cheap
nothing.
today.
Jesus, 600,000. Okay, somebody check the graves just to make sure. Oh my god. So
5 of 6.
wait, did you say 5 of 6?
Yep.
They jumped 3 levels.
Wow.
They were 2 of 6. They were 3 of 6, and then we mulched, and then they went down to 206, and they're ready to mulch again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like they can be mulched again.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're just going to see. We're just going to see if once is enough. I don't want to have to deal with that again. All right. Sugar beets are going to be next month. So we're going to start kicking it into high gear here soon. I think the grass, however, is ready. And hey, Alex, how's it going? All students have massive hits. Yeah, the mall was very depressing. I mean, with the usual thing, of course, is the like 99% of the clothing stores at the mall were all for women. Which no surprise there, of course. But the number of empty stalls in the mall, oh my god, so hard to see. And I often wonder, like, there's a new thing that opened at the mall, and it was like literally the last business I would have ever thought somebody would do. Somebody opened a new arcade at the mall.
Interesting.
Like a new, and it's one of those big ones, right? It's one that has like laser tag and a bunch of stuff. And like when I say like literally the last thing I thought, like it's literally the last thing that I would ever thought to open up, because with the obvious amount of like console games and the fact that kids are pretty much stuck to their devices. I mean, I went to arcades when I was growing up, but that was many moons ago, and I just don't know how many how many kids go to arcades. I would imagine their primary business is actually... Cat? Are you serious? Yeah, when I stream, she gets into mischief, boy. She knows I'm distracted, and
Yup.
over my sunflower seeds off the... It's not even... It's a giant round container of sunflower seeds. It's not even like small cat toyish. Just giant round container. It's like she just pushes it off the... Like, what the hell are you doing, cat? It's not even a toy. And yet, I still have a bunch of cat toys strewn out all over the place. Okay. Grass mow job. Load course, activate. There we go. Let's do 42.
What does the meaning of life have to do with anything? Or is that 43? I think it's 42.
I think it's 42, yeah. 43 would just be weird.
Yeah.
Okay, grass field is good. We get about what about we get about 1.5 million off of that. So if we want to, well, I don't know if we can afford to buy more land at the moment. We're going to need to check all of our productions and see what's out there to sell, I think. We could. Well, yeah, let's do. Oh yeah, barrels. We need the beekeeping. This is what I built the very end of last stream that kind of hosed the process because anyway. Come on, you can do it. Oh, you are slow, aren't you? Dang. All right. I think I pre-made some barrels in anticipation. Let's go to the master carpenter. Yes, I do have barrels in. And I mean, they're not full, but I think it's enough. So let's grab a truck, which fairly sure this one might be full. Okay, these can get dropped off. At the bakery.
Not the bakery.
The bakery.
Man, what accent is that?
You want to grab one of the semis around. There's probably one available somewhere.
See one?
There's a truck or a trailer behind the old grain mill, full of flour. We want to. I'm trying to fill up the bakery, like completely fill the bakery before I even start one of the crafts. It's going to be hard, but yeah, the bakery can hold 6.5 million flour, so I've been periodically emptying flour out. All right, so this is going to be barrels.
Is the bakery that cream-colored one?
Yeah, it's a tiny little house-looking thing.
Okay.
It is the jankiest of my productions. And then let's see if we have more flour to give. We should. Yep, there's another million in there, and there's canola oil. Oh yeah, we need to move some canola oil to the dairy. And I know it's like, oh, there's already some in there. Nice. We can move another batch. So there's butter. We have another. So I know it's like right across the street, and we could use the built-in like distribution system, but that's for chumps. Damn it.
Yeah.
This is
Wait, what are we talking about?
the moving of material.
I was joking. Just, for how confident I say yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what? All right. And then I need to grab some pallets. So yeah, this is. Oh, wait, what? Oh yeah, it only holds balls. It only holds 100,000.
You want me to grab more flour?
You can. Well, let's see. Bakery is. Where is the bakery? Yeah, you can grab some more flour. It's not even half full yet. So, and then after the flour, see, the best way to do it without having to manage. The best way to do it without having to manage each individual product, like setting it to spawning and then resetting it back to storing, is just to park the trailer, go to the wrench icon on the building, and set it to spawn all of the pallets.
Okay, that's by clicking on the flour, hitting space, and then how many pallets would it be?
Well, you hit the backwards arrow, right? Because it loops back around, and then you hit the backwards arrow on the 10 number.
Oh, I see.
And then you hit the backwards arrow on the 1. And then you should have exactly 1 million, and that will give it to you. All right, let's grab some pallets. I know I've got lots of the pallets. And then how many? Just 100K, which is child's play. 100 pallets?
Yeah.
Empty pallet. 100. It's 20 pallets. This is nothing. There it is. All right. Go drop these off at the beekeeping place. I'm doing this because, we're mowing grass, so fast-forwarding time now is probably not advised. We're mowing. Hey, mow!
Are we gonna get Larry and Frittley out there too?
Who do you think we are?
Fair.
Alright, let's... Oh, eggs are full. And manure is gone. There's so much poo. There's so much poo. Milk. 700,000 liters of milk. Not bad. Chickens' eggs are full. These we just sell. Eggs were exactly full. That's kind of crazy. There's exactly 1 million in here, and there's no eggs on the ground. So it is exactly. Exactly. Ha ha ha. Bad pun. these, yeah, these are okay for sales. $600,000 for 1,000,000 liters of eggs. It's keeping us afloat, at least. We are the source of many omelets. All right, and then we don't have any sugar yet. That's going to come next month. So we have getting flour in there, butter. We've got 1,000,000 butter we can put in there. That's already done. Sugar is going to come eventually. Milk, however, is the tough part. And chocolate, again, is more milk and more sugar. So, oh, we're so close to making cake. Let's see here. I want. Where's some of those? Oh. All right. So now that the pallets, barrels, and pallets are in there, I did not set the honey recipe, but we're gonna go with the cheaty version anyway. It's the same. It's the same recipe. It's just times 100, right? 1 and 1 equal 1,000. 100 equals 100,000. It's the same recipe. It's just faster, and it's even costs the same as far as the scale goes. So anyway, I think there it is.
Was there anything else you wanted me to transfer from one place to another?
Yeah, the butter from the dairy to the bakery.
All right. Which one's the dairy?
The dairy is just across from where you picked up the flour. It's this small white building.
Okay. Ah, yes, I should know. That one.
Decent amount of milk.
Line up next to the yellow markers, yellow and black.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, line up next to them. I'm not. Yeah, the dairy. I want to say I have 2 output rows on it, but I didn't mark the second one. I got a lot better at doing that as I worked on more and more mods. It's just some of these buildings I haven't touched in so long.
Yeah.
All right, this stuff is going into the chocolate factory. Oh, I heard cat litter box noises. That will fill with poo. This is fill with slurry, which is even grosser. I don't know. Is it grosser? I don't know which is grosser, manure or slurry.
Yeah. Huh. Doesn't seem to wanna spawn the butter in.
What should not have a problem? Is there any in the trailer?
There is now. I had to move it a little closer, but now it's like it stopped spawning.
Yeah, in that case, because there's not two rows, yeah. If you set to spawn 1,000,000 and it starts spawning them and it runs out of space, it will stop and not. Basically, it's done with the batch job, and you can't. It doesn't continue to spawn. So in that case, then you go into the thing and set to spawn, and then just let it spawn passively instead of actively setting. Probably need to sell some of that fertilizer because, yeah, well, maybe not quite yet. We need to make sure to fill up our seeders because we used quite a lot of materials planting these two enormous fields that we have. All right, so we have 1.2 million milk in the chocolate factory. I mean, that's enough for a truckload of chocolate. It's enough for one truckload. Over here, check this. Oh, there is two.
Yep. So yeah, it looks like yeah. It's easier to grab the truck to move the front. Let's see if I can.
It's working. I don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah, see, this is I did this way before I figured out how shit worked, and I was able to edit it because I did add the second row myself. So that was added by me. I just, as far as the spacing and the size of things, right? Because the pallet is almost exactly the same size as one of these chevrons, right? And when you know that in the editor, it's a lot easier, to sort of arrange. The hard part is knowing how big the trailer is, the truck, like what the spacing is on it. That's hard. That's a lot hard.
And this goes to the bakery also?
Yep, that's a bakery thing. All right. So butter, we can just continue to make butter because we got lots of, and then deliver another batch of canola oil to the dairy. So the canola oil is the grain mill. We should have plenty of canola in. Yeah, canola and canola oil. Should be good to go there, and that will ensure that we get more butter. Yeah, all these crafts, by the way, everybody, all these crafts that we're doing, the canola oil and stuff, those are all very expensive crafts. I mean, it ranges from like 60,000 up to 180,000 a month for those crafts. It ain't cheap. How are we doing on clothing? We have another set of clothing to sell. Okay. Where? Where?
And it's the canola oil that you
Yes, canola oil.
want. All right, there we go. Should be spawning. Perfect.
Poo is still loading. Whew. It's gonna be 700 something thousand liters. That is a lot of poo, everybody. Wow. That is a lot of poo. 700,000 liters? Oh, I did learn this week. What a good... I don't know if it's based on this or what, but a liter of water is 1 kilogram.
Yep.
Because I was wondering, I remember I was pontificating before. What was the basis for like a gram or a kilogram? And I don't know if it was based on volume of water to whatever, but yeah, that the book I'm reading, the Hail Mary book, is very scientific. There is a lot of stuff in there. Science, because the author is the same guy who wrote The Martian, and The Martian is one of the most like grounded in reality science fiction books out there, right? There are certain things that he did, of course, that make good, that make a better story, like the initial wind storm. If you've seen the movie, there's that windstorm at the very beginning of the movie, and I'm sure it's in the book too, where they have to basically abandon the planet. And there's this fierce wind and dust storm. Well, that the author has already come out and said that is not how wind works on Mars. Like the strongest wind would feel on Mars if somebody's it's just like blowing out birthday candles, right? Because the atmosphere is so thin, even a 90-mile-an-hour wind is just you can barely feel it because the atmosphere is so thin. So that's one of the things he had to kind of stretch just to put the emergency in place and get the story started. But everything else he really tried to base it on. But anyway, so this book, the Hail Mary book, holy Moses, is there a lot of stuff in there that's all science, like really nerdy science stuff, which is great. I love it. But that was one of the things you mentioned. I really want to talk about the book, but I don't want to give anything away to anybody who wants to watch or read it, because it is phenomenal. I have to literally prevent myself from just sitting down and reading the rest of the book. Okay. Go grab since you're in UPS mode. I should say OPS. The OS parcel service.
Yep.
Go to the farm factory, grab a set of clothes and sell those.
All right.
Let's see how much they sell for right now. I mean, I'm not really gonna be. Oh, they sell for. Well, I guess they're fine. Well, they're fine. Cheese. Butter is not really worth much. Road salt. I have yet to see where any road salt comes from. I don't know why that's even in here, but okay. Now, how is our lovely lawn mowing going? Not bad. Getting there. This corn is going to be ready in 3 months. These potatoes, God, we are going to get so many goddamn potatoes out of this field. I am dreading the amount of potatoes that we're going to get. It is going to be unholy. Because potatoes it's very much volume. Like, very voluminous. I don't know what, like,
Voluminous, I think.
voluminous. Is that the plural?
I'm having trouble articulating it. I can hear it in my head, but
I want to say voluptuous, but that's like a hot chick that's voluptuous. So it's not. That's the wrong word. We're also gonna need, well, 4 of 6. I know we're gonna need. Might as well buy it now. This. I think I have these as blue. I don't know 100% if I do or not, but we're gonna buy them.
there we go. Voluminous.
Voluminous.
Is that what you had said originally? I'm not sure.
No, I didn't emphasize the U. Voluminous. Okay. Because I didn't think it was luminous, but it apparently is. Voluminous. Alright, so the corn headers are ready. Beaverator is ready. Although we may not need the beaverator, because this wagon will cut them for us. And we're going to be loading them, at least initially, directly into the grain mill over here, to make sugar. Because we need a lot of sugar. All right, so you've got the clothes. Now let's start up that craft again.
Yep. Should I sell them off?
Sell them off, yeah. Yeah, that's $120,000 craft for that, and another $43,000 for the fabric, which we can basically turn off until, because having it, like, I don't know as far as like active or inactive, like how accurate the game is. Like if it just pokes accurate for 1 second out of an hour, does it count that whole hour and it charges me, the thousands and thousands of dollars to that 1 hour? So we'll get them running again. And
1.6 mil.
Yeah, closer. I mean, they're not nearly as good as they were in the other map. I mean, we were getting like 16 mil, and that was just way too much.
Yeah. But at the same time, that was, hit $1 billion goal, so.
Yeah. Once we were really rolling, we hit $1 billion pretty fast. Once we had all of the pieces in place. All right, the mower is basically done. I want to mow all these last bits. Oh my god, this thing is so slow. Oh, oh. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Thank you very, very much, Coffee. You generous, generous man. You have a good stream, y'all. Sorry I'm not there to join. Yeah, we miss you, man. Damn. Our grape harvest suffers when you are not here, because you are the grape master. But yeah, definitely, you're definitely missed.
Yep, yeah. And did you catch Vehas's comment?
Oh no. Can you name your chocolate factory? Willie's Secret Delight or Rocky's? It's right now it's Buggy's Chocolate Factory. Wonka's Creamy Goodness. Good lord. Where is your mind? Wonka's Creamy Goodness. There we go. Not the cleanest in the world, but let's give her a wash. Go. Lawn has been mowed. And did you know you can actually mow like wheat? And there's a conversion table in the XMLs for mowing regular crops. I don't know why you would ever want to do that if you were desperate for straw, because mowing any crop just gives you straw. That's all it does, is turns it into straw. But yeah, I couldn't imagine like growing wheat and getting it all ready and then just running over it with a mower. Like, oh man. I suppose, like, what does a farmer do if part of his crop gets hailed out? You know, could you basically turn it into forage at that point? And or is it so thoroughly destroyed that there's just no hope? I know a lot of farmers like lose their farm because their crop gets put out, but like you got to be able to salvage it depending on the stage of growth. I mean, if it's close to harvest, you'd think you'd be able to salvage something out of it.
I think in part it depends. If it's hit so hard that it's laying on the ground, technically, even if the fruit itself is elevated a bit, to actually harvest it though, you couldn't use a regular harvester because it's all bent and broken and laying down. So
right, but that's why I say a forage, because you can use a forage harvester and pull it right off the ground, just like a bale of just like your baler or whatever. You'd think that you'd be able to forage something out of that because it's still, I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, it's still, if it's close to harvest, then there should be something salvageable at least.
Yeah. Would seem so. But yeah, I think ultimately it depends. There's so many factors that sometimes they're best off just leaving it. It's so sad when that happens. It's just oof.
I mean,
all that potential money just
at the very
it's
least, you
gone.
could make straw hay with it.
True, but that would cost money. I mean, you might be better off. Oh, one sec.
His dad has.
Hacky cough.
Oh,
Oh, I'm still eating. I've got some
oh,
cauliflower, and sometimes it gets a little
somebody's
particly. And
he's back in the lap again. Yeah.
but yeah, sometimes they might be better off just plowing it under, and then sure, it's fruit, but it'll be better fertilizer then. Then they won't have to fertilize their crop as much next year.
My grandma told me one year that because they used to have when I was growing up, my grandma and grandpa's place, they had the entire back half of their plot of land at their house um, was all a garden. They had an enormous garden, and grandma said one year they made the mistake of one of their farmer friends had a bunch of extra straw bales. So they were like, "Yeah, we'll get some straw." And so they get a couple big straw bales and they break them apart, and then they till them into the soil, right? And Grandma's like, for the next 5 years, we were fighting wheat because the straw was full of wheat. So somebody probably had lost a crop or something, and they turned it into straw, but it also contained an enormous amount of seeds, right? Wheat seeds. So yeah, she goes, we were constantly pulling up wheat out of the garden for the next like 5 years. Because it was a weed at that point because they didn't want it, right?
Yeah.
If a plant is growing in your garden you don't want, it's a weed. So
Not to mention, since you didn't account for it, it wouldn't necessarily be all that viable either. You didn't necessarily put the right fertilizer or prepare the soil the right way. Coffee
yeah.
brought up an interesting point in chat there.
All right, they've been gone for 3 years now, and our plane is still broken. Oh my god! You're not there to fix it? Oh, there she goes. Jesus Christ, cat! What the hell is wrong with you? I don't understand. So when a farmer gets hailed out, yeah, there is insurance. Not everybody carries it though. Some areas are more prone to hail than others, and it's very expensive. So, a lot of times farmers will carry hail insurance for years, and barely stay afloat, and finally they're like, I can't afford this anymore. Stop paying it, and then that year they actually get hailed out. It's really sad. Knock a lot of the crop, yeah, yeah. I didn't think about the battering of the crop and the fact that it would get knocked off. As far as I mean, I think our grapes are okay. Although it looks like we could mulch them again, but I don't want to. I don't know. I didn't pay close enough attention, Coffee, when you were managing the grapes on the last map. But yeah, we mulched last month, and this month, bam, the grass is right back again. So I don't know if we have to mulch again or what, but what I don't want to happen is the grapes, you know, to grow to get the initial like green danglies, and that's what happened last time. Is we had green danglies, and then 1 month later it was withered. We didn't even get a chance to harvest. They never turned blue, and I really don't want that to happen again. And so I'm hoping that we can just let it grow now. Next month we will really see how it is. I mean, it's 5 out of 6. Hopefully it's 6 out of 6 or whatever. I don't know. It's a mystery. All right, what are you? Got lots of grounds, plenty of silage. Good there. So let's go in here, and we're gonna take silage digestate off because we have a lot of chaff that we have to convert. All right, sorghum is out. Oats, good to go. Let's get some more flour from oats. That is a $60,000 craft. And canola oil is back on again. Canola is full-ish, half full. Fine. I'm just waiting for the grass to get done here. You are done. Yeah, we get about 2.5 million grass out of that field. Every 3 months, I think. 2.5 million grass every 3 months. Because the material in here, the silage especially, is a good like profit thing for just making sure we don't go bankrupt. Because when I fast forward the day, we're gonna be it's gonna be expensive. This is gonna just about fill this building. Yeah, it's filled up. Amazingly, we filled it up. 31,000 left. Sell that. We stopped picking up straw for various obvious reasons. Because if we look in here, it's unfortunate because when we harvest that corn, we're missing out on a whole lot of straw. But yeah, we got 26 million straw, so we're not hurting for straw. All right.
And it's not valuable to the point where we want to pick it up and just straight up sell it or nothing.
Yeah, straw is nearly worthless. Although it is, I mean, we have enough, but you use it in the cow pen, and you use it in the TMR recipe. So it definitely has its uses, which is why we're not throwing it away. But yeah, there's 900,000 production costs for that month. Which is this is pretty good. All right, so the corn is on growth stage 5 out of 6. Huh. Let's go over here, and yeah, see, we get the danglies. And I hope to God, that we keep the, we actually get it harvestable. Where is? There's one. Need to fertilize the grass. Trying to earn enough money to start buying more plots of land so we can expand the farm, but oh my god, this is rough. So I'm gonna get this guy up and running. So the dangly part, the green dangly part of the grapes, I don't know if there's anything we have to do to the grapes at this point. Okay. Now, is it worth spraying the grass? I don't know. I don't care. But we have more than enough fertilizer. We have, with all the poo that we're processing and all the stuff, like, we got more than enough fertilizer. So it doesn't cost us anything other than like diesel fuel, which even that is, we're making our own. So it only costs us time, basically, to maximize our yields. And if we get desperate for places to put grass, we can always sell. We can just pull a forage wagon up to the farm supply factory, load it with silage, and sell the silage. Because the silage is worth quite a bit. The thing that's worth the most is the TMR, I think. It's about 1-to-1 for the TMR. So the 5 million TMR that's in there, I mean, there's like $5 million. So it's sort of a fail-safe, like, ooh, we desperate for money. What I think we don't have is the soybeans quite right now. I don't know. There's got to be soybeans in that. In the thingamacdoodle. In the silo. I think I put some extra soybeans.
I'm gonna AFK a little bit here.
Alrighty. And it's almost time. As soon as I get this guy hired. We're gonna start getting sugar beets. Ooh, baby. Alright. That's good to go there. Sugar beets should be ready. It says remove foliage. Foliage. I think our harvesters does do that for us. I don't think we need to remove foliage. I don't know why it doesn't say ready for harvest. Can't you serious? You want to come up again? Huh? Or you just play? She's just in a playful mood. Alrighty then. Let's see. Watch the magic of this header. This is gonna be glorious. Watch. There it is. It's like Eon Flux right there. It's like 0-point technology. Glorious. Unfold harvester. Yeah, I modded. Yeah, I further modded this beast, of course. Because of course I did. Yeah, the harvester itself holds 10 million. Which is glorious. But when you have a field that that's this big, you need some good harvesting stuff and things. All right, let's see. Is are the grapes harvest ready? I can't even tell. See green, maybe not. I don't think I fast forwarded another month. So. So as you can see, we're gonna have a lot of sugar beets. Oh ho ho baby, we're gonna have a lot of sugar beets. And I can use this same equipment for the taters. But I'll probably need a couple more just because that tato harvest is gonna be big. I'm gonna get about 1 million liters of sugar beets, just one border around the whole field. It's gonna be a lot of sugar beets. This is why I planted this small field with sugar beets, because the yields are so high. Okay, right. And H. And H. Sugar beets, ahoy! Alright, now. Get out of here, birds. We're gonna need. What should we plow? What could we plow here that we don't need a lot of, but. What's something that we haven't planted yet? Hmm. babysit this thing really quick here. Just
I'm back.
barely too small. He's back. Yeah, I started the sugar beet harvest.
Ah.
It is going full blast.
Excellent.
Alright, let's go put some more fertilizer in this thing. Now's the time, while this field is getting processed here, now's the time to sort of top off all of our machines.
Yeah.
So I'll put another roughly 250k of fertilizer in this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I know that there's a trigger in here somewhere. There it is. Boy, it has to be right on the dot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's sensitive.
Very small hitbox on that. Okay, so that's another 250k. Just because I know that building stores 500, so, but half in this one, half in the other one. There's plenty of digestate in there. I wanna try to get through that in that building. How much is in this? This has still got 370. That's not too bad, although that's hanging out. Let's put that back up. There we go. My guess is, see, that is 500,000 there. Yeah, this one could use some. I knew from the start that was not going to work. The rest in here. put some more seed in here.
I'm gonna play King of the Hill on the manure pile.
I mean, that's okay. You might want to take a shower afterwards, though. Get a really bad case of ringworm.
Yeah.
Which I had when I was a kid once. I walked around. My mom, I was like maybe 9, and my mom took me to the fairgrounds because she was volunteering with a like hockey boosters or some organization she was volunteering her accounting services for. And so me and a buddy were just walking around the fairgrounds while we were waiting, and we walked through the rodeo area. So it's all muddy and dirty, and we were just walking around, and sure enough, yeah, I got ringworm. And as far as that age and ringworm goes, it was in the worst possible place. It was literally like, I want to say maybe about 4 inches, like in my like 4 inches down in my groin area, and that was not a fun doctor's visit. Yeah, that was unfortunate. But yeah, that's where it came. That's where it came from. All it took was walking around. We weren't even like playing in the dirt. We were just walking around the area, and I got it. So it must be very, very easy to get. Maybe for kids it's really easy because you're so much lower to the ground. But the place that I got it, oh god, rough. It was just rough. Kind of hard to tell your mom, like, hey, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Anyway, the fun part of growing up is learning how to get around embarrassing situations. All right, let's bring this over to here. For this field, I don't anticipate needing more than 2 harvesters. For this field, however, probably going to want 2 more, but that's a ways off. Clothing might be done again. We might want to sell another batch. Let me check. Clothes. Yes, clothes can be sold again. I've turned off production, turned back on cotton. That's so much cotton. We have so much cotton, everybody. But we want to try to sell as much of that as possible, because that's where our money's going to come from for our next fields and stuff. And we have so much more cotton to process. How much free space? Yeah, see, it's only half full right now. So we can hold 1.5 million more cotton, which is, like, I don't even know how much. I mean, each one of these is 20K. 20, 40, 60, and 120. Yeah, there's quite a lot there. I know there's over 1 million. If you add up both of these piles, there's over 1 million. Yeah, these are the tater planters. Only thing they can do. This is why I sort of disconnected them. And looks like flour can be moved again. We're about half full. A little over half full. The bakery, anyway, is a little over half full. Yeah. So sugar and milk. Let's check milk. Not very much. 350,000. Which sounds like a lot, but it's really not. 350,000 milk. It's an okay amount. All right, let's check how many. We're sitting at 2.4 million in that one, and roughly 2 million in this one.
Well, those are all loaded up. If you want to switch your production around.
Okay, let me do that. It's going to take a while for the, well, I guess, fabric. Yeah, fabric would be a net positive anyway. So, yeah, these combined is a little over $160,000 production. 1.8 million for clothes. Glorious. Sugar beets, so many sugar beets. Wow. Okay, let's not run that length because that is a long ways. Grapes growing. Okay. Well, fingers crossed that next month we'll be able to harvest the grapes. There's no guarantee. But yeah, I'm hoping.
It'd be nice if the game would tell you what you did wrong.
Yeah, yeah, all it says is withered, and it's like, okay, I understand. I messed up. I understand that, but why? Why? Tell me why. Let's see. Yeah, see the raisins I made really expensive too. $108,000 for the raisin craft. So the strawberries, I think, if I look right here, yeah, strawberries are full in the bakery. So all of the strawberries coming out of the all the strawberries that are stacked up over here, we can just sell these straight up, and I can convert this. Well, do we want to? I just don't know. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of cake out of this. I know that.
Can we eat it too?
Once it's made, sure. Ooh, I should show off. I got myself a little treat I haven't had in years. But I got myself a little treat yesterday at the mall.
Uh-oh.
I haven't had any of these in years, and as far as a limited sugar treat goes, I don't know if you could beat Jelly Bellies. As far as like,
I couldn't make it out.
The flavor, and each bean is like, I don't even know, like 2 calories or something like that. I don't know what the nutrition facts are exactly, but yeah, they're super flavorful and yummy, and not very much. You can have just like, if you have the willpower, you can have just like 5 of them and keep it at that. And you can pick and choose what flavors you have, and it's just glorious.
And hopefully you don't get snot flavored.
So those are different, a different brand. But same company.
Fair.
And a little trivia, if anybody didn't know, the Bernie Botch flavor beans, obviously the Jelly Belly company makes those, but when they were tasked with making them, when Warner Brothers was looking for companies to to make all of the little products like butterbeer and stuff, come up with recipes. So they approached the Jelly Belly company to make the every flavor beans, because why wouldn't you? Like, it's perfect. It's a perfect company. And when they were tasked with making their vomit flavored bean, because they gave them like certain beans, like, you know, earwax was one of the ones that like they mentioned in the stories, in the books, in the movies. You know, you got to cover those bases, obviously. But so the vomit flavored one, they were like, how are we going to do this? And funny story, what they ended up doing is pulling a recipe off the shelf that they had initially come up with. So in their R&D lab, they're always trying to find new flavors to do. And so they tried a pepperoni pizza. And they couldn't quite get it good enough. So they tried and tried and tried. Couldn't quite get it good. So it just sat on the shelf. Like, let's just put this on the shelf. This recipe. So when they came up to the vomit one, we're like, okay, well, let's take this pizza off the shelf. And I think all they did is add citric acid to it for giving it the acidic taste. And yeah, that's the vomit flavored bean, is the pizza bean plus citric acid. And voila, vomit.
That makes sense, because I mean, pepperoni, if you get it even slightly wrong, the taste of pepperoni is close to bad.
It's pizza, pizza's pretty bad. Very, you know, it's very acidic anyway because of all the tomatoes.
Yep.
So the tomatoes add tons of acidity to it. And the citric acid just adds that tang of like, you know, the very memorable, very memorable tang to the flavor. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they came up with earwax. Like, well, how do you taste test that shit? The poor people in the R&D lab were probably like, God damn it, like, because they have dirt. I know they have dirt, earwax, vomit. I don't know. Did anybody actually buy those and eat them and be like, ooh, this is, you know, I don't know. But the adult in me, as I got older and I was reading every flavor beans, if they mean every flavor, that means there's every flavor. So is there a semen flavored bean? You know? There has to be. If they're every flavor beans, there has to be. And so, yeah, you just, as you grow up and you get adult, you're thinking, wait a second. Some poor kid is popping a bean they think is coconut. And, yeah, it's not coconut. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, there's all of our harvesters. Unfortunately, the grapes. I hope my change of the grapes. I radically increased for this map the yield of grape harvest, because even the raising it that I did in the last map wasn't, you know, we harvested that and it was like 500k, which wasn't even enough for like a full batch of raisins. So it was just unfortunate. That's speaking of which, where I gotta check the recipe for cereal and see how close we are.
Did you want me to move anything other than flour? You got like canola oil.
No, I think the oil is good. We have another butter ready to go. I mean, you could move another batch of canola oil if you wanted to, just to move it out. So it's certainly something you could do. The farm factory, we have Oats are full. Corn, not full. So we're going to have a lot of our corn is going to go into the farm factory. Raisins and then honey. So honey is actually relatively easy nowadays. Yeah. Holy balls. That's a lot of honey. Yeah, that's 100 million honey right there. Yeah. Insane. But it used all the pallets. How about that? The ratio was spot on. It used all the pallets and all the barrels to give us 100 million honey. The honey, that's a special building. That honey can actually be moved with a tank. We don't need pallets for that. And I thought for sure... Yeah, there's a blue tank there, so I just need the Unimog with a tank, which I think is over by the slurry over here.
I had to test it because I was curious. I had never seen us loading trailers from the back, so I had to see if it was actually possible. And it is.
Yeah.
But it would have been so funny if you couldn't, because it's like, okay, it's that's where you actually loaded is the back. Why? You know, in real life, I suppose. Random thoughts by us. Sorry.
Loaded from the back. Truck got back. Alright, let's grab this. Need to go grab some honey. Now, I don't need a lot of honey. And because of this building, where it's just barrels and pallets give you honey, I made honey nearly worthless. So you would have to sell an unbelievable amount of honey in order to actually make any money from that, and I would just not recommend it, period. Okay, so how much honey can this store? Just 10 million. Okay. And the eggs need to be sold, so go hop into the eggs and sell those.
Alrighty. Oh, here it is. See if I can avoid running over too many of the eggs. They're sitting here. Oh, I think I missed them all. Miracles can happen.
Let's
Bring the eggs to the bakery, or what are we doing with those now?
just sell them. Bakery's full right now. So.
Okay.
Only thing we can do is sell them. I suppose we could just fill trailer after trailer after trailer after trailer with them, but
That'd start getting pretty costly to buy all those trailers.
yeah, and it's like 108,000 for every trailer, and you're selling like 600,000 in eggs, so you're profiting like 500,000 for every run. I mean, it's still profit, but a lot of finagling to get it.
Maybe if we had like a bottomless trailer.
Yeah, I was pondering whether to like make the trailer like hold more, similar to the logging trailer. There's a 5 million liter version, but instead of doing that, because one of the things I did after we started using the trailer with 1 million capacity is all of the factories are built around that 1 million capacity. So if I suddenly had a trailer that's 5 million capacity, now it just throws everything off because it's a lot chunkier to try to move shit around.
Yeah.
Alright, there is 3 million. 3 million liters of honey, which is so much honey. And finally. Good lord, that was a lot of honey. Wow. Alright. We go grab a little bit more diesel. Top off the water supply. Oh my god. Stupid steering. I don't know why it does that.
Because it wants to annoy you.
It like turns slowly, 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 and then whoosh, it just like cuts deep, deep.
Yup.
Okay, let's go top off the water. This is where our water is coming from. And then put the rest in the lime producer. For things and stuff. Okay. How are... Oh my god, autosave. Jesus. These guys are just about ready to go. Let's see what our yields are so far. 5.5 million. Almost 5.6. 6.3 million. Yeah, what's funny about this mod, it's like, I don't know what site I found this mod at, but what's funny about it is, it came with an unrealistic capacity of 1 million. So he had 1 million in there. I just made it like 10 million. But the 1 million capacity entry in the XML did not have the update mass equals false line. Which means, had you put 1 million liters of sugar beets in there, the machine itself would have weighed so much, it would not have been able to move. So, I don't know like what they were doing, but yeah, kind of funny that they missed that. But I mainly got this thing for the header. Everything else kind of just fell into place. And I suppose I could probably use the header with the Colossus version, but because it just came with the mod, I just edited the machine. The machine already had a speed limit, a high speed limit of 80 kilometers an hour. But the working speed, for some reason, was weird. So I upped the working speed to basically be in line with Colossus. So it goes 43. And then I edited it fast. Why not? Because unloading But the Colossus version, I think, only held like 2.5 million. No, 5 million. It held 5 million, and this would have easily filled. This one's almost at 7 already. And the Colossus only has like a. It only had like a 5 meter header. I look at the like these here 4 meter, 4 meter width, which is crazy. So this is the 12.6, and then come potato harvest, we're gonna need the potato harvest version. Here it is, Vauxhall potato harvester, 12.6 meters. This is pretty much the same header. I don't know how any of that worked. Okay. Um. Pretty sure that'll line up. Nowhere good to put this thing, so I'll put it right there. I need to figure out what the best vehicle for this is. But the hitch on the tractor is really low, so it tilts the thing like super forward. Maybe one of the Unimogs would be able to do it right. Although that hitch is way down there. I don't know what the best hitch for that would be. Let me grab this truck here. Well, this one's super forward too. Well, what is the ideal vehicle for this? Because the tractors are. You think a tractor would be good, but yeah, it's low as well. You know, the ball hitch right there, it's pretty low. No, it's not even the ball hitch; it's the pin hitch. So it's super like tilted. I don't know if there is a way. I don't know if there's a way to edit that. Again, I don't know what ideal vehicle that would be for. But I guess we're just gonna have to make do. no way to move that. Huh. Just whoever made the mod, I guess did it so it's a non-standard height or something. I don't know. While we wait for these harvesters to get done, let me hop in one of them and go on a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Oh, good. I'm not too late. And on the back of the couch for who knows how long.
Yup, it is amazing how long a cat can just sit there and just, if it's comfy, it just stays.
Yeah, it's amazing how much of their life is just sleeping and just laying around.
Yeah.
Like, what purpose does this animal have other than like a rodent control in nature, right? So,
Right.
because if you look at the big cats, I mean, yeah, they're there and they regulate, you know, the gazelles and the wildebeest and all that kind of stuff, making sure that those populations don't get too crazy, as well as weeding out the herd and the whole natural selection side of things.
You know, it's actually surprisingly how big of an animal you know, just a house cat will go after. They even go after like chickens and bunnies, and some of them can get, you know, larger than the cat themselves.
Oh yeah.
I mean, obviously, you know, it's a predator versus prey, so it's not ultimately shocking, but I may or may not have lost my train of thought.
Choo choo.
Yeah.
All right, this A can be let or fired basically. Worker has a full tank. Alright, now this one I'm gonna dump in the trailer. Pipe out. Come on, stop when I stop. Yeah, this I didn't adjust the what do you call it? The gear ratios or anything on this, so there is a little stop drift problem. Because that is a very hard problem to figure out. I'm sure people who have made many vehicles and who know how to mod, they know exactly what causes that. But me, I just sort of I change random numbers until it stops. But I'm pretty sure it has to do with RPM, horsepower, and max speed. In some combination therein. There's something having to do with all of that. Oh, I'm so glad I set these discharge rates super high on these. Let's put the pipe in. And these are going to go... Let's put the sugar beet headers... away, because I'm going to need to grab, eventually, some tater headers. So... Okay. One last run there. So you want to hop in this vehicle here. And I will hop out. The harvester, the last harvester on that field, just hop into it.
Okay.
When it gets to the end, just drive it back.
Ah, okay.
All right, tip side sugar beet cutter. This should be maybe. Possibly. Bueller. Why is it not?
Something sad. There's almost 2 generations who have missed out on that joke.
I know. Why? Right control T. Oh, what? Right control. Oh, what? Control. Right control T. Oh, that's the HUD. Oh, I don't like that. Sugar beet cutter. Okay, let's see. Just as a double check. I had my doubts that this would work, and I was.
Is there anywhere in specific you want me to put the...
Yeah, just park it over here. Fold up the header. So select the header and hit what, X?
It says I can't... Folding is not
You
allowed
can't.
when the tool
You
is
can't.
filled.
Yeah, you can't fold the machine, but you can fold the header.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was the one selected.
Shit! What the hell? I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it was too good to be true. So we're going to dump them in here. I hope to God this works. There we go. And then I need to set the map config quickly. Automatic engine start. You guys will pay attention to that now, because in order to use the beaverator, you gotta be able to get in it, start it, and get out of it without it turning off. Okay, so this beaverator is the specific version for cutting beets. Now, we don't obviously need to do beet cutting. I mean, the recipe is such. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. So sugar beet, right? 1,000 sugar beet plus water, which is whatever, equals 1,000 sugar plus pig food. Sugar beet cut just gives you sugar. You don't get the pig food. But you do get a little bonus. Yeah, sugar beet does give you a little bit extra. It's hard to pass that up. I don't want to have to plant more than one of these. So that trailer sucks. I can't believe we can't use... I mean, yeah, it's a nice big trailer, 10 million capacity, but it is what it is. So, oh, I forgot to turn that... I forgot to turn that thing off. Let's give her a wash. The pipe can come out.
One of these days, it's gonna be what it isn't, not it is what it is.
And then this. There we go. And this should be getting sugar beet cut. Yay. So we got 8.8 million there. This got like 8.5. That's like 17 million liters of sugar beets. This here is going to take a long time to actually process. See, I was hoping this thing says it automatically would cut sugar beets, and I was skeptical, but I wanted to try it. Obviously, we were mistaken. And yeah, this is gonna take a while. What other way? How else do you cut sugar beets? I have no idea if there's a faster way of doing this. Does anybody know out there? Is there a faster way? Sugar beets. No, I didn't want to do that. I mean, there's like 75 buckets in here, but no machines to cut them? How do you cut sugar beets? Normally. Why is there no help for cutting sugar beets? Cotton, sugar cane, grass, hay, chaff, forage. No, there's no... There's none of the things and stuff. We go to sugarcane beet technology. I mean, these are all sugar beets, sure, but this machine can collect sugar beets from the ground. So if you dump them on the ground, you can do that. Yeah, I have all of the videos that I've watched on YouTube. Never once seen somebody actually cut sugar beets. So I don't know. Before sugar beets can be harvested, the foliage needs to be... Oh, that's just to take the foliage off. Our header does that for us. Yeah, I've never seen anybody cut sugar beets before. So we can let that run. What I want to do, because it's going to take... We've gotten 150,000. So the limitation... Yeah, this is outputting as fast as it possibly can. I think what we're gonna have to do is just bite the bullet and like just load sugar beets directly in here and just deal with the fact that we're gonna have you know, I can process the cut sugar beets with that way. I don't know if fast forwarding time is going to do it. Hi, you got only in the base game a bucket with a cutter. Oh my god, you have to 2,000 liters at a time? Oh. I don't understand this mechanic anyway. Why I start filling. Why am I not filling? Why is it not giving me the option of filling? Okay. So yeah, if you just have a bucket, imagine trying to do 8 million liters of sugar beets. 2,000 at a time. That would be horrendously painful. All right, let's see if we can grab some from with this. Oh. There we go. Sugar beet. I need... Yeah, see, I made the sugar beet craft more expensive than the sugar beet cut. So if you do the extra step, it's cheaper to make the sugar. And this requires water. Damn it. We're gonna need a load of. We're gonna. I don't know. A little bit of water. You want to go grab the Unimog and the blue tank. The blue tank, the Unimog, and load about 1 million water, limited to about 1 million water into the grain mill.
Sure thing.
All right, let's put 2.5 million sugar beets. Oh, I forgot to turn that Unimog off too. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that a lot. The Unimog with tank is right now. It's by the diesel or the fuel refinery, and it's got the diesel tank on it.
Okay.
You have to you have to detach the tank, put the blue tank on, which is by the vehicle shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time I had a harvest like this, I don't even think we had. Yeah, I think I only had like 2.5 million in the harvester, and it still took like 3 hours to process all the sugar. So maybe we don't do this sugar beet cut. I mean, obviously I could mod the beaverator, because I think the beaverator, the throughput is limited by the conveyor belt. I think that's what's limiting this. It's not able to empty very fast. Yeah, if you can see, the bottom is 15,000 liters, right? So it's literally converting it, but it's limited by how fast it can empty. So if I did that, then it would be limited by how fast that empties, and I think that empties really damn fast. So the beaverator in this situation is the limitation.
Where did you want me to bring it?
The water, the old grain mill.
Great.
Same place you put the canola.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it was gonna take literally all day to process all these sugar beets. There's just no way to do it efficiently or fast. I mean, I don't know if it doesn't really matter if efficiency has anything to do with it, but there was no real way to do it fast. So as soon as this is done, I'm gonna change that setting back for automatic engine start.
Okay, good. I had to make sure that it had shut down the vehicle I was in. Since I had gotten into it before you changed that. Alright, for now, should I leave the Unimog next to the water trailer? Or...
Yeah, if you want to just leave it there. I mean,
Okay.
as long as we don't lose track of it. All right, let's get the plows going. And what size rocks are we going to get? Oh, yellow rocks again. Well, it is what it is. Actually, let's do... let's do fertilization. Before I get too far into it here. Fertilizer here. Can hop in the other one.
The other fertilizer?
Yeah.
My sinuses are starting to figure out that winter is coming.
Oh, yeah.
And that makes my head cloudy.
Oh,
and
man.
It's not like it's very clear to begin with, so...
Yeah, my whole head is just dried out like a prune in the mornings. It's so bad. It's so bad. I wake up. Yeah, the cat woke me up. I didn't manage to fill her food dish last night. So, yeah, she woke me up at 6 in the morning, at 8 in the morning, then again at like 9 in the morning. And my alarm goes off at like 9:50. So I was a tired little monkey because she woke me up so many times. But every time I woke up, my throat was pitched just like I was breathing sand. It was just so dry, painfully dry. Usually it's not that dry. I don't know what it is about this year, but I usually don't have to start my humidifier until like January.
Yeah. I assume you want me to get it set up here, north side heading east?
Yep, that's where it'll start. Ideally, if we wanted to really be fast at it, we'd have one machine on each kitty corner, right? And then I'd go up one side and then hire the worker down the long side, and then you and the other one would go down one side and hire the worker on the opposite side. And that way I wouldn't have to do the U shape around the field. It would just be one headland across the short side and then hire the worker on the long side, and you do the same thing on the kitty corner, and that would cover it. But some of these fields are so big that it'd take 2 minutes just to drive to the other corner.
Yeah.
Still not sure what to plant in this. Yeah, not sure.
You're far enough that I think I can get it going.
Yep.
I'll hire the worker, but I'll just do a ride along for now.
Supervise the worker.
Yup. Ride in the passenger seat with a whip. Not that they're doing anything wrong, it's just fun.
Maybe they like it.
That's fair. That's fair.
And hire worker. Yeah, the one there's one sprayer that is even wider than this. It's like 42 meters instead of 36 meters. And the design of it, I don't know like what the company was actually like trying to accomplish, but it is nearly impossible to hire a worker with that specific design because the sprayer is on the front of the machine. So when you're driving on the field, the sprayer is on the front. So when you try to hire a worker, the worker sees when it looks at the ground right underneath the vehicle. I don't know if it checks center of gravity or if there's a specific place, but when it checks that, it checks it as already sprayed, and so it's like no field found, right? It doesn't see a to-do list. It just sees a field that's already sprayed. And like, try as I might, I could not hire a worker with that specific type of sprayer because it was just like, it just didn't see the field. But anyway, yeah, good to go there. Now, yeah, let's not run all the way back because that would be stupid. All right, let's look at what crops here. Sunflowers, soybeans. Soybeans might be a good one. I mean, it would allow us to make more TMR, which we can sell for money. Definitely not cotton. Wheat, barley, oats, canola, sorghum, grass, corn, sunflowers. I don't know. Let's check our silo. I think we have a little bit of soybeans or something in here. Oh, we have 4 million soybeans. Okay, never mind. We don't need soybeans. Oats, canola, sugar beets, sorghum. Um, I wonder if I could like drive. You know, it'd be fun to see if you can get the beaverator in such a position. I don't think you could. No. No, there's no way to do that. You could have it unload into a trailer, but the beaverator itself, I would have to mod to be faster. You just make that conveyor belt faster, and I think you'd be able to. There we go. You'd be able to process all those sugar beets pretty fast, but you know, it just takes some time. Okay. Rock pickers will be used extensively once we start getting higher level than yellow. It's just worthwhile waiting. Yeah, there's a little bit more wear and tear on the vehicles themselves, certainly, especially the planter. But it's, you know, just takes money. All right, let's see if we can buy. This over here would be really expensive because of these two here. That's 2.6 million just for those two. Up here, yeah, that's 4, 8, 12, 1.2 million, 1.8 million. That's 2.6 million just for that row. And more. That's probably closer to. That's 2.6. Oh, yeah. That's gonna be closer to 3 million. So that's roughly 6 million for that field up there. We certainly could get it, plow it, and I'd probably just plant something like wheat in there. Because we could use wheat in the farm supply factory to make seeds, and that would allow us to really make a lot of seeds. Although I think I have a limit. 500,000. I don't know why I limited it. 500,000 is just easier to fill up machines at 500K at a time, but when you have multiple machines, it's kind of hard. But that is that's a big field. Wow. Yeah, that's a really big field. We could do 4, 5, 14, 15, 24, 25. That is another field opportunity. Or should this one be? This one should be the 3x3 because we have a road right here, probably. Maybe? I don't know. Do we have a road over here? On the edge of that field? If we do, we could just extend that road up here and have this one be the shorter one. That would probably make more sense, wouldn't it? Okay. Fertilizer's going good. Yeah, these are yellow again. Okay. Hopefully, by plowing a little edge on this, it's not going to mess up the fertilizers at all. They're still going to stop there, but Oz can tell me whether or not that's the thing that happens.
What's that now? Watching the fertilizer?
Yeah, I'm gonna start the plows right now. That way we're not sitting around waiting. So I'm hoping that the fertilizers actually stop where they should, and not
Where they wanna?
not override, not go over where I'm plowing, because yeah, which is on the So when it gets to the headlands, as long as it stops where the fertilizer is, then we're fine, because this, I mean, it doesn't eliminate the fertilizer, I guess, but it allows it to be double layered. So we'll see with the H worker here what happens if he stops and turns around. Oh, it looks like he is. Excellent. Excellent. That means this is gonna be fun. I hope. I just wanted to get the plows started early. That way you don't have to sit around and wait.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, waiting until until each stage is done is kind of futile.
Yeah.
Too many things to do on a field to let it go through over and over and over again. But
That's something that my dad will say when he's complaining about traffic is that it's funny how you have drivers that will they have a stoplight and then there's ahead of them another stoplight and they'll just gun it and not make and they're obviously going to stop pretty soon, so it's like, oh, hurry up and wait.
yeah. Well, I did discover in my town, at least, because you can, the city can actually change the timing on all these traffic lights, right?
Yep.
So I discovered shortly after I started driving, actually, so I was like 16, 17, that the lights in town, in my town, the lights are timed such that if you do that from one light, if the light turns green and you gun it, and you just, you're in front of the line and you just fly to the next light, you make the light. If you are a responsible driver and you accelerate normally, you're not flying down the road, you always get stopped at the next light. It always turns red. So what's funny is I realized at an early age, in my town at least, the lights actually reward you for driving more aggressively. And so, yeah. kind of backwards. You'd think that they would be different, but
The goal, whether they hit that goal or not is another question, is that they're supposed to be set up so that if you're going the speed limit, you'll hit green on each of them. Now
yes,
each town sets them differently, but
that was the understood purpose. But I don't know, like there's a couple different main arteries in this town, and the different intersections. What's so weird about the town and how they time the lights. So you have 16th Street, which is a main artery. You have Broadway, which is a main artery. Those are both north-south arteries. And then you have a couple east-west arteries. But the weird thing is, if you look at 16th Street as a good example, there are, you'd think that you would time the lights so the north-south artery got priority, right? So it was just green after green after green, right? But the weird thing is, there are certain intersections along the way that are timed the opposite. So one light, yeah, you can have one green go into another green, and then bam, it's a red every time. Like, every time. And so it's like, you don't get this smooth amount of traffic. Which is just weird. It's like, we're gonna favor this direction until this intersection, and then we're not. Then the other direction is gonna get favored. And then we're gonna favor the direction again. It's like two different people like planned this, and like they didn't talk to one another. Like, one person came in and did it one way, and another person came in and did it another way, and neither of them like organized themselves. It's just one of those, like, what the hell were they thinking? But anyway. So you can, well, is that going to be enough space?
not sure. I'm gonna let this one turn around and hit it again. And I'll stop the other one if it's...
Well, I'm in the other one, and since this is going to be the far end of the field, what I try to do is try to end them on the, close to the farm, close to the buildings. That way, it's a lot less to drive.
Okay,
but
yeah, this one isn't going to make it the full way.
It's not going to make it the full way, so why don't... how much is left? Is there just a sliver left?
Tiny gap.
Okay, so why don't you drive... Yeah, I guess let that drive all the way down, and then when you come back, you have to manually set it, and then manually limit the spray width. I think Control Z is the spray width, and then just...
Sounds right.
And just write it down. You can't hire a worker when you have a thin spray width, when you have a different width, because the worker... If you set the minimum spray width, and then hire the worker immediately sets it to maximum width. So there's no way to hire the worker and have it to be less than the max width, unfortunately. All right. I guess I just have to drive this one back. I try to have the worker drive back, but I don't have any waypoints set on the roads here, and all the roads are sort of, you can just draw more roads. I don't know exactly how that system works in the game, so it is what it is. Not worried about it.
Fire this guy.
All right, let me catch up on chat. Skunika. Interesting name. That's either somebody's first initial and last name, or just a word that only they know. Got myself a mod. It is a production building that cuts sugar beet and straw bales. Well, that's a handy building, definitely. would be nice. Sugar beet cut. That's a pretty simple recipe. I could add that to the Farm Factory. I mean, the Farm Factory already does a mishmash of everything.
This is like perfect. It gets it just right. There's like very little waste.
And let's give it our bath. Oh.
Not that we probably need to worry about it, but
Worry about what?
wasting any,
Oh,
because we've got like tons of fertilizer, but it just feels good.
oh, sure it does. So much poo. I mean, there's just so much poo. every time I come over here, there's just a mountain. Wow. Cows, you are just poo factories. Still plenty of food. How are the chickens doing? The chickens should have plenty of food. I don't think they chew it. They don't. We are coming up. Well, let's get this guy over there. What do we want to plant? What do we want to plant? Wheat. Let's do wheat. Why the hell not? I don't think I've planted wheat yet. I tend to do sorghum because that's what I made the chickens. They're the bestest at sorghum. But I can't start these yet until the plowing is done, unfortunately. Which is why I wanted to start the plowing. It's funny how this 11-ton implement just gets flung around by this tractor. It's a big tractor. Very heavy. And I made the DB120 lighter. I was having a problem with it anchoring itself to the ground, so I just made it. I only shaved 7 tons off of it. I mean, geez.
Only 7 tons.
Only 7 tons. So, Ash, are you a fan of sci-fi?
Oh, of course.
I know you can't. I was just about to say I know you can't read. I know reading causes you problems. Like I like falling asleep and stuff. How about audiobooks? Do audiobooks do the same thing?
I've listened to them every now and then. Part of it is just finding a good source for them without without wearing an eye patch and having a parrot on your shoulder.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know how much audiobooks are. Anyway, I would if you're a fan of sci-fi, if you're a fan of that, I would highly recommend getting Hail Mary. Jesus, what a great
Hail Mary?
Hail Mary. Yeah.
Okay.
Just like the desperate throw in football. Hail Mary.
Yeah. Sometimes the audio goes a little trippy. It sounded almost like you said "kill Mary."
Oh,
I just wanted to make sure.
Ooh. Yeah, Hail Mary. It is. I literally go to bed early because I read it in bed to sort of just quiet my mind, and I literally have gone to bed early just so I can read more of the book in one shot, and I have to heavily resist the urge to just sit in the living room and read the rest of it. Like, just burn through the book. When I really am enjoying the book, a book, I read it so fast, and by the time it's over, I'm like, damn it. Now it's over, and like I'm glad I read it, but I want more. I want more.
Ray Porter?
Andy
The
Weir,
author? Andy Weir, okay.
the same guy who did The Martian.
Wow, that there is a lot of Hail Marys.
Really
Yeah.
interesting that they can't. That copyright doesn't. You think that they'd copyright the name, but have
A lot of sports ones, which makes sense.
sure. I have some Belly Belly. All day, but
Oh, okay. That the person I named was narrated by.
narrated. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So here's the problem with it. $26.
Hmm.
And that's why I don't get into audiobooks.
I'm sure I can find a way to track it down. I could read
Yeah.
it. I just open the book and read it on stream. I wonder how long it would take for somebody to catch on to that and for the streams to get taken down.
Good question.
Do story time with Buggy.
As far as it goes, as long as like every 30 seconds you do something differenter, I believe legally speaking it would be legit.
Well,
But that
I
would
think the
be
only
for an
way,
audiobook
if I were to read the book out loud on stream, the only way that I would be able to get by the copyright and call it fair use, because fair use is where it is. Fair use applies when you do like reviews. So like
Yeah.
reading a chapter, you read a whole chapter and then you sit and talk about the chapter and what you think about it, right? That is borderline fair use. You could claim
Yeah.
fair use, but you better have a lawyer on retainer to fight anything, because they can still come after you, right? You have to prove it's fair use. And if you can't afford a lawyer, then you just have to comply, because it's they send you a cease and desist. They can easily sue you.
Yeah.
I mean, years ago, I got a cease and desist. I was way back, over 20 years ago. I managed a website called Magic Hogwarts. It was a Harry Potter fan site, and I did all the art myself. I used the logo, but I was very proud of the art because it was stolen by several other websites that I had to I had to send my own cease and desist to those websites because they just straight up stole all the art that I did for the website. But it was a very popular site. I mean, it was 600,000 hits a month. Like, it was huge. And the fees, the server fees were a lot because of all the hits and all the traffic. So I thought, well, I have my own domain. I'm going to sell email addresses as a way to generate money. So I posted and I was like, hey, for X number of dollars, I even forgot what I charged. You can get a magichogwarts.com email address. It was within 2 days, I got an email from Warner Brothers, a cease and desist from Warner Brothers, because I was charging money with the Hogwarts name in it, and they had that trademark, that they own that name, so I couldn't. While the website itself was fine because it was a fan site like that, charging money using that name, I couldn't do. So anyway, And I never had bad feelings about Warner Brothers at all, because the company, I mean, they spent a huge volume of money getting access, owning, the bidding war. The bidding war that was the Harry Potter intellectual property, the IP. I mean, J.K. Rowling was in the most ideal situation when those books got super popular and the movie rights were starting, they were floating the movie rights out. There was a massive bidding war for those. So she was able to just be like, claim exactly what she wanted. And she still has ownership and final approval of what they do with the IP.
Which is shocking.
Yeah, no, it's very few authors ever get that. If anybody's wondering what flavors of Jelly Belly, if you're like, I like them, but I don't know what flavors to get. Because there are bad ones, And obviously it's to taste, whatever your taste is, but like toasted marshmallow, oh, no, don't get toasted marshmallow. I think the best flavor out of all of them, the best flavor is juicy pear. It's unbelievable how good it is. And it tastes exactly like a juicy pear. I mean, I don't know how they did it, but they did it. So if you look, I got juicy pear, green apple, cantaloupe, watermelon. There's a smoothie mix. I added a few of those. Yeah, the smoothie mix is pretty good. It's just several different flavors, fruity flavors combined. I think that's. I mean, there's not many, but they're different enough that they're pretty good. Anyway, talking about Jelly Bellies makes me want to eat more of them, but I gotta not do that.
Gotta moderate it.
Yep. Okay, that planter is ready. This planter, let's unfold this guy. Probably not exactly lined up, but it's close. All right. Yeah, my on Wednesday, I for a fraction of a second, I my heart fluttered because when I checked my tickets for the Powerball drawing, so I had four tickets. Because it was, I mean, the jackpot was like 1.7 billion, so I can buy 4 tickets. So I had 4 different numbers, and the process that I go through to check my numbers, and I just want a baseline. I just want to see if I'm even close. So the very first number I check is the Powerball, because without that, you don't get the jackpot, right? The Powerball is the easiest ball to check. So I look at what the numbers were. This was like Thursday. I look at what the numbers were, and I know the Powerball is 10. So I look up all my tickets, and I separate them. Which do I even have it? And sure enough, I had a ticket with 10 as the Powerball. I'm like, all right. So I separate that ticket out. And then I look at the first white ball number, which is 22. I'm like, all right. And I look down at my ticket. The first number on that ticket, the very first number, 22. And for a fraction of a second, I was like, holy shit. And then I look at the second number, and that was it. I got the first white ball, but nothing else. But it was like the Powerball and then the very first number. And it was like, And having the first number on your ticket be the first number in the Powerball means something because they're arranged in numerical order. So on the ticket, they're in numerical order. On the website, they're in numerical order. Regardless of what order they come up in the drawing, they always put them in numerical order. So by having the first numbers match means the next four numbers could match. Rather than having the 22 like in the middle of your number on your ticket means you have two numbers less than 22 that weren't drawn. So that's an automatic loss. But having that Powerball and then having that very first number for a tiny fraction of a second, I thought, like, oh my God, could this be it? But, of course, somebody in California won it. Again, this is the second massive win in California. So congrats to California for all the sales tax, or all the taxes they just brought in. Because they have they've got like a 20% state tax, like 20% or something. It's crazy.
I mean, it makes sense though, because they have like 150% of the population of the entire country there.
I mean, yeah. I also saw somebody tweet out, it was brilliant. Somebody tweeted out, congratulations for the $800 million win to the IRS. Because, yeah, the IRS is going to pull in about $800 million off of that. Not really that much, but because the cash value, if you get the cash value, it's half of the prize, and then the IRS cuts the half of that. So the cash value, I think, was $756 million thereabouts. So the IRS gets 350 to 400 million. You know, most of that's probably going to Ukraine. Who knows? It should go to Hawaii.
Why would we care about our own people though? That makes no sense.
That is true. All right. So when E comes back up the field, he'll be able to be let go because this guy should. Is it raining? It's freaking raining. God damn it.
Oh man.
Well, at least we're done with the harvest. We can plow and shit. Plow and plant and do all the things. Even though in real life I would not recommend plowing while it's raining because the muddy mess. Woohoo!
Oof, yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you want me to start up this planter?
We gotta wait until the plowing is done.
Ah, yes.
Because the headlands are not wide enough. I mean, the DB120s are capable of doing cultivation if you add on the front cultivators on them. So you don't have to plow, but if you don't plow, you get weeds, and then you have to come back and you have to spray for weeds anyway. So
yeah,
might as well plow and not have to worry about weeds. All right. So as soon as this guy is top of the field, yeah, and I found the plow. It's a 50-meter wide plow. It's one of those ridiculous, like, when it folds up, each wing, when it folds up, is like 22 meters tall. It's just this grotesquely, like, unrealistic. I was tempted to get it because it was just funny, but it's one of those machines that, you know, like Patrick would use on his, like, super large 16x fields. Because otherwise you're just doing it for hours. But it would be so wide it would be hard to see the edges, even zoomed all the way out. I mean, the plow that we have now is like 26 meters, so it's twice the width of the plows that we're using. Right. All right. Give her a wash. A little thunder. Thunder, thunder. I don't know what song that does that, but lightning and the thunder, thunder, thunder. It's like, oh my god.
Sounds familiar, but I can't.
Yeah, it's a really heavily vocoded, like, I don't know. I don't know the artist or even the name of the song. Were you gonna try to do the planter, or did you want me to do the headlands and the turning around? Because you have to.
I'll let you do it just in case I screw something up.
Go ahead and hop into that. Yeah, go ahead and hop into that plow that just finished.
Sure, get it out of the way.
Get it out of there. You can hit insert and give her a wash. And all right, we are on wheat. We have seed and fertilizer, and we are good to go.
I usually leave things dirty. It's just nice to have that used feel.
Oh yeah, I like that too. Certainly.
But it is raining, so it makes sense that it should be washed.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine being the person that won that prize. Unfortunately, it's in California, and they cannot claim a prize anonymously. So
yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually live in one of the few states that allow you to do that. But yeah, and there are some states that like it's like against the law to try to hide who won it. Like you can't, because there are certain like legal things that you can do in some states to try to get it anonymous. Essentially, like create a company, like just create a company, and then the company owns the ticket, and then the company is handing in the ticket, and so the prize is won by the company name. But it's hard to hide who owns the company, and you know, I'm sure there are lawyers out there that specialize in that shit, but it's like borderline legal. You know, as long as you're not trying to skirt the IRS, they probably don't care if you're trying to hide who actually won it. But too many nasty things happen to people when they can't claim it anonymously. Too many people know their name and stuff, and it's just like.
And sometimes their face is plastered all over too. So
right.
It's like, wow.
Because the states use them as like advertising, you know.
Yeah.
Those pictures with the big checks and stuff, it's all advertising. And in my opinion, it's like if the state is going to use my likeness in advertising this, then I need to get paid by the state too.
Yeah.
I don't care how much I won. Like you're going to use me in advertising and propaganda for this, like I'm sorry, but you know,
where's my money?
Yeah, I don't care how much I was just paid. You can't just use my likeness. Just because I bought a ticket, like, doesn't give you the right to do that.
I mean, technically it does, because you sign away those rights when you buy the ticket, but ethically speaking, I agree.
Yeah, it depends on the state, right? Some states,
Yep.
Yeah, you buy a ticket, it's like there's like fine print on the back. By buying this ticket, you agree, blah 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 blah. And it's like, Jesus Christ, that's insane. It's like the the damn stickers that they put off on the backs of cars. So no matter what dealership you go to, they always put their damn branding on the back of a car. So you see cars with whatever, you know, Bob's Chevrolet around, and that's free advertising. So in the past, the cars that I've bought in the past, because I've had to go through a few, I've always told them, take those stickers off. And when they resist, when they're like, well, you know, we could take the stickers off, blah, 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 blah. And I always come back with, this is advertising, and if you don't want to take the stickers off, I'm fine with advertising your dealership, but you got to take $5,000 off the price. Because this is a permanent advertisement. You know, it's worth $5,000. And oh, do they take those stickers off fast. And hire this worker. Yeah, that's my attitude towards those dealerships. Like, yeah, and there are some now. They've gotten so bold. There's like giant stickers in the back window, like giant, like web addresses and stuff, like insane advertising for dealerships on the cars they sell. And I can't understand anybody who would go out and buy a car and have that plastered on their car. Like, free advertising. Really? Free advertising?
Yeah, not to mention it just looks gaudy sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, the car I have now, and I've been driving it for years, I actually told them to take the stickers off. And then when I went to pick it up, it was a used car, so it wasn't anything too special, but I went to pick it up, and they didn't take the stickers off. And there were several things about my experience with that dealership that I flat out told them, I will never recommend your dealership to anybody. Not once. Ever. I told that to the sales guy that handled the sale for me. And I told that to his manager, and I told that to the owner. And I was just like, nope, I'm not gonna recommend this place at all, because they lied, and they just really typical like used car salesmen, sort of like the tropes. They'll say anything to sell a damn car. And so my car salesman was like, yeah, we'll do that, we'll do this, no problem. And then once the sale was final, none of that shit came true. And I was pissed. Yeah. Because it's a manual transmission. So it's a stick shift car. And so when I was shopping for it, I was like, can I get a remote start on the car? Because winters here suck ass, and I wanted a remote start. And I was like, would a remote start work? And he's like, absolutely. We have remote starts that work just fine in winter, or in stick shifts. And I was like, all right. And so that's just one example, by the way. There were others, but we get through all the stuff, and he makes all these promises, sign the paperwork, and then when the time comes and he says, we have an opening in the shop in like 4 days, come back with a car and we'll get that installed, because it was all part of the agreement. Well, I'm like, all right. So 4 days go by, I drive the car back to the dealership expecting them to bring it, take it in, install the thing, and give it back to me. And I pull the car up, and the guy comes out, and he's like, yeah, I checked with my techs. We don't have a remote start that works with a stick shift. So I'm sorry, but we're not going to be able to put a remote start. And that was part of the agreement in the sale of the car, right? That was part of the agreement, and that was one thing they reneged on. And oh my God, it was one thing after another, and God, crazy it was just funny because it was like 6 months later, because that was one example out of like 4 that it was just insane. And so like 6 months later, I got a call. I got a call from their. It was like a generic customer service call, and it was one of those like little survey, like rate your experience, customer feedback surveys. And I was like drooling at the mouth when they called, because I had no idea that they were going to do it. And so I was brutally honest with the poor HR lady that was doing this survey. You know, rate your experience with your salesman, rate your, you know, experience, you know, with the car, blah, blah, blah. Because there was, you know, I got the car and there was something broken on it that had to get replaced right away. You know, it was like, why did this not get caught in the 30-point inspection that they supposedly did on the car? Which is just total BS, I think. And so it was one thing after another, and I was just brutally honest with this poor, like, customer service lady. And then, like, 2 days later, I get a call from the owner of the damn dealership. And he's like, I just want to clarify some things. And I'm like, all right, you know, let me, I went through the whole process again, and I was just like, you know, yeah, like, this was such a stereotypical, what people expect from used car salespeople. Like, they'll just say anything to sell a car. I was like, that's not the experience I'm going for. And I was just like, I was extremely disappointed. But you know, whether
I assume no. Oh, go ahead.
You know, whether they do something about it, you know, or not, is like, I have no power over that. So
yeah. I was just gonna ask if there was any positive resolution, but from the sounds of it, no.
Nope. No, the sale was final. They did not offer. They did not offer a damn thing. As I'm gonna say compensation, but as far as like trying to, trying to resolve, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to resolve the situation. Not even like an attempt. Which told me that not even the owner gave a shit about the treatment, right? They just did not care.
Right.
They just wanted to clarify, like, that no laws were broken, right? That there was not a fraud case at play here, that I was actually looking at, like, going to the police and going, you know, this dealership kind of sucks. They sort of lied, and, you know, whatever. There should be an investigation, et cetera, et cetera. He was just, you know, trying to smooth things over and see if there was, you know, any legal repercussions. And when I was just
And
like,
probably trying to gaslight you a little bit too.
yeah, and it was just like, you know, I think that one of the last things the guy said to me was, you know, hey, you know, if you're ever in the market for another vehicle, you know, please give us another try. We will do everything we can to repair, you know, to give you a positive experience. And it was just like, I just, you know, I had just spent the last half an hour talking about all of the lies and all of the bullshit that I had to go through, and you're telling me, hey, come back to us, give us a second chance with your money? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not how the world works. It was just hilarious that he had the gall to be like, you know, please please give us another chance. It was just like, dude, if you actually wanted to set things right, you would try to set things right. You wouldn't just be like, well, the sale is final, you know, nothing we can do about it from here. Crazy.
Yeah. Oh man, and that's one of those areas too where, I mean, he straight up told you something that turned out not to be true. Your entire purchase of it could have been dependent upon that. How is that legal? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, what a lot of people don't realize, once the papers are signed, it's basically if you don't have in writing the stuff that they promise, right? And this is part of my naivete at the time, because this was, this was years ago. I've been driving this car for a while. Part of my naivete was not getting all of the bullshit that the salesperson was promising me in writing, right? And by not getting in writing, there was no incentive for them to actually uphold any of that. So, unfortunately, that was on me. That is something that I should have picked up on. Is just get those promises in writing, because they will try to screw you over if you don't. All right, let's see.
And that's good advice for just in general, for general life. Get it in writing.
Yeah, it really
Doesn't
is.
matter how much you trust these people, get it in writing. And that can apply to your job sometimes too.
Yeah, one of my favorite subreddits. And there's a few YouTube channels that all they do is read Reddit. I mean, it's just it really annoys me that their entire channel is just reading Reddit posts. That is their entire channel, is just reading other people's content. But one of my favorite, absolute favorite subreddits that they cover is the subreddit's called Malicious Compliance. So it's r/malicious compliance. And it's people working in jobs that the boss, so things are done a certain way, right? Things are done a certain way, and it's effective, and it works. And the malicious compliance comes in when somebody comes in and forces you to do it a certain way that is broken, and when you say, hey, this doesn't work, this is why I do it this way, and they still force you to do it the wrong way, and you're like, okay, this is what you asked for. That's where the name comes from, malicious compliance, because you're doing it knowing that it's going to break, or it's going to be wrong, it's just amusing. Okay, I think I have this set. I think. And let's track that. Let's do this one first. Hopefully it's not raining when we try to harvest the grapes.
Yeah. Oh man, that would be such a hit.
Yeah, I would just fast forward time until it's not raining anymore. There's no way. All right, this probably could do it. We might have to might have to buy another wood trailer or something here. Because there's a little bulge out here that might cause some problems, but I want to line up the field trying to be as clean as possible, I guess. And I already effed up. I need to go back one and start from that corner. So yep. Oops. let's take this. That. I think that's the same. Yeah, there's a little bulge of trees out here. Might run in. Oh, looks like it'll be okay. Although we should just clear some of those trees out, just because, especially the rock pickers are gonna just blast into there and probably get tied up on all the trees. Gross. All right, let's stop her. There. Now, unfortunately, I need to go in here. Oh, whoops! I forgot the. This one's going to overlap. Little boo-boo there, that's okay. Hey, boo-boo.
Are we after a picnic basket? Oh, sorry. Pick-a-nick basket.
Picnic basket?
I wonder how obscure that reference is. I mean, not totally, since I know what you're talking about, but...
Yeah. You think modern cartoons are a little wacky, and you look at like Ren and Stimpy, and it's like that cartoon is weird. Then you got like the weird, you got like Cat Dog, stuff like that. I remember my little sister watched some of the cartoons she watched when she was young. I was just like, what in the hell?
Yeah.
But then you have like cartoons that I saw growing up. Like one of them was Rocky and Bullwinkle, right? Reruns of that, which was an older cartoon, but that is the premise of that is just really weird because Rocky and Bullwinkle, the main antagonists in that cartoon were two Russian like people, like Boris and Natasha. And it was like, where the hell, what, like, they're like spies, like Russian spies, and Rocky and Bullwinkle are like American. Like, even today, I'm like, what the hell was that cartoon about? Like, where did that come from? Bizarre premise for a cartoon. But anyway.
Well, in part that dates back to Cold War times.
Yeah, it definitely dates back to Cold War times. 100%.
I think it even predates the fall of the wall.
Oh yeah,
Early
that was. I
on.
mean, that was in the early '90s. Rocky and Bullwinkle that's like '60s. It was like a '60s cartoon.
Oh man, it's that old.
Oh yeah, it's just really old. It's um,
Did not even realize.
yeah. There's a big bulge of trees right here, so I'm just gonna skim it.
And shout out for my state, the creators were from Minnesota.
Of Rocky and Bullwinkle?
Yep.
Oh, you're not paying attention to the okay.
Huh?
The middle of the
Neither
field,
thing.
the two planters just collided in the middle of the field.
Oh. Sorry.
There's farming to do, man. What are you doing? What am I paying you for?
Staring off into space. Ooh, come on. What? Fired the... Oh, it's on course play. That's why.
No, they're default. They're not courseplay workers. They're regular workers, but courseplay just overrides it. So
Ah, okay.
it reads as courseplay, but it's not actually courseplay.
I'm having a lot of trouble focusing on damn near anything nowadays.
Yikes.
Yeah. That one's out of the way. Uh, does the orientation matter a great deal? I mean, how much should I make sure that everything's
Of the
like
field?
the field? Yeah.
The field lines? No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Those don't matter.
I won't kill myself trying to get them
Yeah.
accurate, but I'll try to get them. There we go, okay. Now I just need to get it facing the right way. These damn planter trailers are janky.
All right. Now, do we plow this field and then fast forward time, or do we fast forward time and then plow the field? Because We plow the field. Yeah, plow the field. A little bit of mindless plowing while we talk about random shit.
Yup.
I wish I could
think it
hire
was
a worker. I can't hire a worker.
Yeah. Do you want me to hop in the other one?
Yep, other one's ready for you.
Alright. Keep thinking there was a game that I wanted to talk to you about, but I can't think of what it was. I know there's one thing that I was going to mention to you at some point, and that's Tectonica and Desync now have a bundle together. Because I know those are two games that ideas have been floating about. I know you're not terribly enthused at them, but okay, good, it's ready to go. But I think it's probably inevitability that one and or both are going to be on the channel.
I mean, Tectonica's already been on the channel.
Well, yeah, I mean in a multiplayer aspect.
Yeah. The Desync, again, I'm watching it. I'm observing it, seeing what's going on, tracking the progress. Tectonica, I mean, I think I really want to see Tectonica develop a little bit more.
Yeah.
They're still very, very early, even though it looks like, oh, this. One of the things I realized about myself, and hey, Patrick, you just finished working wow. Really bad program bug. Ooh, those are always fun. Pick up a guest at the airport. Oh, a guest for the week. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Why am I off? Why was I off center? That's weird. Yeah, I think Tectonica. One of the things I learned about myself in all of the games that I've covered, is if I play a game really early on in its development, like really early access, I really look at. I get used to the balance of that version of the game. And if I really enjoy and fall in love with the game at that stage, that I really like the balance, I like the flow, the speed, the progress. And then a year later they come out with an update, or they keep updating it over time, adding more and more content and rebalancing and all of that. And then when I revisit the game, whether it's a single player or multiplayer experience, I revisit it, and that balance has completely changed, which it usually does. I find myself not liking the game anymore. Right? I get so used. My expectations are this game, this balance, this speed of progress. And when something upsets that, when that's not the case anymore, I tend to lose interest. The same is what's happening with Foundry right now. Like, I was, last time we played Foundry, which is a couple months ago, we streamed it. Oh, it's been a while now. 6 months ago now, probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5 or 6.
That game is very enjoyable. There were a few things here and there that I wish they would update. I think I even asked them about a feature, basically naming transformers, and they were like, yeah, that's something we could probably do. But they're really changing the game. They've completely overhauled mid to late game mining. They're doing something weird with robots and manufacturing lines for robots that I don't quite understand why they're doing it. And it's what I like when a game is what it is and doesn't try to be anything else. That I tend to enjoy them a lot more. Like, take a perfect example of that is Assembly Planter, right? Assembly Planter takes the concept of designing automation machines, compact sort of machines, and nesting them in each other, right? You nest this machine and this machine, and you just start ramping up production to the point of absurdity, right? 9 quintillion of something, right? Just the numbers get insane. It doesn't try to tell a story. It doesn't try to tell you why it's doing these things. Just like Shapes. Remember when I did Shapes.io? I love that. I love the simplicity of it. I love that the game was what it was, and it was not trying to tell me a story. It was not trying to do anything other than what it was doing. And I really enjoyed that. And now they're taking Foundry and they're adding stuff to it that makes no sense. The robot factory line, there's no way that game would be able to support a bunch of robots walking around anonymously or autonomously. And, like automating stuff or whatever reason. So I think that the whole robot manufacturing line is either going to be A, for research, just like the research pods, or, launching them into space to propagate the automation. That's, to me, the most likely, is you're just manufacturing these and launching them into space over and over and over again. And that's the purpose. Which the game doesn't need that. It just doesn't. And the change they made to mining, are completely changing mining. And again, I'm used to how mining works. And when I'm used to a game mechanic like that, changing it just I don't know. The same thing happened to me with Factory Town. But if I go long enough between playing and I basically forget what the game was like before, then I can sort of readjust myself. Like the last time I played Factory Town was 2 years past the previous time, right? So I basically played it again, and there was 2 or 3 years worth of updates and content and rebalance,
and trains.
There was tons of stuff in the game that I hadn't experienced before, and it had been long enough where I basically forgot everything about the game. All of the nitty gritty details about the game. I knew overall some of the stuff, but knew how to start. But the balance and stuff, that was largely forgotten. And I enjoyed the game. Factory Town is a phenomenal game. Simple on the surface, but, a lot deeper in complexity than it looks when you first see it. Well, yeah, Factorio is another one of those. I mean, I started the channel on Factorio, and all of the Friday facts that are coming out, it's definitely bringing my interest back. Unfortunately, none of those features are in yet. So playing it without all these sweet features they're talking about is going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. Especially the raised rail. God.
Yeah.
That is a feature I've wanted since I started playing the damn game.
I've wanted that for a long time, but it's also shocking to see that it's maybe going to be a thing.
It's
Just because,
absolutely going to be a thing.
oh yeah, it's just surprising that they're taking it to that point. I didn't really think that they would, due to the overwhelming amount of effort that they have to put into it. It's
Yeah, would it take?
surprising that
They said it
invested.
took like 9 months to implement
Yeah,
all the art and all the code and but they even said in that article that it was one of the most requested features
yeah.
in the game.
And I'm really curious, along with what you were saying. Why is this not moving? Okay, there it's going. I think my internet's kind of glitching out, so I'm trying to be really careful here because I don't think it would be fun if you had to fix a few miles of plowed land. Not to mention, if I run across the road.
Well, there is
But yeah,
one road that you have to run across, but not both.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd be curious if you, with fresh eyes, could take a look at Oxygen Not Included. I know you're not doing the Let's Play format. You're doing just multiplayers and then focusing on modding. But and I hope I didn't have a tone there. I didn't intend it.
Don't take that tone with me. I've watched a couple. There's been a couple channels that start, that had covered it in the past and they're revisiting it. And so I've watched a few of those videos. And yeah, there is a ton of stuff about Oxygen Not Included that has changed since I played it. Like, there is more to that game than I ever thought they were going to add to it. Like, there is so much that you have to manage. For me, I don't know how much enjoyment I would get managing stuff. As far as I like sandboxes and playing in sandboxes, I think that all of the stuff you have to track and watch out for with Oni, I don't know how much. I just don't know how much. Like I would end up starving all my dupes. I would end up making them so hot they just melt. Like I know that it would just end in disaster. I just know that I would forget about something, that I would, because now there's food and there's ranching and there's space stuff and there's it's just layer after layer after layer after layer. And I don't know if I'm just getting older or just less patient, but there are certain things that I enjoy, certain things I don't. And I tend to mod out the things that I don't, or I streamline it. So if you look, the best example for that mentality is my Minecraft mod pack, right? So there are certain things on my Minecraft mod packs that are really easy to do, and there are some things that still take some time and effort. But I tend to enjoy the automation aspect of things. I like automating recipes and automating crafts and automating things. But I like less the grind of certain things, which is one of the reasons I've not really gotten into the create mod. As great as that mod is, and I know greatness when I see it, and I know that mod is phenomenal, but holy cow, is there a lot to it? Like, oh man, it's daunting. what do you start with? How do you progress? And there's just layer after layer after layer of stuff into that mod. And one of the things also I find out about Minecraft is most people, I'm not saying everybody, most people will always follow the path of least resistance. So once they find an efficient way of doing something, that's what they always use. So, like, take for instance something simple, smelting ingots. So if you have the create mod in a mod pack, and you have something like thermal expansion. Thermal expansion includes a redstone furnace or mechanism. That's a good example too. The smelter and mechanism. Or the create way, having a conveyor belt pass in front of a fan with a fire going, and then like some crazy amount of hoppers and stuff on each end to smelt the smelt the ingot. So you have the create way, which is visually cool, right? The visual stuff on create is the coolest part. You're literally seeing all of the stuff you're automating versus dumping a bunch of ore into a redstone furnace. Most people, given the option, will rely on the redstone furnace way of doing it. Most people. Unless that's not an option, period. And then you have no choice. And I do that. I found myself doing that over and over and over again. I would immediately beeline for thermal and mechanism. And that's how I would automate everything, regardless of other mods and the cooler way of doing things. I don't know. So, a game like Ani, I don't know how much patience I would have for it. I just don't. It's a big unknown variable for me.
Yep, mostly I was just kind of curious if how you would land on that, because sometimes you're a little unpredictable. Because sometimes you hate complexity, and then you play modded Minecraft, which to me has always been a puzzle. You hate complexity, but you play modded Minecraft, which is one of the most complicated. Obviously, potentially complicated.
Well, but there are more complicated mod packs out there,
right?
And I don't play those.
Yeah, I know.
My mod packs tend to be very simple. You have AE, you have thermal. There's easy ways to automate everything. There's inputs and outputs. It's not. If you look at the whole picture, it's complex. Like the whole AE system looks complex, but broken down in individual pieces, it's dead easy. It's dead simple. It's the scale that I usually build at that makes it look complex. I was talking with Vejas a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about the way that I automate applied energistics stuff, especially the processors, because I do it in a way that I've never seen anybody else do it, where I automate the processors to fill up drawers passively. So processors are made when there's space available, and then they're not made when the drawers are full, right? So I set a limit. Initially it's maybe 50 processors. And then as I get more and more material, I set that limit higher and higher. But I never forcefully craft in a recipe. I never forcefully craft processors. I always just have a passive number of processors always going. That way the recipes are a lot simpler. And I've never really seen, especially somebody like Direwolf, the man will craft exactly the number of processors he needs, and then the very next episode he has to craft a whole another batch of processors. And it's like, dude, you've got thousands of resources just craft processors. Like, why are we standing around waiting for processors? He has, in 10 years, he still plays exactly the same way, as inefficiently as possible. And it drives me crazy. So I try to play very efficiently and a little piece at a time. And I know that you can take Ani and break it down into little pieces, right? There are ways to do it. There are ways to do the disease part of it, where they're always washing their hands and certain stuff like that. But I don't know how much fun that would give me.
Oh, another option is that you can disable. I think you can disable food. They don't need to eat. They don't have the stress reactions. But the only thing you have to really worry about at that point is making sure they breathe.
Yeah, because oxygen is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily turn off food.
Yeah, but there's varying degrees also.
Right. I would definitely turn off disease. Because that is just like you're in an asteroid in space. I don't see that as a hotbed for disease. And it's just like I just don't want to deal with it. When you're automating stuff and you've got you need to manage water, you need to manage wastewater, you need to manage filtering water, you need to manage oxygen, you need to manage temperature, right? You need to manage all of these things, and that's fine. And then you have to manage food and all of this, and then cooking, and cooking creates heat, and I understand the appeal to the game, 100%. It's a challenging game. I just don't know if I'm at the point in my life that I would enjoy that.
Yeah.
I have played too many games, too many survival games, too many let's chop some more wood, let's whatever to try to survive. Like the Humanit Z game, which is like Project Zomboid plus better graphics. Like I've seen a few videos of that. It looks intriguing. Sort of an updated version of Project Zomboid, and I know you played the hell out of Project Zomboid for a while. And we played Project Zomboid, and it was entertaining, but I wouldn't want to play it alone, because that would be brutal. It was brutal in multiplayer.
Yeah. Oh, that's the name of the game, though, too, is just brutality.
Yeah.
I'd probably play it again, and actually I did install it. I had a friend pop back up, and he's like, "Hey, let's play some Project Zomboid." Okay.
And did you get Humanit Z? Did you get that game?
Yep. I've played it a little bit, but not enough to really get a good hold on it. The controls are very different from Project Zomboid, so it's a little annoying because I'm expecting Project Zomboid controls, and they don't work.
Can you remap them, or are they that different? Are they just so different?
Maybe, but it doesn't have, like in Project Zomboid, you have the thing where you have to right click and hold in a specific direction to get your character to face that way.
Oh,
and that's
right.
that's not a part of Humanitas. You actually have to turn your character.
Huh.
Whereas in Project Zomboid, turning is done kind of automatically, and that's part of the challenge, is that you can't let yourself get to a point where you can't turn quickly enough to stop a zombie from chomping you.
Oh.
You have to
Well, you're
add
not
that
supposed to
little
be that
thing.
close to them anyway. Like, what are you doing all hugging zombies? Should be.
Oh man, I am great at it. You remember the different um, traits that you can put on your characters? I have the hard of hearing one, which makes it so that the radius that you can actually kind of see, quote unquote, behind you is tiny.
Oh man.
And you know, I know I have enough reaction time that even if I'm swinging my weapon, I have enough time to avoid a zombie that just pops into sight. Because that's the big thing, is that if you're not ready for it, yeah, you're getting bit.
Damn zombies.
Because there's not much time to get out of the way. Usually, it's kind of sad, but if one of them pops up behind you like that, you don't have enough time to turn around or turn to the right fully and run 90 degrees from both of them. Usually what I end up doing is I turn, say, 40 or 45 degrees and run through the horde of zombies that's in front of me. Because usually your character will kind of push them out of the way a little bit. You just have to make sure you're not sprinting, because if you sprint, you trip. And just to make sure you remember, there's a difference between sprinting and running. Or jogging, I suppose.
Yeah, that was a rough game. I mean, kudos to the guy who made it for putting so much into it. I know it was either a single dude or a really small team that made Project Zomboid. So
I think it was probably one or two people who started it, but they're expanding their team, or have been expanding over the years. It's a very slow burn, because if you remember the last time we played it, they still haven't released that patch that was coming soon.
Well, didn't they just expand the world? Didn't they just? I remember seeing news of the new update, and they just expanded. They added a whole another chunk of the map.
Yep, but it's still unreleased.
Can you opt into it?
The beta. I haven't checked on that.
Yeah, usually you have to opt into stuff like that, so they're doing final testing and stuff. But
yeah. Oh, they also expanded like the height limits. You can have really tall skyscrapers now, which is just frightening.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can already have like 20 floors. Taking down an apartment building with 20 floors.
That'd be a long time you'd be in that building clearing it all out. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. I mean, we did that mall when we did the multiplayer game. That mall, holy cow. So much stuff and so much looting, and you couldn't carry very much, and it was brutal trying to organize all of that.
Part of it is in that game, you get to the point where, you know, you learn, okay, here's the items I need. Anything else, I scrap or just drop on the ground.
Yeah.
Or, well, leave on the shelves.
Yeah, who knows when the zombie trope will fade away and we'll come up to something else. Who knows what's going to take its place, but we've been on zombies now for 20 years, you know, in pulp culture with movies, and there's even an artist named Rob Zombie, for crying out loud. So at some point the trope has got to fade away and it's got to be replaced with something else, but I
don't think it'll ever actually fade away. It won't be as popular for a while, and then it'll make it.
That's what I mean. That's largely what it's not going to disappear, but it will be. People will sort of be done with it for a while, until another generation or some other pandemic or something happens that brings it right back in the forefront, right?
Yeah.
Um,
One problem is that it's such a unique appeal, the zombie apocalypse story.
well, it's
You know,
there's psychological allegories to it too. The zombie,
Yeah.
if you look at the zombie, it's a really easy enemy because it is us, but it is justifiable to shoot him in the head, right? And
you know,
it is one of those like convenient. Yeah, there's enemies out there. You could replace the zombies with, you know, whatever, and be like, that's the enemy, and whatever. And so zombies are really a neutral. They can be anybody and everybody, and it's, you know, not offensive to have a big population of zombies getting run over by a, you know, in a movie like Zombieland or something. Like, nobody's offended because of all these zombies getting killed. Whereas if they weren't zombies, people might have an issue with it. So it is a convenient enemy, but, you know, at some point people are going to be like, okay, well, you know, there are. Okay, go ahead.
Where I was going with that is that I think if it does find a replacement, you've got to find a replacement that checks enough of the boxes to make an easy transition. And that's kind of what I meant by it's such a unique thing, is that, you know,
There's not much.
Yeah.
There's not much that could take that place of just, doesn't matter what the enemy is. It's a universally, you know, unless you have a giant community of pedos, then it's like, oh yeah, let's just take them all out. Like, everybody could get behind that and nobody would complain, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are certain zombie tropes, certain like, because the zombie sort of trope is a sort of based in science fiction. It's always dealing with like mutated viruses, mutated DNA, you know, some scientific discovery. So the difference is like,
sometimes mysticism.
If you look at like the Resident Evil zombie, right? That was the T virus. That was an invention. So that's one main trope, is a human-made virus or a human mutated virus that causes this. And another trope is just an existing thing that somehow mutates a little bit. So on one branch of that is the show that just came out, The Last of Us. So that zombie myth was based on an actual type of fungus that infects ants and that causes ants to seek high ground before it dies, right? It basically takes over the nervous system of the ant, and like the ant is basically a zombie at that point. And yeah, it takes over. So it's a real thing that they just took and said, oh, what happens if this happens? And, you know, that to me is scarier. And the most scary, the most, I don't know, realistic is the wrong word, but the most believable or feasible trope of zombie that I've ever seen is World War Z. So World War Z was basically a mutated rabies. And rabies already exhibits the symptoms of being a zombie. The frenzied, wanting to bite everything. Those are those are like symptoms of rabies. The crazed, like, and it is a neurological thing. I had a cousin who was on a farm, who grew up on a farm, and she was attacked by a rabid skunk. Probably the worst experience you could ever think of. But she had to get rabies shots afterwards, and those are not pretty, by the way.
The newer ones aren't so bad.
Yeah, well, this was back in the 80s, so
Yeah, back then.
not a fun situation. It was like 15 shots directly into the stomach, like, oh, horrible stuff.
Yeah, it's...
But rabies is like, that is the most believable form of zombieism. Like, something just overwhelms your mind. You're still, you're not immune to injury. You're not immune to wrecking your body, but you're basically immune to pain, right? You are so focused on biting and whatever that you basically are out of your mind. You've lost all control. That to me is the most believable trope of zombieism.
If I remember correctly, that's actually the origin of the zombie mythos. Is early cases of rabies.
That wouldn't surprise me. 100%, that would not surprise me if that was the case. Because it's a freaky, when you ever see an animal with rabies, it's freaky.
Yeah, animals, if they lose their senses, can be pretty scary to begin with. Even animals we think of as domesticated. And I've got a little story for that. But, yeah, add rabies to that, and oof. But yeah, the little story I mentioned, I think it was my grandfather and his father, so my great-grandfather on my father's side. They were... I think they were out in the woods, and the dog had wandered too far or something, and it got its foot stuck in a trap.
Oof.
I think it might have been poachers or something like that had laid it, but that's... heck, it could have been legitimate trapping back then, too, because, used to be a pretty common thing at one point in our history. Anyway, yeah, it got its foot trapped, and they couldn't approach it because it was just gnashing, and if they tried to get close, they would have bit him. So great grandfather, what he did was that he kind of distracted it a bit and then threw his jacket on it and real quick went down and pulled the trap apart to open it. And the dog is, by that point, by the time he opened it, the dog had grabbed the jacket and was just thrashing it back and forth, and once he got it flung off, and then he turned to him and it was still kind of snarling, but then he realized, oh, my foot's out, and then just goes back to his happy puppy face and is like, oh my leg, can you help me, human?
Yeah, you're literally 5 seconds away from an animal wanting to eat you. Like, doesn't matter if it's domesticated or not. I mean, look at what happens with these idiots that keep weird animals, right? Like that case back down in Australia, that woman with the monkey. She had like a chimp or something like that. Literally raised this chimp for years, and the chimp just goes off one day and just literally tears her face off, just out of the blue. Just literally tears her face off. And I mean, yeah, broke many bones. I mean, and this was a creature that they were very familiar with one another, and just one day something set this animal off, this monkey, and yeah, the monkey was like not having it. But yeah, the line between domesticated and not domesticated, ooh. I mean, there was a video I saw. Somebody found a kitten, a black kitten, and rescued it. And this was a kitten. This was down in South America, I think. They found this black kitten, this tiny little thing, and they recorded this whole process. And she brought the kitten home and cleaned it up and started feeding it, and basically raised this kitten from a time before it even opened its eyes. Well, the kitten was not a cat. It was a goddamn Black Panther.
Oh, man.
And so as this animal grew, she quickly realized this is not a normal cat. But since she had raised it, it acted like a normal cat. And she had a dog. And so the video was her out in the woods and playing with the dog and the cat, this giant ass panther, and acting like a normal house cat. But I watched this video and went, wow, that is super awesome and cool, and wouldn't it be nice to have a panther in the house? Have a sign out front of your house that says, protected by panther. That panther at any moment could decide it doesn't need you around anymore. And if it comes to that realization and you're not prepared for it, you are lunch at that point.
And not to mention, that's a part of the natural process, is to break out on its own.
Right. At any time, that panther could be like, yeah. I don't know. I wasn't sure if I couldn't tell if it was a male or female. But if it was a male panther,
Oh, man.
yeah, you don't want that around. Even female panther would be, that would be rough. But a male panther, you are definitely not going to want that around long term. But yeah, as cool as that would be, the video was cool, showing this panther just being very playful. But even my cat, I was playing with my cat last night. My cat gets really frisky, and she likes to play, and you move your hand around, and she's batting at it and trying to bite at it, because those are the only two interactions she has. Batting at it with a paw and biting at it. Those are the only two things that she can do. And she nicked my hand right in here. She nicked it with her tooth. Right? And yeah, I had to wash it and put some ointment on it, because I got it's a weird the skin reacts really weird with a cat.
Yeah.
But imagine doing that with a goddamn panther.
Yeah.
The panther is still as playful, but it weighs more than you do.
Even something that was raised in captivity and essentially is partially domesticated can turn on you.
Oh yeah.
Siegfried and Roy.
Oh yeah, I forgot about them.
Oof.
Yeah, for years they raised these animals. Years.
I can't remember how long or which one of them it was. No, if I remember correctly, both of them are gone now too, right? One of them died eventually from the injuries from the cat, and I think the other one was lost due to COVID.
Yeah, I knew about the accident, not the accident, but because that was on stage, wasn't it? Weren't they on stage performing when the cat decided enough of this shit?
I didn't see an article. I've only actually heard word of mouth, so I can't verify.
I think it was on stage, because they were right in the middle of a performance, and the cat decided, you know what, screw this.
Yeah.
You're not paying me enough. And yeah, it was on stage at the time, and the cat decided, no, I'm done. I'm done with this, and just attacked him. I think God, I want to say it was Siegfried, but
I think so.
But yeah, so ended the Siegfried and Roy show. I mean, Jesus. But those guys knew going in, that was a possibility. Always a possibility.
Yeah. And that kind of thing, the longer time goes on, it not only is a possibility, but it becomes a probability.
Yeah, statistically, it's going to happen. You know, you go on long enough, you ride a motorcycle enough without a helmet, and it's going to catch up to you. It's going to happen. I don't care if you're like, well, I'm the best goddamn driver in the world. It's like, that doesn't matter. It's all of the other drivers that suck. And all it takes is once, and you're just a pancake on the ground. Like, it just, that's just all it takes. So statistically, it's going to happen, regardless.
Do you remember my motorcycle story?
No.
It wasn't me personally. It was. Nah, I probably shouldn't say it. I'd get too emotional. It was one of my favorite people, and he's not with us.
Yeah, the motorcycles are you know, they're just death traps. I mean,
I guess I can say it quickly. He sold it, and it was purchased, but he wanted to take it for one last ride.
oh my god. Oh my god, the very last ride.
Yep.
Yeah, it's I own a motorcycle, and I can tell you firsthand, I'll never own another one. I'm lucky to be alive. They're so unsafe. They're so unsafe.
The worst part is that he was selling it because he didn't want to leave his 6-year-old daughter.
Oh, Jesus
alone.
Christ. That's tragic.
Uh-huh. And technically not alone. Still, she still has her mom, but they were separated. Yeah, it was.
Wow.
It was sad.
That's amazing. I mean, yeah, the one story I know knew one of my coworkers years ago at the company I was at. When he found out I had a bike, he told me the story, and he said that he was a part of a group in the area of young guys who all had motorcycles, and they'd go out riding in the weekends and stuff. It wasn't a gang or anything. It was just, a bunch of enthusiasts riding bikes. And they were safe. They were not idiots. So, helmets and leather and just making sure they were protected. But you're so exposed on a bike. There's no way to eliminate risk. And he said one of the guys was out on the highway and another car cut him off, and because people really don't look for motorcycles, not very often, so the person either didn't see him or whatever, and he was got in an accident where he was knocked into the air and he came down on his back on the concrete divider rail, right? So you got a K rail right down the middle. He came down on his back on that rail. Obviously broke his back, paralyzed him from the waist down, permanently. There's no getting back from that. And the guy I worked with told me that he goes, almost everybody in the group that they were in sold their bikes. He goes, my bike was sold within a week after that. Because they were all really young. I mean, they were all early 20s when this happened. And it was like, okay, that's just permanently paralyzed this guy. Like, there's no getting away from that. So, crazy dangerous. Yeah. Look at the guy who made Fortress Craft, DJ. The guy bought a really racing motorcycle.
Wasn't it Ducati?
No, it wasn't. I don't think it was a Ducati.
Okay.
No. but gets in a wreck, spills it at like 190 miles an hour. He ends up having to do like 6 months of rehab, 6 months of like crazy things to get better again. I mean, he's lucky to be alive, but he did it on a racetrack. But it's so stupid. Like, why would you do that? Why would you drive your motorcycle 190 miles an hour? That's just the most ridiculous thing you could do. But I would much. I mean, motorcycles are cool, but I wouldn't own a street one anymore. But I wouldn't mind like a dirt bike. You know, a small CC engine that you don't need a lot, but just something to tool around out in the countryside would be fun. Slower speeds, not very powerful engine. The thing itself wouldn't weigh very much. Like the thing about my bike, I had a Suzuki SV650. That bike weighed like 500 pounds. I mean, it was not a light machine. And when you've got that much mass, right, you gotta adjust, and you gotta figure out how to wrestle with that. A dirt bike is going to be less than half of that weight, and you're going to not have as much power. You know, the 650, the engine on that, like, an insane amount of power compared to like a dirt bike, like a 100cc dirt bike or something. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's surprisingly how light dirt bikes can be, relatively speaking.
God, this has been raining for so long. Literally, yeah. Like the whole other field, plowing and planting that field and plowing this new field, the entire time it's been raining. It's been raining for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah, tis pretty crazy.
Let's see, what else is going on in the world today that I feel that we could talk about without me getting completely demonetized.
Oh.
YouTube censorship. Insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, this week kind of went by fast. I've been really trying to get motivated to continue the vintage engineering mod. I just need to push myself over the hump of getting this electrical system up and running and just pushing through that, because I think the other side, once I get it working, getting all the other machines up and running is just, it's just a few weeks. You know, every day you could probably do a new machine, because what I'm going to do is have basic standards. You know, I'm going to have like a standardized set of objects. So, like, there's very little difference between something like a metal press and a metal roller, right? The main difference is going to be the recipes that control them, but the machines themselves are going to be largely identical. So as far as like block entities, the blocks themselves, that kind of stuff is largely going to be copy and pasted. Once I have the test stuff done and working, And by working, I mean like when you place it at a, you know, looking a certain direction, the thing rotates right. That's stuff I don't know how to do. Like, how do you rotate the block as well as the wire connection points to face the way that you're facing, you know, rather than hard coding the directionality of the block. As far as the multi-block stuff, that I'm a lot less confident about that, just because there are limitations to the game, and there are limitations to what I know how to do. So as I get more and more stuff done, you know, I'll be putting out test versions and stuff, but the multi-block stuff might have to come after I get most of the machines done, the recipes done.
I'd probably do it that way anyway, just for simplicity.
Right, because a single block,
Concept.
yeah, a single block machine, that's how thermal does it. It's largely how mechanism does it for most of the machines. So yeah, it's a lot easier to do it that way, and to get a baseline, because once the machines are in, everything on top of that is just sort of visual goodness, right? A multi-block machine is all that does is make it visually appealing. It does nothing for the functionality. The back-end simulation does exactly the same thing. Simulates the exact same way. But it's just extra prettiness, you know. So I'm more of a function rather than form person as far as programming goes.
Yeah.
And knowledge, because I know there's an easy way to get animations to work right. You can just swap the block that has an animation. There's a call in the API that's called, it's just exchange block. So exchange block will swap block A with block B, and it will do so in a way that doesn't reinitialize the block entity, so it uses the same block entity. It doesn't cause block updates, right? So neighboring blocks, when you do an exchange block, neighboring blocks don't get a block update call. It's a really fast swap of the block, and the game uses it in many places that you wouldn't normally see, but it uses them. Even mods use it, like one good example of a mod that uses the exchange block is the storage drawer mod. So when you apply an upgrade to a drawer, let's say you build a drawer and then you apply the copper upgrade to it, the block, when you apply the copper upgrade, that is a different block, right? It just swaps the block. It's a different block, but it just swaps it, and boom, now you have the copper one. And so the underlying storage doesn't change, like what's in the block, which is why that exchange block is so nice, because you just swap it. And so for animations, I thought, once I dug into it a little bit, you could have one version of the block that's not animated, that's basically off. Think of it as off. This is what the machine looks like when it is off. And then you have another version that has just a looping animation, and that is the on version. And so you have two different blocks, one is on, one is off, and as soon as the machine kicks on in the game, you just exchange block with the one that's on, and then it just starts playing the animation behind the scenes. It's just automatic. So, you know, because my very first stream, when I started looking at it, I had no idea how I was going to do like animations and stuff. I was like, how the hell does this work? But the more I looked into it, the more I was like, oh, this would be a way to do it that's generic. Now, if you wanted like context sensitive, like specific animations, you know, if you had a multi-block smelter where part of the animation was the pouring of metal or something like that, however you wanted to do it, and the pouring of it and the solidification of it was depending on what the material was, whether it was copper or iron or whatever, that would be that would be so much harder, because then you're texture swapping, oh god, yeah. Those are features that you add after the thing works, after you get it working. Same with the multi-block. You know, get it working. Hey, all stopped. It's not break time.
I'm having internet connection troubles or something, because it was stuttering. I'd hold the forward key for like 3 seconds and nothing happened. So I was just giving it a sec to make sure things are
okay.
Clearing up.
Your dad must be downloading
Okay, better
that
now.
clown midget porn again.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, the vintage engineering mod, what I wish I could do is send Tyrone the code that I've got and just be like, here's what I have, here's how I modeled it, can you just please make it work? Can you please put this in and make this part of the base game so I don't have to freaking worry about it anymore, and I can just tie my system into this system and just not have to think about it anymore, because this is by far, it's so far out of my wheelhouse as far as my skill level. All this 3D stuff and rendering and oh god, I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't even know if the code I've written works. So that's what's slowing me down, is just like self-doubt and wanting to get over this hump and not knowing how, because there's still a lot of work to do for the underlying system. Loading in the objects, from JSON and stuff, making sure everything is set, and
If you don't mind a subject change, I did think of something that popped back into my brain. It's something that's bugged me for a really long time, but just for some reason went to the forefront again. The concept, this was really popular back when the Patriot Act was coming, of you know, they announced that our lettering are watching American citizens more closely, you know, even if they're not connected to terrorism, etc., etc., especially the NSA, because that was when they started saying, oh, you know, listening, and the whole tagline of well, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear.
Yeah.
And how much that bugged me, because that's actually translated a direct quote from Joseph Goebbels.
Yeah.
For those who don't know,
yeah,
he was the propagandist for the Nazis. So, you know,
Goebbels.
Feel free to quote that. It just ties to me what kind of person you are. You know?
Oh yeah.
But that's always bugged me. Just
funny
frozen.
Funny that the entire time you were saying that, there were little audio hitches. So yeah, you're it's either mine or yours. I don't know, but there are definitely connection.
It's mine, I'm pretty sure.
There's definitely like little blips of connection strain, but I heard what you said. Oh, is this going to be... Please tell me this is going to be the last.
Nope.
Is there one
There's
little...
a tiny little bit left.
Okay,
Yelp.
well, I will...
I'll
I
start
will.
heading from this way.
Well, I'm just going to drive this thing back home, and I want to
Okay.
I want
I'll
to
do that.
start... Yeah, I want to start the lime. So I gotta take time to go drive back. Yeah, there was a when we've talked a lot about the culture war and some craziness from the left right now. Colleges are really bad, and so somebody
Yeah.
did a test. And this is the craziest thing. Somebody did a test just to see how insane the left has gotten, and so they took an excerpt, they took a chapter out of a book, and all they did, they submitted the paper, but all they did was change one word in the chapter, and they submitted it, and the paper was accepted. And the book that they used was Mein Kampf. They used a chapter from that book. The word that they swapped the word Jew with the word white man. And it was verbatim a chapter from that book. And they submitted that to the academic people in the college, and the paper was accepted.
I believe it.
And that is the craziness. And you know, for me, it's just like, Jesus. You know, like, it's gotten crazy. It's just gotten out of hand.
Similarly, this was some years ago now, but this is one of the crazier things I heard of. I can't remember what group it was, but somebody started posting little pamphlets. All it was just a little poster with words. It's okay to be white. And just watched the rage across campus.
Oh yeah,
Because it was racist to
Yeah.
say that it's okay to be white.
it's racist to say it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, the general attitude is just it's so amazing. The what is going on right now in this country and in a lot of other countries too are dealing with this. It's amazing. What's actually going on? It's just amazing to me. It makes no sense.
To me, it's not that boy, how to phrase it, understand their perspective, but why it's happening is that, well, essentially, they want the Great Reset,
Yeah.
or they want something, and they're just using that as cover. My money's on the latter.
The WEF is in full effect.
Yeah.
Um,
I assume you just say the letters because you don't want to actually say the phrase, correct? Or are you just saying that?
It's just how most people talk about it. WEF is a pretty well-known organization, and you know, literally run by a Bond villain. I mean, it's amazing when you see this person speak, and you're just like, This is a real person?
I don't know.
How is this person real? This is literally a Bond villain. It's hilarious.
I think that might be an insult to Bond villains.
All he needs is a perfectly
even
white
they-
cat in his lap to pet really slowly, and he would just, it would be perfect.
Yup. Oh, with the lag. Oh my goodness. Okay, I tapped the A key. If you look at the map and see my arc, I'm going in a circle because I tapped the A key once and it's just waiting to resolve that. I'll just let that run for a little bit.
What?
Yep.
Your
I'm
plow
just-
isn't
I'm
down, is it?
Doing a donut. Nope.
Okay, good. I was
It's
like,
up.
you're not.
So yeah, no worries there.
Jesus.
Okay, now it looks like it resolved now. So yeah, there's just a donut in the middle of that field. All is well, don't worry.
I need to use the bathroom really quick. Be right back.
All right.
All right.
I bumped a piece of equipment and knocked it over. I'll try to get it flipped back over once I get this parked.
Can we please get some, like, sunshine here? Nope.
Wait, are we talking in real life or in the game? I don't know if the weather's
There
the
we
same
go.
there, but
Yeah, I was gonna actually comment on that once because this whole week has been super like dreary. Like usually I wake up like with a natural amount of light in the room, so it's just X amount of light in the room wakes me up, and that's light is how you wake up essentially. But this whole week, like every day, has been super cloudy and dark, and it's like you get up and it's 10 o'clock, but it looks like it's 8 in the morning. I mean, it's super dark outside. It's just radically messed up my circadian rhythm. Okay, we have those metal stones. Okay, so we go here. If I don't plant this today, it'll turn into weeds, which would be bad. Ooh, these are limited to 25 miles an hour. What the hell was I thinking? Don't think there's a faster fertilizer spreader that's... Yeah. Pretty sure this is fastest and widest that we've got. How wide is this? I mean, this is 4 divided by 40 divided by 6. I mean, 42 is what, 7? 6 times 7?
Yeah.
Because 6 times 8 is 48. So 6 times 7 has to be 42. So 6 times 6 is 36. So roughly 4,000 divided by 6 would be... Yeah, roughly 400? No, it'd be more than 400. Trying to figure out how long these plots of land are, because there's 6 going down, or 4 going, or 10 going across, so that's easy. The map is 4096, so going across is easy. It's 4 point something, 400 meters basically is the width of them, but the height, not sure on the height. Or now that I'm on this run, let's try to find it. 4096 divided by 6. 682 and 2/3. So 682. You can, yeah, that other.
I'm gonna AFK a little while here.
Okay. 682 meters long, or north to south. 682 meters. So if we divide that by 42, it's 16 for a full width. It's 16 passes for this fertilizer maker or lime spreader to cover the height here. Now the length of this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus. So that's 400. That's 2,000 meters plus, let's call that 380. 2,380 meters wide. That's a pretty big field. I mean, that's over 2 kilometers. Almost 2.5 kilometers long. And it's definitely more than a kilometer. It's a big field. Let's just put it that way. It's a big field. We still have 8.6 million liters of canola sitting in storage. Hmm. Hmm. What do we want? Hmm. Yeah, we're definitely at mega farm status here. We're having trouble with our productions keeping up. With like, yeah, we've got a bunch of sugar. We need to take this batch of sugar. We need to deliver that batch of sugar to the chocolate factory. And then the next batch of sugar after that goes to the bakery. We can finally get some cake out of this, I think. The chocolate factory is going to have to work. Oh, yeah, more milk, which we got to work on the cows. I mean, there's 422,000 liters in there. Another month or another day goes by. Should be enough, hopefully. We're probably going to need to, well, I mean, we're half empty on the food. Which is kind of amazing, because there were 3 million liters of TMR in there, and they've already used half of it in 4 or 5 months. They are eating a lot of food. God, if I could hit the right damn keys, Jesus. Not staring at my keyboard to hit the E and W key. All right, hire the worker. Go to this. Hire this worker. And there we go. Now, let's grab a truck. All right. Let that fill up with sugar, because we got to take it over to here. I've already got a bunch of milk in there. What is the cost of that chocolate recipe? I bet you that's not cheap. Wherever it is. There it is. Oh, it's not too bad. 57,000. So yeah, the first batch of sugar goes in here, which there should be enough milk in there. Yeah, there's enough milk in there to get us one whole set of chocolate. And then raisins. $108,000 for raisins. Whew. And it's essentially a giant dehydrator. All right, let's do a checklist. Eggs are in. Strawberries are in. Butter is in. Flour. Got lots of flour. Sugar is coming, and milk is going to be coming, and then chocolate is going to be crafting here soon. So, how about the cereal, we have honey in there. We have oats maxed. Corn is coming next month. And obviously the raisins after that first grape harvest. Fingers crossed that that grape harvest comes through. Okay, so did I enable the chocolate? I'm hoping I did. Nope. Start that up. They've already got pallets and carton rolls. We're good there. It should be good to go. And then sugar itself. Sugar beets. Yeah, probably have plenty of sugar beets. We're crafting that up again. This is a pretty expensive recipe, so I really wish we could have done cut sugar beets. We could have probably had them going the whole time we've been plowing and stuff. We could have had sugar beets going, but I mean, Oss is already having a little bit of connection issues. So having a whole bunch of stuff going all at the same time on the map it would just exacerbate the problems. I don't think we're going to. Excuse me. I don't think we're going to gather stones on this field. Yeah. I want to do stones when they're not yellow, when they're worse than yellow. But anyway. So this field here is a small-ish field with corn. This is a unbelievably large field with corn. The amount of corn we're going to get out of this is just crazy. And the reason for that is we can hold 10 million liters of corn in this production facility, right? Right here. We can hold 10 million liters of corn. So I planted, enough corn to get us through. This is going to be wheat. Essentially, all of this wheat will go into the farm supply factory to make us seeds. So we don't have to buy our seeds anymore. And then all of these strawberries, let's do this. I want to sell while those lime things are going. Let's go grab all of the strawberries that we can and sell them and turn it into lettuce. And that way we get lettuce is a little bit more profitable.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. We were talking about domestication earlier, and that didn't directly remind me of it, but it definitely contributed to me thinking about it. I know I've mentioned her in the past, but my brother had I think she was half pit bull, half Rottweiler dog, and it was the smartest dog I have ever seen. I'd probably say she had a higher IQ than some people I've met. It's that bad. And my brother was out hunting with her, and this is just kind of add in how smart she was. They went out squirrel hunting, and the first squirrel that he shot, it fell out of the tree, and she grabbed it in her mouth and shook it and basically tore it apart. There was nothing, no usable meat. Um, and he was a little disappointed in that, and I don't think he like yelled at her or nothing, but she could tell that he wasn't as pleased as he could have been. So the next time he shot one, and everyone since then, he'd shoot a squirrel, it'd fall, she'd run up, grab it, and give it a good crunch in just the right spot to make sure, just to finish it off, and then leave it alone. And every time after that, just enough to kill the thing without ruining the meat.
Wow. Now, when
And
you
it's
say
not like,
meat and it's a squirrel, like what the hell
uh
was he doing with squirrel meat? Like was he eating the squirrels? Like was this
oh
a
yeah,
okay?
we live in the country. That's not an abnormal thing.
Squirrel stew.
Yeah, specifically squirrel stew. It's not
How is
bad.
there even enough meat on a squirrel? Like they're tiny little thing.
Well, it's true, there is, but I'd like to point out there's people that eat oysters, so
That's true. I mean, there's people that eat tarantulas. I've seen it on the Food Network.
that's fair.
I had nightmares for a week after that.
Justifiably so. Ugh. I mean, I'm okay with the food chain as it is, where they eat us. I don't need to eat them.
Well, they don't even eat us.
I know.
I'm okay with the
I'm
food
just
chain of them eating insects, and if they're outside, we have a treaty. If they're outside, that's legal. As soon as a spider enters my home, the treaty is null and void, and they know that. This is known. What movie is that from? This is known.
well, it sounds familiar, but I can't pinpoint it either.
So yeah, I am not a fan of spiders. And
Yeah.
now I don't go running and screaming, but I've had them on me.
Ugh.
One of the things I've learned, and this might freak some of you out. If you've ever had a dream about a spider, any dream, whether or not the dream is about a spider being on you or any other type of dream, anytime you've had a dream involving a spider, the likelihood that there's a spider on you is damn near 100%. That is your subconscious telling you, there, wake up, there's a spider on you. Because literally every single time that I've had a dream where I have the creepy crawlies, I feels like there's a spider on me, I wake up and there's a spider on me. Every single time. So, yeah.
I think I've actually heard that, from verified sources.
It's not my favorite, thing, but
And another fun one. I've heard two versions, but the only difference between said versions is the number 3 verse 4. So the subject, um, you eat an average of 3 or 4 spiders every single night.
no.
Average. Yeah,
No, that's not true.
that's what I've heard.
No. The statistic I've heard, because it also largely depends on where you live in the world. There are places that are more spider infested than others. But the statistic I heard is the average person eats 8 spiders in their lifetime.
Maybe they're counting mites or something in the one I heard.
Yeah, every night? No way. There's no way.
Actually, I'll see if the internets has any clues.
To the secret lab.
Yeah. The problem is the phrasing, since that's a long phrase. Oh, okay. Here's one. I don't want to read the article, but this one says it's not true that you eat 8 per year, but it doesn't specify a number.
Yeah, it wasn't 8 per year. It was 8 in your lifetime.
Yep. Oh, this was just the first article that popped.
Bellies. I'll eat 8 jelly bellies. That's something I'll eat. Those are mostly juicy pear. Well, that's good. I like a little variety. Oh yeah, I did add a couple tutti fruities in here too.
But the statistic I heard, I think they were counting very like microbe type spiders, which I think they were pushing the definition of spider. If you've heard like spider mites,
Oh.
which they're mites, not spiders, but I'm saying along those lines.
Well, just the sheer number of microbes that are living on your body. I mean, if you look at that, there's millions of them just living on your skin. So, yeah, people who are like, what is the term? They're freaked out about bacteria and stuff, and so they compulsively wash their hands. You know, they refuse to go outside. Like, don't you realize how many things are just living on your body? And you know, if they actually knew the truth, they would probably not be able to function if they're actually afraid of, you know.
Well, I think most of those people do actually know it. They're just also in denial, if not straight up just what is it? The thing the horses have on the side, the
Blinders?
blinders. Thank you. Prevents them from looking left and right, or more getting distracted by things on the left and right. Yeah, sometimes me finding words is at ridiculous levels. Of inability to finish the sentence. Another example of my brain just going off the rails.
Okay. So glad I found this modded pack of super fast tractors, because driving around this map at 24 miles an hour would
that be
take a while. I'd basically need an Uber every time I needed to go across the map. Like, just hire a worker to do it. But the worker, like, driving thing on a custom map like this, I don't know how other maps make it look so easy, where you just, like, hire a driver and tell them where to go, and just, like, I don't know how to make that easy. Right. Now let's grab another tractor. Make this go a little faster. Grab another limer.
Want me to work on something too?
Yeah, if you want to grab another one. There's one.
On the limer?
There's another one. Put 600K in here. Not that, but
Here we go. Here's a tractor.
be sure to double check your width. Some of these were less than the max width.
Yeah, it looks good, but I'll kind of cycle through the width on machine, and then I'll verify the width on the other jigamathinky. Oh, if you remember the guy with the motorcycle that I mentioned earlier,
Mm-hmm.
it was my nephew. I didn't mean to like hide that or nothing, but yeah, it was my nephew, and my brother and I had actually given him an online handle. You know, he was trying to think of a good name, and that name was Osirok.
Oh,
So
that's where it came from.
Yep, me taking that name again was kind of a tribute to him. Part of me feels kind of morbid. I don't know, but
It's an homage. I mean,
yeah,
look at it either way, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
the intention that is important.
yeah,
You know, my little brother, for whatever reason, I mean, you know, nicknames and stuff usually evolve, but so my little brother, the next youngest brother, everybody in the family just calls him Gooz, right? Gooz. How that evolved over his early life, like his childhood. It started when he was a baby and just making weird noises. Eventually, it evolved to just be Gooz, and it's a really unique name, right? It's a really unique nickname, and it's I don't want to say it's perfectly unique. But I remember years ago talking to him about that. When the internet really took off and everybody was online, and I told him, I was like, man, you got the perfect nickname, like unique internet handle built in. Like you already have it. Nobody else is gonna have this. And he's like, he goes, no, I can't use that nickname online because the only people that call me that, they're all family members, right? It's only family that uses that nickname. None of his friends ever used it. Nothing. And so he was never comfortable with using that name online. So yeah, to this day I still call him Goose even though he's in his 30s. You know, I'm just oh, I see you're coming this way. Okay, let me go over here.
Yeah, I should have asked you which side you were going on.
I had hired a worker, so it was up to the worker which direction he wanted to go in.
Ah.
So I'll just go over here.
Okay. Yeah, I should have just waited until your worker spun around first.
It's an easy fix.
That's fair.
It's done. This is a Jesus. Whew. Compared to like the little grape field that we could you imagine a field this size of grapes? Oh my god, it would take hours to turn that over. Hours and hours to like back and forth, like mulcher and blah. I would drive myself insane before that. I would have to try to figure out a way of doing a course for it, because there's no way that you'd be able to do a field this big of grapes like manually over and over and over again with the number of steps that it takes, the plowing, the spraying, the mulching, then the harvesting, and then after the harvest, then you got to do the trimming of the leaves and stuff. Auto save.
You know, thinking of farming and such. If you know, any viewer out there has never had a garden, I highly recommend just to do it, because it is a unique feeling to actually have something that you've grown and that you can eat and enjoy.
Oh yeah.
Not to mention, 9 times out of 10, the stuff that you grow knocks the living daylights out of anything that you could buy.
Oh, yeah. Usually, yeah. There's no comparison to homegrown. I remember because we always had a garden when I was growing up, and one of the very first things, if you plant a garden in the spring, one of the very first things that's ready for picking and eating is peas. Peas, it's a spring and early summer crop. So the pea plant does not last, midsummer July. It is dead. It does not like the heat. So peas were always the first thing off the vine, and you go out to the garden and you grab a ripe pea pod and you just open it and eat the peas. Oh my god, so good. I couldn't figure out. So my mom, we have a farmer's market here, and so the local farmers, have started plowing some of their land, and they create enormous gardens.
Oh yeah.
So rather than plant an entire field of just like wheat, right? They section off a pretty large area they plant the main part wheat, but they keep, a few acres, and they plant onions and carrots and potatoes, and they plant a garden of all the different kinds. And then they bring that, when harvest time starts, they start bringing that in, and they set up farmers market booths, and they start selling produce. And some of them are it's so big that you can actually get like a subscription you can pay, where they just bundle up bags. They portion it all out by weight, I think, and they bundle up bags, and every week you just show up and they give you your portion. And obviously the first thing off the vine was peas, and so for family dinner she'd be like, "Oh, we got peas," and she would get a bag, like one of those like giant Ziploc bags full of fresh off the vine, off the garden peas. And she'd spend like an hour shucking the peas, and then she'd cook them. And I'm like, I remember the first family dinner we had, I'm like, "Why did you cook these? Right? Why did you cook these?" She said, "Well, they're good cooked." And I said, "They're so good fresh off the vine. They have such a unique flavor." So the next week she got another batch of them, and she set aside a bunch for me just to eat raw. Really good.
Yeah, I tend to prefer, carrots, celery. Well, people don't really cook celery, but yeah, carrots is the only one that springs to mind offhand. I love them fresh as opposed to.
Carrots are really good
cooked.
fresh. I mean, granted, you have to wash them off and peel them a little bit, but
Yeah.
yeah, carrots are really good. Really earthy, like, yeah.
That's the dirt.
Yeah, that's the dirt.
You said to wash them off. I found it humorous. I think I mentioned it a long time ago, but yeah, I used to grow peppers every now and then, various types. Jalapenos, habaneros.
Pepperoni.
What was
Habaneros even. Wow, what do you use those in? Do you make homemade salsa or something?
I did make a homemade sauce out of the habaneros. That was 2 batches of it. One was good, one was not. Because we weren't sure, because it called for a lime, but it didn't say whether you should put the rind in or not. So the first time we put it in there to see how it would turn out, and it had such a bitter, sour taste. But the second time we peeled all the rind off, and turned out pretty good. Interesting thing to note, I have heard, and this is Tabasco sauce mostly, that if you leave some things sit, they'll change over time. So if it's bitter, you leave it sit, it might not be that way eventually. So I kept that, and every few years I would take it, and after 20 years of just sitting there, it turned out to be pretty good.
20 years?
Yeah,
Holy shit! That is like a wine. You could have started like a wine, like we're gonna this is the OS hot sauce 20-year bottle edition, premier, it's better than whiskey or whatever. Like, that's what I think about sitting and fermenting and just sitting. Yeah, there are definitely peppers and certain spices that, initially, if they're like fresh, they're more hot than flavorful. But the more they sit, the heat starts to dissipate and the flavor starts ramping up. And that's definitely like preferable to me. I don't mind. I like spicy food. It wreaks havoc on my digestive system, but I like spicy food. The hard part for me is something that's so spicy that you can't taste it anymore. Right? It's so hot. The first 2 bites, it's like, oh, that's pretty good, and then after that, your nose is running, your eyes are watering, and you can't taste it anymore. And that's what sucks. I don't like that.
I definitely like the kick, the point where you can barely taste something. But yeah, you need to taste it a little. But I was always ramping up the amount I used.
And that's why I've always been on the hunt to buy the Schlotchke's jalapeno chips. Is those chips? There's a perfect balance of heat to flavor with those chips. They're so rich in flavor, but they're also, you eat a bag of those, even in one of those small bags, and you can get through the whole bag and barely feel it, right? But once you're done with the bag, there's this like, eventually you're like, oh, those were hot. Like, it's not right away. It's all flavor initially. And then it's like crazy heat after that. So yeah, pretty amazing.
I had another brother who was in the military, and it was very consistent. Where all the MREs, meals ready to eat, I know you know that, they would have a tiny bottle of Tabasco sauce, and we were wondering why why do they have these little vials of Tabasco sauce in them? And he actually enlightened us. Um, maybe this isn't what everybody did, but you eat these day after day, even if they're good, you eat them every single day for years on end, and you're sick of them. So what he figured out is that you take this Tabasco sauce, slam it, and then eat your meal because you can't taste it.
Mm.
And look at that. That worked out perfectly. That last one that I had hired, he filled that last little bit like perfect. I'm shocked it worked so well.
Yeah, I'm just kind of parking these over here so you can.
Yeah,
You can do it.
I'll get them fired away. You go ahead and work on the next stage.
Get this guy lined up. God, I did it again.
Oh, I never finished a thought. You had asked what I did with the habaneros. Most of the habaneros went bad.
Oh, really?
Because with the other types of peppers that I was doing, like the typical chili pepper, that was another one that I had a lot of. Cayenne, both of those, and I think a third one. I had heard that what you're supposed to do if you want to dry them is take a needle and just pierce the stem and then get this big line of them together and dry them that way. I'm sure you can kind of visualize it where you just have like dozens of peppers all strung together, and it almost looks like just a cylinder of them. But if you look close, it's peppers all mashed together. But yeah, I tried drying some habaneros that way, but they have something different about them, and they actually start to fester on the inside. So most of the habaneros I didn't get a chance.
Did you just try to passively dry them, like just
Yes.
air dry, and not actually use a dehydrator? Because I'm sure if you used a
Correct.
dehydrator, it would
That's
be
what I did.
much faster.
That's what I did with the remainder of the habaneros. But yeah, the chili peppers and the cayenne, those work well for air drying. But yeah, I had to use a dehydrator with the habaneros. And then
Interesting.
once I did that, I have a pepper grinder. Or maybe it was a coffee. No, it's coffee grinders. Yeah, I got a coffee grinder, and I got another one eventually because I wanted one that worked a little faster. But yeah, you grabbed a coffee grinder and ground them up, and had my own little powdered cayenne, powdered chili pepper, powdered habanero. Not much of the habanero, but
It'd be funny to have not tell anybody and have a pepper shaker on the table during a meal, and
oof.
instead of like black pepper, it's like there's a bunch of like powdered habanero in there. You're like, oh, putting this on my eggs or whatever, and you're like, oh, toasty.
The jalapenos, I grew them, and I did dry some of them, but most of them I pickled. And I don't know what I did, quote unquote, wrong, which I would actually say right, but they were shockingly hot. And I mean, from the context, you can probably already tell I like hot things, and I found them hot. Whereas jalapenos typically one thinks of, on scales, they'd be low as opposed to medium or high, where habaneros would be high.
Yeah,
They
the
were-
the Scoville scale of jalapenos as far as pepper goes is one of the lowest. I mean, it's hotter. It's like hotter than chili peppers, but as far as like the hot end of the spectrum, they're the least hot of those kinds of peppers.
Yeah, and they were pretty crazy. It was shocking. It was actually kind of a shame too, because that was my goal, is to have a nice snacking pepper, and most of them,
Interesting.
they were
Yeah,
too hot to snack on.
most jalapenos for me are more flavor than heat, which is why
yeah.
the jalapeno chips are just like, that's what I want. Flavor and a little bit of heat. But if anybody out there works at, a Slotsky's Deli, I want a case. I want a couple cases of the jalapeno chip. Monthly. That when my dad finally tracked one down and got me a case of those, I ate on them for like 2 weeks, and it was a very interesting digestional 2 weeks. I had some I had a few issues. You can't eat that many jalapeno chips, in a short amount of time and your body not go, what the hell are you doing? But it was worth it.
Odd thing to note, I meant to mention this earlier. I had kind of the opposite effect when it came to hot food.
You got constipated, really?
No. In regards to just like the stomach aches, even. I've always had a weird digestive system, and sometimes, especially in the mornings, I'll wake up and it's just, it feels awful, almost nauseous, but not quite nausea. And I figured out one of the things I could do is just take a shot glass, sprinkle some Tabasco sauce in there, and then to take the edge off, I put a little water in there, and also to rinse out the glass a little, and just take a shot of it, and it helped.
Wow.
And plus where people will say, the next day I felt it. Barely ever have I ever had that happen. 1 or 2 times have I actually felt the spices as I'm sitting on the porcelain throne.
Yeah, it wasn't that it was hot on both ends. It was
Oh yeah.
My digestion was like, are you kidding me? Like, you're doing this to me again? And yeah, it was rough. But then I'd come out of the bathroom after washing my hands, sit down, and eat another bag of chips.
Yo.
Like, because they were just the tiny, like, single serving size, and so for dinner I would have like 1 or 2 bags, and it was like, oh, they're so good. And then 4 hours later, I'd be sitting on the throne and being like, God damn, that was crazy. And then literally an hour later, I'd be like, God, those are good chips. But yeah, why I even emailed Schlotchke's Deli and was like, hey, I want to order some of these chips. Can you make them available? And I even got a message back from like the CEO, and he was like, yeah, we don't currently have a way to order these online, blah 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 blah. And it was just like, okay, but can you make one? Because there's demand for it. I see that if there was a way to order them online, I would have done it already. It's the fact that I'm emailing you and asking means I've already checked. And yeah, crazy how companies like the next closest commercially available chip that me and my brother have ever found that's come close to the Schlotchke's jalapeno is a little brand in Washington State and probably maybe the surrounding states. It's Tim's brand, but it's thin and crispy, not as Cascade style. So his Cascade style is just like everybody else's, which is kettle cooked. I don't know why every other brand of jalapeno chip is kettle cooked, right? I don't know why jalapeno has to be synonymous with kettle cooked, but Tim's came out with a regular, and they call it thin and crispy, but it's just a regular potato chip for their jalapeno, and it is phenomenal. Okay, and so the problem is they're always sold out. My brother is not able to find them usually ever in the grocery stores. Every time he's gone to the grocery store and looks, it's like the place on the shelf where they're supposed to be is just empty every time. And my when I look at that, I'm just like, okay, if you're a company, let's say you're company A, and you're consistently having to supply these grocery stores because they're selling out literally within hours of restocking the shelves. They're selling out. Wouldn't you see that as an opportunity to increase sales? Oh, I was just about to hop in the other one. I see that Oz is doing donuts out there.
Trying to, but something funky happened. I want to pop up here and take a look because it's weird. I stopped and I kind of backed up to look at it a little closer. See how there's kind of... It happened when I turned it on right here. I thought it missed some, but no, it's...
Well, you're planting the wrong thing. That's first.
Ooh.
That's first thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, I hadn't prepped this up here yet, so I didn't expect you to come up here.
Well, darn it. I'm trying to be helpful and screw it up. Okay, so that's probably why it has such a weird look there. Sunflowers, okay.
Yeah,
I should have asked you, but I hate to interrupt.
Well, this is what, wheat now? Oh, I overwrote it. So I don't know why. Yeah, this weird setup here, but well, it is what it is. We'll see. If it messes up, I think we have the field covered. If there's a little corner that's not quite right, I don't think it's gonna break the system. Yeah, I would love to find a nice, steady supply of really good jalapeno chips. But what brought me to that is, so I tracked down the Tim's chips. They're basically owned and distributed by Utz Foods. UTZ, Utz Foods, which is sort of it's a competitor to Frito-Lay. It's a big brand that they have a lot of smaller names, but they're still a decent supplier. So they're owned by Utz Foods. And they offer online, you can buy certain products from Amazon from this. You can buy like the Tim's Cascade style jalapeno chip from Amazon, but you can't get the thin and crispy for whatever. I don't even know at this point why. So, locally here, I noticed in the main local grocery store, we have one brand of grocery store they've got like 6 locations in town. But the only other way to go is completed their task. Oh shit. Are you fucking serious? Why would you go the wrong direction again? You stupid. Well, at least
Right, the grass.
no. Luckily, it did not.
Good, good.
Why would this go the wrong way? I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all.
Not that losing a little crop of grass would have been a
No, it
tragedy.
wouldn't have been. It would have been the end of the world, but it's still annoying that it picks the wrong direction.
Oh, yeah.
That field over there is already planted. It's already grown. Why the script sees that as like, oh, this is the field to expand into, I do not know. And now that should work. All right, we just gotta watch it. Okay, so I noticed in the local grocery store they are stocking Utz chips, Utz branded chips, and I'm like, ooh, they have somebody coming in here who is a distributor, right? There is an Utz distributor local that is stocking these shelves. So I talk with the manager of the grocery store, and I'm like, hey, can you ask this Utz supplier to bring in or to order these chips? And my brother had sent me like 2 or 3 bags of these Tim's chips that he happened to find, because it's maybe once every couple months he actually finds them, and he buys the entire shelf out when he finds them. So he had sent me a couple bags, and I had eaten all the chips, of course, but I had saved the bag. So I brought it into the grocery store, and I'm like, here is the bag. Here's exactly what I want. Can you ask the guy who stocks the Utz brand stuff if he can order some of these? Because I would buy them. I was like, I would buy them every week after week after week, and I'm sure that you would start selling out of them, because they sell out wherever they're stocked. So it's not a risk to the grocery store. And so the next time that guy came in to stock the shelves, they asked him about it, and all he said was, no, I don't stock those. And that was it. That's where they left it. And it was like, I understand you're not stocking those. It's quite obvious because they're not on the shelf. I am not an idiot. Can you order them? Like, hello, can you order them? And it's like, how would any business turn away potential sales? I don't understand it. Every time I've gone down the rabbit hole in my lifelong quest, of course, jalapeno chips, I've been blocked by people who just refuse the simple concept of supply and demand. I have demand, you have supply, let's work it out. But no, it's like, no, we don't sell those online, or no, I don't order those, or I don't stock those. I don't understand it. So anyway, If it was easier, I would probably figure it out myself. You know what would have been funny if I would have won that last lottery? I would have approached Slotchke's Deli and said, I want to buy the rights to that goddamn recipe and all those chips. Because my dad actually tracked down the manufacturer of those chips to a company in Colorado. And the manufacturing facility makes these chips. And he contacted them and they're like, I'm sorry, we can't sell directly to customers. That's not the agreement that we have with the company. So they don't have the ability. I'm sure if you knew a guy who worked in the actual plant, you could probably find, a way to get some chips out of there. Oh, a case went missing. How weird. But, being able to actually actively order them and stuff, the company was like, yeah, we just make the chips. We just ship them off to the company and they supply their restaurants. But, oh man, it's just frustrating. If my audience was bigger, I'm sure that I could actually get out there and there would be somebody out there that would either work for the company, know somebody that works for the company, or at least have some inside information as to why this is such a pain in the ass to find. But it's funny that it's so hard. It's just unfortunate.
It
All right.
sucks how difficult it is to get quality, well, anything, not just quality food.
Yeah, and they recently discontinued the shampoo that I've been using for 25 years, so that I can't even find anymore. It's yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, I've been using the same shampoo for 25 years, and it's worked great. Because in junior high, I had a horrible dandruff problem. Horrible. And yeah, just bad. And I saw a doctor once and I asked him about it, and he told me what to do. And he said, get a bottle of Selsun Blue and get a bottle of Neutrogena T-Gel, and use them alternating days. One day, the other next, alternating days until, one of the bottles is empty, and then just use one of them. Just choose one of them and just use that. And so I did that, and I settled on the T-Gel shampoo, and it worked. It literally worked. I was amazed. And ever since then, that was like junior high. I mean, that's how far back it goes. So I've been using that T-Gel shampoo for 25 years. And just like March, they're like, oh, we discontinued this product. I'm like, are you kidding me? There's like no other product like it.
And now begins the journey to find one that you could use.
Yeah, well, the reason I found out is because I ran out. Even though I have very little hair, I still have to use shampoo. So yeah. I don't go through it very fast. So when I looked for it, it was gone. It was all, for months, it was sold out at Walmart, and I couldn't figure out why until I realized I saw their announcement. But what was it? So yeah, it was just like, I'm like, okay, well, I remembered what the doctor said, so I just got some Selsun Blue, and that is not as effective. It's not working as well. So I don't know. Let's purchase one more planter, BB120.
The things that really bugged me as far as quality goods is things like washing machines, washer and dryer. the newer it is, the worse it is, essentially. And I mean, it's not even just a matter of them making it cost effective. It's like they intentionally make them to be replaced. And that one makes no sense. Electronics, things with heavy electronics in them, I can see a not necessarily a need, but there's there's an argument to be made that, making something that lasts forever, like a computer that lasts forever, is not necessarily really necessary because, well, nobody's going to use it forever. I'm not going to use my 486 in this day and age.
Right.
But washers and dryers. I had a dryer that. Did I actually have somebody look at it? No. We found the model number and looked for a belt to replace it, and we went to um, a parts store, and the guy at the counter is just like, "Wow, you got one of these? That's great. They're great. You barely ever need to do anything. About the only thing you need to do with them is replace the belt every now and then."
It's like, yeah, that's why we're here, man.
Yeah.
We know we need to replace the belt once in a while. What do you think?
But it's like, a new machine nowadays, yeah, they're going to go bad in 5-10 years.
Yeah, well, part of it is there are definitely ways to design equipment that lasts. But usually companies like the toaster that I have, right? So the toaster I have is okay. The toast is never evenly toasted, right? You got dark spots, you got light spots. It is as a toaster barely functional. And minimal, toast pops up and all the whole enchilada. Everybody knows how a toaster works. Well, my brother has a toaster. My older brother has a toaster. And it has features in it that I didn't even know toasters came with. Right? I was like, I remember on one of my trips to see him, he started talking about his toaster, which is a funny conversation. But so one of the things it does when you put it down, when it's done toasting, it stays down. It clicks off, but the toast stays down and it stays hot. And then you can raise it up yourself once you're ready. So and that was an interesting feature, and it like perfectly toasted the bread. I mean, it was perfectly even. And he's like, yeah, he goes, when I found this and I started using it, he was like, I never thought that, I would be able to justify spending this much money on a toaster. And I was like, well, how much was this toaster? It's like $200 toaster. So I was like, okay, that's why my toaster sucks.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's realms of stuff that works out there that works really, really well. But it's much more expensive.
Yeah. I'd agree that sometimes it's on the consumers, or it's because of the mass consumer, the mass market, that something will how to phrase it, not be adopted correctly or as well. Because people don't want to necessarily pay $2,000 for a toaster. And I know you said 200, but
well, yeah, even their coffee maker is pretty darn nice. but you know, you get what you pay for. The adage is always true. But yeah, I just wonder like what's available out there in worlds that I'm not aware of, because I don't shop in those circles. I don't really shop at all, but yeah.
Oh, something popped in my head that we were talking about a while ago. You had said that some farmers would actually grow, have gardens, mass gardens. And that reminded me of something. There is a farmer around here locally who's probably one of the biggest agriculture farmers around. He's got tons of equipment. He not only has his own farmland, but he tends to work other people's farms for them because it's so easy for him to do in comparison.
Yeah, does he lease the land, or do they just pay him to work the land?
I think they just pay him to work.
Wow.
And then the crops are all theirs and stuff. Yeah, he, like, every year, I'm not sure if he did it this last year or not, but every year he'll take and load up his planter with sweet corn and do an entire row of sweet corn. I don't think the planters are as wide as the one you're driving right now, but regardless, an entire row of a fair-sized field of sweet corn.
Now, you say row, you mean one planter width. Okay.
Yeah.
There's definitely a difference in rows.
Row versus, yeah. I just can't think of the word. Swath. Whatever the word would be.
Are you kidding me? Why the hell would this be different than the Limer? That's so weird.
Also,
the Limer, from that perspective, the Limer went right when I got to the end of the row, but the planter went left. Like, what? Why is there a difference?
Yeah.
I was expecting it to go right again, but no. Maybe we'll just do this. It's so weird.
I'll do a ride along in D.
Yeah. That's why I started up on this field here, or up above this line here, because I thought I was going to go south so I can take care of a little of this, but yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I made the mistake in one of my early games when I was just kind of getting used to the game. I made the really bad mistake because it was on that big map, that Michigan map, and it was like nighttime. All the tractors had lights on. I was like, the day was winding to an end, and I had planters out in a field. And I was like, I can't see anything. I don't even know how much is left. So I was like, I'm just gonna go sleep. That'll be fine. So that was a huge mistake. Because the crop growth is based on the day. So when I slept, the field was only like half planted. So when I slept, it did not speed the tractors up. The tractors do not simulate faster. That's not how it works. So when I woke up, half the field was not yet planted, and the other half had grown one stage. So it was like the planters finished planting, but half the field was out of sync with the other half. And I was like, oh man, that was a really stupid thing to do. Now let's see if it turns the right way. Are you going to turn the right way? Are you going to see that one side is planted? There we go. Good job.
You've probably mentioned in the past, but does this game have sister crops?
What do you mean?
Let's see. There's some crops. I know I've heard of the reference Three Sisters when it comes to crops. Can't remember what they are, but it's crops that if you grow them together, they interact and improve each other's growth. I'll look up the Three Sisters.
Might come up with some. You might come up with some different results from that.
I'll start the word or put the word crops in front of it. Crops, Three Sisters. I mean, I'm probably still going to get some PRON, but and yes, I intentionally spelled it wrong. Okay, so the Three Sisters, corn, beans, and squash. Here, oh, yeah. So here it's saying that indigenous peoples of North America, squash, maize, and beans. And of course.
Yeah, we only have corn on here. The beans are not.
Yeah.
Beans are not an option.
But I think they've I think they're starting to take that to a new level where they'll even have a seeder that will plant, you know, 2 of one, and then 1 of another, and then 3 of the third one, or you know.
Yeah, harvesting those would be a nightmare, though.
Yeah, it would.
You would need a really specialized machine because each one of those is a different style of harvest. Like,
yep,
corn is more of a thresher style, but beans, that's a way different style. What was the other one?
Yeah, but the Three Sisters is just one type of I can't remember what it's called offhand. I think I said it just a few minutes ago, but there's other ones that probably work better as
I've heard of
harvesting them.
I've heard of crops if you plant them, you know, if you plant a crop one year and then the next year you plant another crop and the next year you plant another crop, they help stabilize the soil as far as the chemistry in the soil. Because different plants, just like we know from Vintage Story, different plants take different nutrients out. And when you till them under, they put different nutrients back in. And so different crops work much in the same way, that you can have an N crop and then a P crop and then a K crop, while at the same time each one is adding something else back into the soil.
Right.
But as far as I highly doubt they would plant them all on the same field all at the same time and be able to harvest that, because it's vastly different strategies of harvest.
Yeah, and like I say, I think this is something that's emerging or becoming more common practice.
Well, there's definitely, I know that there are massive drawbacks to the monoculture farming that we have.
Right.
Very, very bad side effects of monoculture. And yeah, so I'm sure maybe 40 years from now we'll see combine, harvesters that they can do 3 or 4 different types of crops on the width of the combine. But I would be very surprised because it would slow down the process. Because then you need, say you have 3 things planted in the same width. Well, now you need 3 different bins in the combine to keep those separated.
Yeah.
So now the combine has 3 different bins, and the header has to be different for each type, unless there's a unified way of doing that. Yeah, that'd be rough. Trying to.
I think it's a long time before it would become common practice, but I think we're only. I think it's to the point where we're only starting to see the benefits of it, and as companion planting, that's the word. I actually saw it on the article I was looking at. As we start to discover new things and possibly even not necessarily genetically engineer, but genetic selection crops to amplify that effect.
I mean,
I
if
think
you
we're probably
one way that I can see that working is if you have a standardized width of a crop, and the planter, the harvester, everything is based on that width, and so it's not like one row is corn, the next row is beans, the next row is whatever. It is one width is this, the next width over is something else. So that way the harvester can just do one swath of corn and then offset way over and then do the corn on this side and then offset, and then the next harvester in would be like beans, and that would be, you just have it gapped where the width itself, you just have a standard width. Let's say it's like 30 meters. So you'd have 30 meters of corn, 30 meters of beans, 30 meters. Well, I can't even remember what the third crop was. Squash, right? So those are vastly different ways of harvesting. So you have 30, 30, and 30, and then the harvesters come in, and you have 30, 30, and 30. And it keeps them separated in terms of like the machinery involved, which makes it cheaper, but it also helps because it's not a monoculture. Bees and wildlife, everything it mixes it up. So there's definitely benefits to it, but as far as like mass harvest, that's what I'm concerned with. Definitely possible, but to do it with the numbers that a farmer needs to do it to be profitable without making it so expensive in the grocery store.
The machinery would probably be more expensive.
Yeah, if you have a combine that can harvest 3 different things all at the same time with 3 different bins, 3 different headers, that is 3 times the amount of engineering that has to go into that. 3 times the complexity of the machine. A regular like grain harvester is actually fairly simple in design. The thresher, everything is, all that technology has been tested and like people who design that stuff know what the hell they're doing. But to try to combine that with with 2 other technologies, like a root harvest or a squash. I don't even know how they harvest squash.
Yeah, I don't either.
Because that's a vine. That's a vine plant. And so it's not a set like row like a carrot, right? You're not digging up carrots or a potato even. It is different offsets.
There's probably companion plants that are closer in methodology.
I'm sure there could be, yeah. And I don't know what defines them.
Yeah.
Are they defined by pollinators? Like, what makes them companion plants?
It's the interaction. Here, I've got an excerpt here. So, the corn stalk serves as a trellis for climbing beans. The beans fix nitrogen in their root nodules and stabilize the maize in high winds. And the wide leaves of the squash plant shade the ground, keeping the soil moist and helping prevent the establishment of weeds.
Okay.
So,
that's a problem because
bees in specific. Because the beans growing with the maize, that wouldn't be good for a harvester.
There's no way you'd be able to harvest that. There's no way. I doubt Optimus Prime would be able to transform itself into something that could harvest something that complex. You've got corn and beans and plant life and plus, what about the timing of the harvest? Like corn is a pretty late fall harvest plant, but beans are not a late plant. Usually you have to harvest beans pretty early. And then squash, you can leave squash on the ground until damn near the first snowfall.
I
long
think it's
time.
specified that it's winter squash too, so winter squash might even.
Yeah, so you can leave that on the ground for a very, very long time. So the timing of each harvest, it doesn't synchronize with that specific combination. If there are other combinations, then good. But yeah, that specific combination would be kind of rough.
Here's another one that I'm just seeing like an image. I'm looking on Wikipedia, so under the Three Sisters, it had a link for companion planting, and this one has carrots and onions.
Those would definitely be better. Carrots and
Yeah.
onions would go really well together. They're very.
You'd need separate bins for each.
Yeah, that's easy to
for
do with
each,
the rows
harvester.
though. One row of
Yeah.
carrots could go in a bin over here. One row of onions can go in a bin over here. So that's a lot easier to separate, row by row.
For manual gardening, companion planting probably is a boon. Is quite good.
Yeah, manual
'Cause,
gardening.
yeah,
Anything is possible. Manual.
Three Sisters, since it originated with the Native Americans, obviously they were doing manual farming. They didn't really use.
That's weird. I've never heard that term.
Really?
I've never heard that term before. Three Sisters.
Yep.
I mean, in the context of farming.
Oh, Buggy and his dirty mind.
Oh yeah.
So do you have one of those medical alert bracelets that just says "Clear my browser history"?
Yeah, I just set on a timer. It's like one of those shows that's like if I don't press this button every 15 minutes, something happens, and it's like, yeah, if you type my password in wrong 4 times. No, I don't have anything. I'm just kidding, everybody.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Ah. But yeah, I can imagine back then it was probably really important because, it specified maize here, maize versus corn. I think you mentioned it a few weeks ago that maize is laughable in regards to produce when you compare it to corn. Because you said it was like more like wheat than it is what we think of as corn.
Well, yeah, corn started its life when we first started harvesting corn as a species. It looked like wheat. The head was just, a head of wheat is just like maybe 15 nuggets of grain on the head. That's what corn looked like when we started planting and harvesting it. It took eons of selective breeding to get it to look like what corn looks like. God dang it! There's gonna be a tiny little strip left over.
Oh shoot!
I wonder if I can. I wonder if I can push.
Waiting to see.
See if I can push my luck here. Can you hop in the J? Is that I or J? I might be J. I don't even know. Yeah.
Should I stop it when it gets to the end?
Yeah, fire his ass when you get to the end.
Okay. Fold it up and move it off to the side. And then I'll get back to the other one because I'm curious how well that one did.
Yeah, I just arbitrarily picked a spot in the field, and I was like, you know what, this feels right.
Because from the looks of it, the one, oh yeah, D is like.
Oh baby,
perfect.
Look at that! I lined it up perfectly. Let's just hope it maintains.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I
very
literally just arbitrarily picked a spot in the field, and I'm like, oh, this looks like good. So it looks like D's got the rest. Excellent.
These random number generators on point today.
Yeah. What are we planting? Oh, yeah. Sunflowers. For whatever reason. Sunflower seeds are my kind of go-to thing to eat. So, because one of the really bad eating habits that I picked up from my dad was grazing. You know, so like watching TV and stuff, you just sit and you munch little bits, little munching, little bits over time adds up. And so you don't want to do that. So one of the things I do is I have sunflower seeds, and that just very few calories, plus it's just a lot of fiber, good for the digestive system. But you're not, you know, all of the work you're doing, crunching and splitting and spitting and all that kind of stuff with the sunflower seeds, you're not actually eating a lot, you know, so it helps.
Yeah.
Well, that is a big field of sunflowers. Woo-wee.
Yeah. I've heard that grazing, if your diet is correct, which is a huge qualifier, grazing can be a pretty good diet. I mean, not dieting diet, but way of eating.
Depends on what you're eating. If it's potato chips and popcorn, probably not so much.
Oh heck no. Yeah. So yeah, it has to be the right foods, and that's the problem, is that achieving that goal is about as likely as winning the lottery twice.
Yeah.
And for context, you're more likely to get struck by lightning twice than you are to win the lottery once.
Yeah, don't I know it? I think all of the luck in our family was taken by my Uncle Bob. I literally have an Uncle Bob. And years ago, this was back in the... I think it was back in the late 90s, he won the New York State Lottery.
Oh boy.
And the lottery he won, that he's still collecting today, believe it or not,
Oh, nice.
$1,000 a week for the rest of your life.
Oof.
That's what he won. And so he gets a check every quarter or something like that for something like $8,000. Because they automatically take out New York State taxes out of that. And then he has to pay the taxes again of what state he's actually living in.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has to pay taxes on it twice, and you can imagine how happy he is about that. But yeah, I mean, in this day and age, back then, it was a lot. It felt like to him a lot more money. So I think he.
Right.
Oh, you must be alt tabbed out. Tried to sleep.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, he lasted a couple weeks at his job before he quit. And then he bought every power tool in the known universe. Oh, chickens are full. That was over $1 million that day.
Ooh. I'll go take care of the eggs.
Alrighty. But yeah, that he's still collecting on it today. But it was guaranteed. Funny because it was $1,000 a week for the rest of your life, guaranteed for 20 years. Because it was like a minimum of $1 million. And so he won it young enough where he actually collected all of it. So even though all of his kids were like, "Hey, if he dies, we get whatever's left over," it's like, nope. He collected it all. Once he goes, that's it. Wait, I thought we were gonna be ready to harvest. Oh, it was grapey grapes that were. Yay, we actually have some grapes to harvest.
Voice.
Thank God. Okay.
Yo, even now, $1,000 a week minus tax, I can live off that easy.
Oh
Because I
man.
mean, one thing is you're not having to worry about expense of vehicle for work. Because I mean, that's to make sure you have a running vehicle and maintain it to the point where it has to be reliable every day. That's a pretty big expense. I'm sure housing is much more, but at least most people. And some people, it's the same cost. Suppose that might be kind of mean to make light of that.
I have another harvester over here if you want to join on the grape. Great.
Still working on eggs. I can switch
Oh,
though. If you
eggs,
want.
right. Okay. Forgot about the eggs.
No worries.
Oh yeah. Our volume is not too shabby with the grapey grapes. We're making quite a bit.
Eggs.
Should be a decent harvest. The first row just about done. First row, I got 70,000 liters. Yeah, did you see that? The person that won the last really big, like, $1 billion plus lottery in California, I just saw on the news, or saw an article about some of the major purchases that they've made.
Uh-oh.
Insane. Why anybody, whoever is giving this person advice needs to shut up. So obviously, I think it was like a $1.5 billion jackpot, but you take the cash value, and then you take taxes out of it. You're not left with billions. You know, even this last lottery, 1.75 billion was 750 million cash minus about 400 million in taxes. You're left with 400 million, right? Maybe around 400 million. So this person bought a $75 million house in like Beverly Hills, and they bought like a house in the Hamptons for like 35 million. It's insane. You could literally put that money in a really stable index fund and just live off the interest. Right? Or not interest, but live off the return of the fund. It's just
Yeah. This, I think mine's missing some every now and then.
Are you unfolded? Did you hit X to unfold it?
Yep. I'm just gonna go back over this line again. Doesn't necessarily look unfolded, but I hit the button.
What, how much, let me know how much you have when you get to the end of the row.
Sure. I mean, unless it's not labeling them or changing the state properly, because I can see there's some blue.
Or it's just not
Blue
syncing
dangles.
to you. 'Cause
Yeah, that could be. Okay, so it looks like 67,000 liters.
I mean, it should be about exactly the same. Let me look here. The sun's in my eyes. And it looks like you got it all.
Does it?
Um,
Okay, it must not have been updating properly then. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
pass over it again here. Let's see.
I don't see anything. Or I don't see any blue out of there, so
Okay.
yeah, it looks
Back
like you
up
got
to
it
the
all.
next line. So, yep, sync issue. Plumbing problem, sync issue. Oh, with the steering wheel. It's funny because I've never really cared for steering wheels when it comes to even racing games, but this game makes me want a steering wheel.
Yeah. Well, the steering is so different from a lot of games and how they do steering.
Yeah.
Because it's really meant for a steering wheel, so that they have the analog, like, slow steering. You turn right, and the wheels slowly turn right. Unlike a lot of games, you hit right, and it's like instant right? It's just like
Yeah.
instantly over.
Oh, which for some racing games, that's like a not necessarily a death sentence, but oof. They don't respond well when you do such a jerky motion.
Yeah, it definitely is beneficial to use a controller and have an analog way of steering. That way it's not binary.
Come on. I don't know if it's because I'm a client or whether just I got it set just wrong or what, but this is... You're probably going to do 2 or 3 times more than I am.
Well, I mean, I just sort of center the vine on the mouth of the thing, and
Yeah, and for some reason it gets offset for me. I don't know if it hits a bump or what. Yeah, even though it has stuff in the middle, it's not, you know, it doesn't have a hitbox, but that doesn't seem to... Ugh. It's weird because sometimes I can go for a ways and be fine, and then all of a sudden it'll just bloop.
yeah, it's probably a multiplayer thing. These are not the
Yeah.
the most forgiving crops to harvest.
Oof, yeah, there we go. I was going great for about 1/5 of the line, and then all of a sudden it just gets...
And you're using the vehicle control, so you're...
That time I wasn't, but even when I use the vehicle control, things don't go well. What the hell are you trying to do? I hit Control W and it
You gotta
it's
set
like,
the
no,
width.
I wanna-
You gotta set a 2.5 width. Because the default, it doesn't detect the width of... There is really no width to this. So the
Yeah.
width would be 0, so you got to manually set it to 2.5.
Yeah, I was just trying to use it for going straight. You know, and I figured I just. Oh, okay. It wasn't resetting properly. It was trying to go back to the original row.
Hmm.
Huh. So yeah, I would hit Alt W to try and reset it, but apparently since it didn't have a width, it didn't reset.
Hmm.
Okay. So now we'll see if it goes a little smoother this time. I slowed it down too because I think that'll kind of even out some of the bumps. Yeah, even though I'm set right and going slow, every now and then it kind of rocks a little bit. So that's what would happen to me, is that it would rock and then freak out.
It would rock and then roll.
Yup. That's not good enough. Rather than hit Alt D, I bumped the W key. So now I gotta reset the center. Oh, there we go. I don't think I could do it better if I. Yeah, I can see yours is rocking back and forth a little bit, but mine, when it kind of does that, it does a jimmy too.
Not Jimmy. Poor Jimmy.
Yeah. I saw.
Yeah, these random
I saw-
bumps. They're just script-based bumps. They're not even bumps in the ground. It's
Yeah.
just the game. Like, oh, this is a bump. So
I can understand it. It probably looks more authentic that way, but
oh,
from a
100%.
gaming perspective, it's annoying.
That's why I want to know how those modded tractors. Those modded tractors don't bump around like this.
Ah.
I don't know if you've noticed that with like the plowing and the planting. Those two modded tractors do not bounce around like this, and I don't know why. I don't know if there's something in the XML that can disable that, or what the tag would be. You come back and you come down the row and then back. That'll be it.
Trying to increase my speed a little bit because I don't want to be here forever. Yeah, that's curious. I wonder why that is.
Alright, we're just gonna go right over to the raisin maker.
I've been seeing some where it looks like it didn't harvest little bits here and there, but probably for the amount we'd get, it's not worth it. Heck, not only not worth our time, not worth our frustration.
Just a little bit of engineering. This thing. Jesus.
Yeah?
The fact it works at all is kind of amazing. The way
Yeah.
that they've automated some farming machines and automated the harvest. I mean, even those carrot harvesters that are coming in the next expansion. I mean, crazy that you can actually automate that stuff. Just amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, some farming equipment, I mean, its actual methodology is so simple, it's shocking, but yeah, sometimes it's just whew, ridiculous levels of complexity. Did you want to take that, or why are you waiting around?
You can dump that over on the building on the left. First building on the left over there. The
Okay.
raisin factory.
Raisins. Ah. Thing that's tough for me to get used to for the steering is the fact that each of them steers at such vastly different rates. And yeah, and then on top of that, some of them steer in completely different ways. Wow. The wow was because I was watching it unload, and I'm pretty sure these are fairly true to life in their functionality. And to imagine a real machine doing that is just crazy.
The hell? Okay, well.
Oh, looking at the ones that got missed?
No, just it says it needs plowing, and but it's not actually doing anything. So I think we need to wait a month first, because they have to wither. So the vines, the green will turn like yellow, and then we have to go through with these. I don't even know what you'd call these. You have to go through with those, and then trims the leaves off, and then I think you'd have to do the plowing and whatever. But we won't worry about that. The grapes
Is the timing for the year right, or did you disable that? I can't remember.
That's disabled, yeah. The whole seasonal stuff is all disabled. Raisins are processing.
Yeah, that would be a nightmare for you to try to coordinate all those.
So it's not cake that we're making there, it's here. We've already got the honey. Well, those raisins are gonna get done. Why don't we grab a truck and a trailer and grab the raisins out of here, which is probably going to take a while. I'm not sure.
Oh, there's the truck. Knew there was a spare one laying around. I just wasn't sure where we had last parked it.
Um,
So is this the last bit that we need for cereal?
that and more corn, which is next month. We're gonna get
Okay.
a decent amount of corn next month.
Hopefully an indecent amount of corn.
Yeah, it will be an indecent amount of corn, for sure. All right, and then chocolate. Is that a... That's a spawn.
Do you know the best place to position said semi?
For what?
Reasons?
There is a...
There's a marker. But
Yeah,
I'm
there's
not
a
sure
marker
how
right here.
accurate it is.
I mean, I can set them... Turn it off. I'll just set it to spawn. That way you know. See it? I'm not sure if this one has... There you go.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because I would have gone to a little bit to the left. It wouldn't have that second column. Should I leave the trailer closed, or should I go ahead and open it?
No, you want to move. Yeah, you want to move the raisins. So scoop them all up. It's already made a million, or yeah, it's already made a million liters of them. So
Damn.
yeah, that's a fast. That was a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, it's not a cheap one either. Not a cheap craft. All right, loading up chocolate.
I still have that article up for companion planting, and figured you might find these interesting. So the benefits of some of the companion planting, nutrient provision, which let's see if I can find like the specific blurb that explains that. Okay, I guess it's short enough. I'll just read the whole thing. Legumes such as clover provide nitrogen compounds to neighboring plants such as grasses by fixing nitrogen from the air with symbiotic bacteria in the root nodules. These enable the grasses and or other neighbors to produce more protein and hence to grow more. Another benefit, trap cropping. Um, Oh, okay, yeah, this attracts pests away from the main crop. So a lot of the companion planting, it sounds like it's, they're not necessarily the the goal. So for those, you could probably just ignore them. Like if you had a corn harvester, for example, and it had a companion crop with it, you could just ignore it, run it over with a combine. Oh, host finding disruption. Flying pests are far less likely to find host plants if they're surrounded by a decoy crop.
Hmm.
Pest suppression. I mean, that one's pretty obvious. Insects and pathogenic fungi. Man, that's weird because I know how to pronounce that word, but it's difficult for me to actually get it out there. Pathogenic. Predator recruitment. Oh, okay. Companion plants that produce copious nectar or pollen in a vegetable garden may help encourage higher populations of beneficial insects that control pests. And then, of course, protective shelter. That one's self-explanatory. That'd be like the squash for the three sisters. Hope you don't mind my adding. Figure keep the noise going in the stream.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I can only rant and rave so much before I tire myself out. So
Yep.
I welcome other topics.
I was thinking this was the bakery. Where does the cereal go? Old Mill?
The raisins go to the farm factory.
Farm factory, okay. Yeah, not only do I lack experience on some of this stuff, but I haven't been absorbing the information the way I normally would. I I'm pretty good at grasping concepts in games, but this one eludes me to an odd degree. Part of it is I can't get into it, but I think another part is just my brain is absent. The lights are on, but nobody's home.
Yeah, yeah, I know what time it is. He's like, you're late, sir.
Oh,
It is TREAT time. You should do better, she says.
yep. I'm not sure which one of you I pity more, her because she doesn't get her treats, or
Ugh.
you for having to put up with her.
Oh, she still gets them. It's just later today.
Yep.
Yeah, he still gets.
But
Knocked over my season earlier today.
but you don't understand. She wants it now.
Yeah. But Dad, you promised.
Oh, yep. Should I load up more raisins, you think, or
No,
okay.
we will. I just started the cake production, which is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of cake. We're going to be making a decent amount of money. All right, let's go over here. Amazingly, the chickens have 210,000 eggs inside the factory. The only way to get them out, I think, Is there a way to... I don't think there's a way to manually force it to spawn. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to manually spawn the chickens. The chick. But to do it, we do it this way. As soon as they hit 9 o'clock, it should spawn, but it won't have enough space to spawn all of them. I don't think. Oh, it actually is fast enough, I think. So let's look at... Oh, 172,000. So let's check that again. $635,000. Okay, now it says there are 53,000. That must be the... Why don't we... You can sell those eggs again. Just to empty it out, because I don't want to skip forward a day.
Yeah.
While that's just about full. It's gonna fill that coop up again. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sell the older chickens out of here. There we go. Because the number of eggs that we're actually generating is obscene, and so
Yeah.
the older the chickens get, the more eggs they make.
Oh. I wonder how true to life that is.
To a point, definitely true, but you know, old age, you're not popping the eggs out like you used to. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so.
Sure, all the hens sitting around be like, "When I was your age, I was popping out an egg every other day."
And they had to walk 2 miles uphill both ways
Yeah.
to get there.
All right, that takes care of the chicken problem. The cows, for some reason, I didn't make as OP. I could have made them really OP. What I would have done is I would have made grass 75%. I would have made hay 150%. And then TMR, I would have made like 400%. Or maybe even 500%. Crazy. Crazy. Now, if that actually like applies, I'm not sure. But and cake is full, and it barely even scratched the surface. Crazy amount of cake. And I think we need the refrigerated version of the trailer for cake. Extreme reefer unit. Lizard goods.
I got a AFK for a little bit. Do you want me to log out just in case you need to fast forward?
I'm definitely going to be fast forwarding time here, so.
Okay. I'll exit out for now. I shouldn't be terribly long, but I also don't want to slow you down.
Okay.
Back soon.
Buy one of these. Might as well buy 2 of them. Okay. Let's go grab. Oh, there she is. Yeah, there she is. You decided to come up here, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Darn it. Yeah, the birds are real. Oh, now it's doing just fine. Really? Really? One more? You couldn't spit that one last one out? There you go. Storing. Production. harvester's going on that corn. Ooh, almost ran out of money. Crazy. Excellent. No, this one. This one. Whoa. Got the wiggles with this one. Interesting. Hmm. See if I can set it to maybe 32.
Do you want me to hop in, or will you fast forward again? Because I'm gonna have to go check on things.
No, I'm not going to fast forward again for a while.
Alrighty, then I'll.
If at all, for the remainder of the stream, because
Yeah.
we got corn to harvest.
Corn. Although it would have been funny if this is one of those times where it takes me like 15 minutes to even find the game. Which is so weird and random. Want me to hop in another harvester? Oh, you've got one in position.
Yeah, I've got one in position already. You got to set the cruise control down to 35.
All right.
Is that
Any particular, or why is that?
for whatever reason this header causes the wiggles, the harvester to get the wiggles, so we gotta reduce the speed to prevent that from happening. 'Cause
Fair enough.
The wiggles is bad, very bad.
Bad wiggles. What should I set the working width to? It didn't seem to auto-detect right.
You can hit Control-Alt-W and have it.
No, it doesn't seem to. It sets to 18 something. So
18, yeah, 18.2. You gotta unfold the header.
Unfold. Oh, okay. Hey, see what I mean? It's just because I've probably seen this before. It just doesn't stick in my mind the way it should. But that's also partly just my weird memory. I'm sure you've noticed over the years. Some things don't stick, but other things, it's like, oh yeah, remember from 3 years ago when you said such and such, or we played such and such, and you're like, wait, how the hell do you remember that?
What always struck me is, there are certain games that give you major problems, headaches, and stuff like that, and then other games you can seemingly play for hours and not be affected at all.
Partly it's the multiplayer aspect. When
Oh, sure,
I'm
it's
on
my
my
fault.
own,
I see.
No, but yeah, and we're delving into things that haven't really been too public about on your channel, but at this point, I don't care. But yeah, talking with people for prolonged amounts of time, even if we weren't playing a game, yeah, some of the times that we've talked offline.
Mm-hmm.
I
remember.
Yeah, this is you know this, but this is for anybody else that might be like, wait, what are we talking about? But yeah, and it's not even limited to that. It's just thinking about something too intensely can trigger it. And it seems to have a stress component. Not to say that a job is inherently stressful. I mean, technically speaking, it is, and I think that's kind of what's going on is that there is whoa okay, mine even at that speed got the wiggles.
Okay, so
So I'm
30,
probably gonna
35 for that one. I'll have to keep an eye on the other one then.
but yeah, it was getting difficult to do my job, and then that that headache I had set it to a whole new level. Yeah, it's like I literally cannot do the job that I did before. Because even 10 minutes of general programming and my head gets to the point where I can't even think straight. But yeah, there's the other things. Usually the game we're playing doesn't have a heavy impact. Um, I don't know what it was. The when I was playing this, what was it, a few weeks back or whatever, and um, I had even just looking at the game was making me dizzy. I don't know what that was. I think maybe my normal stuff ramped up a little combined with maybe some small illness, which is odd because I don't think I had that cold or whatever it was that I did. What was that, about a month ago? So yeah, in part it's weird and random and hard to explain.
And
You know that
doctors don't really give you a, I don't
no,
know, guidance or.
they said, oh, it's probably this chronic condition that you have. It's probably just that, and it's like, but you don't understand. Like one of the doctors, and something that's really annoying, the when I have trouble talking, um, it doesn't actually hit me while I'm talking to somebody. You know, I'm able to make it through any conversations, but then once I depart, it's like everything hits me at once. I turn into a babbling moron. You know, worse than
Worse than
usual.
usual. Okay.
Um, like one of the doctors I had visited, you know, I got done talking to her, you know, telling her about everything. You know, she said, yeah, it's probably just an extension of that chronic disorder. Um, and keep going with the medication you've got. And here we'll have a blood test. I exit the, you know, the room we were talking in. I think I went to another counter, but I can't remember why I was there. And then went back into the waiting room. Did I say that she wanted a blood test? I don't think I
Yep.
did. Oh, okay. Um, I went back into the waiting room, and at that point, I'd already forgotten that she said that I needed to get my blood drawn. Because yeah, the headache just started settling in, and everything started hitting, and it's just nothing else in the world existed. It was just everything fell away, and
Hmm. Takes.
I was back to a autonomous mode. I don't trust myself driving because I think I had mentioned that motion can be a trigger, which I don't think it's necessarily motion, maybe a combination of that, but it's probably everything passing by. And you know, even though I'm not actively looking at it, the fact that there's that much activity, stimulation. I think that's a good way of putting it. Is that excess stimuli will have a deleterious effect. How I'm able to put out big words is sometimes beyond me. Because yeah, even on this stream, I've had trouble finding even simple words 2 or 3 different times. But deleterious is one that I try to practice up on, because it's so specific and accurate sometimes. So I want to keep it in my personal lexicon. And it's a little frustrating. I mentioned that I had that friend that was talking about Project Zomboid recently.
Mm-hmm.
I've told him about some of my troubles, and one problem is he's always interested in teaming up to play that game at the wrong time. And I have trouble sleeping. I don't want to get into anything big, especially multiplayer, when I'm gonna need to sleep in a couple hours. So it's like, hey, you want to join up, and it's like, no, it's getting too late. I don't want to try and push myself, and I'm up for another hour or two, and but we could have been playing this whole time. It's like, but you don't understand how bad I get.
You need that time to wind yourself down. I'm that way after a stream.
Yeah.
Right. When I with like those really late streams that we've done in the past, like, 'cause I'm pretty wound up and energized for a stream. And after a stream, it takes a while to cut that out, and to wind myself back down and be able to fall asleep. It takes a while.
Yeah.
So, oh man.
But yeah, he doesn't understand the complications that happen from my trying to deviate from my sleeping pattern. And initially, I mentioned the headaches I get, and he actually thought that I was trying to avoid it. He's like, listen, man, if you don't want to play, you just have to say so. I it's fine. And I'm like, no, I actually would like to play. I just can't. It's painful. And just, the lack of understanding is sometimes annoying.
Well, I mean, if you're dealing with something that's not common, which you are,
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand. If you told somebody, "Hey, I have the flu," right? They could actually understand that. They could empathize with that. They would know what the symptoms are. But when you've got something that, they may not have another person in their entire life that has it, they don't know what that means. They don't know how it affects you. Oh, I'm trapped by the lettuce.
Once or twice, it's understandable, but it's a common theme where he just keeps pestering me about it, and it's a little frustrating. I'm getting a little tired of it. I might have to tell him, okay, either stop or find another buddy. I hate to even go that route, but it's
not me, is it?
No. Like I said, it's this other guy about Zomboid.
Ah, yes.
You've been very understanding and believe what I say. This guy, he actually initially didn't even believe some of the things I would tell him.
Well, I have my own issues, my own health issues that, being on my feet for a really long time, even though, if I'm on my feet for 2 or 3 hours, the pain that I experience is intense. But if you took my shoes and socks off and looked at my feet, there would be zero sign. There would be zero indication when it actually feels like somebody is peeling the skin off my feet. That's what it feels like. But if you look at them, it's like there's nothing wrong. There's not even a scratch. There's nothing. And yet the pain is crazy. And so I had a hell of a time telling people, like, the pain I'm experiencing is not, I'm not making this up to be lazy. It was literally, the pain that I was going through was literally driving me crazy. I was coming up with, like, excuses and reasons to avoid going to work and lying my ass off, just constantly lying about, appointments that never existed and stuff. Just stuff that I was just like, I need to get off. The pain during the, noon was so heavy and so overwhelming that I would just tell my boss, I've got an appointment, I need to go. And I spent hundreds of dollars trying to find shoes, insoles, anything that would relieve it, and nothing helped at all. Nothing helped.
Yeah.
And what happened is, Monday, by the end of the day, Monday, I was in severe pain. And then it would be like, it would carry over to Tuesday, and it would get worse, and Wednesday would get worse, and then by Thursday, I was in so much pain that I had, remember you mentioned blinders earlier. It was almost like wearing blinders. All I could see was like this tunnel vision right in front of me, because so much of my mind was trying to deal with the pain I was going through. It did not leave a lot of processing for concentration, for visual. Like, it was so bad that it was clouding my vision, the peripheral of my vision. And then I'd go home on Thursday, and I'd have Friday off, Saturday and Sunday off. But I would basically I would just lay on my bed for 3 days. And by Monday, I'd be able to go back into work, and I would be able to last a couple hours, and then the pain would start coming back, and repeat that cycle again, right? And it was so hard to tell people how bad it is, and get them to understand and not think I was making it up. So when somebody else is like, I am experiencing this bad symptom or whatever, I tend to believe them, because, if they're just making it up, to make it up, then, that's on them, not on me for believing it.
Right.
I'm not an employer, so it's not like I have to hold people to account. It's just, hey, if this is what you're going through, then it's what you're going through.
But yeah, it's just been even with medical professionals, it's becoming a common theme where sometimes the lack of belief is a factor, but also that can't happen. I love that. I tell them this happens, or this is going on, and this happens at the same time, and they'll say, "Oh, that can't happen." As sometimes it's really simple. Like, I sometimes have sinus problems, and then I have nausea, and I'm like, I think that there's some draining going on, and it's upsetting my stomach. Perfectly logical conclusion. Your sinuses drain, and that goes into your stomach. And they're like, no, that can't happen. It's like, what? I mean, say, oh, okay, that's probably something else going on that's causing both. That I can understand, but they just straight up said that can't happen.
How susceptible? How susceptible are you in general to motion sickness?
Used to be not much at all,
Not much at all.
but now probably have.
Yeah, and that, part of that just comes with age. Just like when you're young, you can ride fair rides, and there comes a point in your life where you're like, "Man, I can't ride fair rides anymore." I remember.
Yeah.
I went on a ride with my little sister, back when she was like in high school, and I remember I rode this ride with her, which was, I think it was called like the octopus, but it had these arms that spun around like it was. And it used to be my favorite ride, right? When I was a kid, it used to be my favorite ride. And I went on that ride, and I was probably in my late 20s, and she was, almost out of high school, and I rode this ride. And when I walked off that ride, my thought was that was the last ride I'll ever ride. Because I was not a happy camper coming off that ride. I was so sick. I must have been green coming off of that. But so yeah, as I've gotten older, I've gotten more susceptible to it, which, when you say you have sinus problems and then nausea, my thought was inner ear issues, like pressure in your inner ear, causing what would affect to be motion sickness, but it would be perceived as just nausea because something is off balance as far as your sense of motion. But you would there. I mean, you'd know the difference in how they feel. Motion sickness.
Yeah.
And I get motion sick watching YouTube videos. Like there's that not farming guy who fast forwards all of his videos. Like I have to really be careful with how much of the screen I look at. And then a lot of Direwolf 20 videos. He's running around so fast. He pays no attention to how fast the camera is moving. And yeah, there are many times that I have to basically like close my eyes and look away and go, it's just too much.
Yeah.
But so I always try in my content, I always try to be careful with that. I'm not always successful, but I try to be careful with that. But as far as health issues go, as I've gotten older, and you know this too, you're older than I am, but
Yeah.
when I was diagnosed 2 years ago with type 2, when you're young, it's like everybody around you is telling you, you better be careful, right? You better be careful. This is going to catch up. And when you're young, you're just like, whatever. That's tomorrow's problem.
Yup.
But when tomorrow comes, it slaps you in the face, and it's like, oh shit. Had I known, it's one of those like wishes of time travel. That's why I say if anybody is ever watching this down the road, at whatever period in your life you are, if you're in your 20s and you're drinking soda, stop. I don't care how cool it is. I don't care how good it is. Stop drinking soda. That is the worst substance you could be putting into your bodies. It is horrifying how bad it is. There's no redeemable quality to soda. Diet soda is even worse. Stay as far away from that stuff as possible. Diet soda is horrifically bad on the body. So, yeah, that's as far as like health goes. That is one of my number one things. Stop drinking soda. You can eat sugar, have a cookie, have some cake, but stop drinking soda. It is worthless. It is pointless. These companies, they're making poison and they're selling poison. Yeah.
Cane sugar is bad enough, but avoid high fructose corn syrup as much as you can. And once you see it one place, you realize that it's free.
It's it's everything. I mean, it's everywhere. Not even that. I mean, by diet soda, I mean like aspartame and some of these artificial sweeteners. They are horrible to the body. Horrible.
Yeah, they're even worse. It's ridiculous.
But yeah,
And the
HFCS
Toast
is God, it's so bad. But just the amount of sugar, the quantity of sugar in every type of food. I mean, it's everywhere. I used to love Oreos. Oh my God. Oreos are like 80% sugar. Yeah, unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. So there are definitely things that I would say would be good to do. And I know if there's a 20-something person out there watching this today or down the road, and they hear me say stop drinking soda, they're probably like, well, that's tomorrow's problem.
Yep.
Right? Take it from me. Tomorrow's problem comes sooner than you think. And by the time it is tomorrow's problem, it's a big fucking problem. And you do not want to be facing down that kind of problem. And my doctor, now I'm on my third goddamn doctor because the hospital or the hospital group in town here is the way that they hire their doctors. All the doctors they have are independent contractors. So they basically hire these doctors as independent contractors, which limits the liability of the hospital and makes the doctor pay for their own malpractice insurance.
Oh.
So you can't sue the hospital for malpractice because the doctor is a independent contractor. It's a loophole. Anyway, one of the side effects is when the doctor's contract is up with whatever term, 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, whatever it is, they get the hell out of Dodge. They're out of here. They got the experience under their belt. Nobody would be willing to choose to live in a climate like this. So they move to warmer climates and more pay now that they have experience. So I am on my third doctor. The same specialty, internal medicine, but it's the third guy. And this guy is right out of med school.
Oh.
And I should say right out of residency. You have to do a residency out of med school. But now he's a full-fledged doctor. So I don't discount his doctoring, right? You have to go through a lot of rigorous training and it's not an easy thing to become. But one of the things that he said to me really stuck because he immediately wanted to put me on more medication. And I'm just like, that's not the answer, right?
Yeah.
But when we're talking about because I've changed my diet, cut out sugar, 99% of the sugar I was eating, I've cut it all out. And so we've got my blood sugar, my blood glucose under control. But one of the things he said to me when I was talking to him, because at the time that I saw him, I was having a little bit of trouble with getting really, really tired after I would eat, which is a sign of your blood sugar spiked. Your blood sugar spiked way up. And so I mean, he ordered a blood test, which is the A1C blood test, but he told me flat out, and this is what he said that caught my attention. He's like, well, you're not on insulin yet, so you don't have to worry about that. It was the yet part that I caught.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the point is not to get on that. The point is to avoid that. So it really bothered me that that's what he expects to happen. And and my mom is sort of really gung-ho, like anti-established medicine sort of thing. And she's like, yeah, the doctors today push medication and push pharmaceuticals because that's that's what they're trained to do.
100%.
That's what sells. And he immediately wanted to put me on, just like my last doctor, he immediately wanted to put me on cholesterol medication. But my blood pressure is actually better than average. It's like 118 over 68, or 122 over 72, or something like that. Like, my blood pressure has never been high ever, and yet my cholesterol levels are high. Well, when I talk to the doctor about it, I'm like, well, what regulates cholesterol? And there's like, it's largely based on DNA, genetics. Your cholesterol level is largely genetics. And I'm like, okay, then how do you know it's high? Well, it's like, well, the numbers are high. And it's like, yes, but if it's genetic, then that might be my average, right? It might be my normal. And so that mentality of we're just gonna medicate everybody. And then the research on the medication, my mom was like, do not go on cholesterol medication. It's some of the worst stuff out there. So, I mean, if I die in an early grave, then I can just point at my mom and be like, hey, you told me not to do this. All right, let's go see if we can't unload some corn out of here, because I need to set the cruise control to 35.
I'm going to do a little aside, and then I'm going to mention something else. You mentioned nausea and inner ear problems. I've got something really weird. If I'm standing, straight up and down, I close my eyes, I lose my balance. 9 times out of 10.
If you look down and close your eyes,
Okay,
is
I'm not sure.
is that what you said?
No, if I'm standing and I close my eyes.
Oh, I don't know where
attention to which.
I don't know why I thought looking down was involved. It's just I don't know. Yeah, so that could be. Yeah, there's an inner ear thing. Vertigo is also something. Could be blood pressure related.
I do have low blood pressure.
Yeah, one of the things I was on. One of the doctors put me on was blood thinners. So that I was on an aspirin regimen. Come on, you stupid thing. Why are you... I hit number 3 for cruise control.
But yeah, another just wonderful doctor visit that I had. You remember that time, I haven't mentioned it on the channel, so this is probably new to anybody watching. I had 2 or 3 days where literally I was sitting in a chair and the only time I got up was to go to the bathroom. The pain was so intense that I didn't even want to get up to get anything to eat. I relied 100% on other people offering me food, which there was people around, so I ate, but if I were alone, I would have starved for those days, because it would have been far preferable to getting up and doing that. But anyway, I was in that level of pain, and I went to the doctor. They asked me, what are you on the pain scale? And pain scale
45.
Yeah. The pain scale ends at 10 being you're going to the emergency room to seek treatment. And I went into not an emergency room but to a walk-in clinic. Now they'd call it an urgent care. And I'm like, well, okay, I need to be here. I'm in that much pain, so I'm gonna say 9. And they did literally nothing for me. Not a single thing. I assume that it's because I didn't seem like I was in that level of pain.
Right,
I was in so much.
the thing that has soured the medical community about pain are opioid addicts.
Yeah.
Because any Joe average person could walk into a clinic and say, I'm in level 10 pain, give me some oxy. And how many times did that happen? Right? And so coming in without any blood spurting from anything and saying I'm in a lot of pain, they're immediately skeptical. So, next time that happens, just slice open your arm and walk in and be like, I'm in a lot of pain. Because, unfortunately, the medical community is very, very skeptical when it comes to pain.
Well, actually, this was even before the they call it now the opioid crisis. They were overprescribing meds, and they knew it was a thing. So yeah, that's probably why they didn't want to do anything. But, oof, and actually, that's illegal. If you and maybe the laws have changed, so nobody actually do this, but if you say I'm in pain, I need something, and they deny you, they're actually breaking the law. The opioid crisis has probably changed that. So like I say, it doesn't apply anymore, most likely. But back then, if I would have said that, they would have either given me something or broke the law. And I wasn't necessarily even after pain meds. I even asked them, so you're not going to do anything? You're not going to have me see a physical therapist? Nothing. And they're like, nope.
Jesus.
And I was just flabbergasted and said nothing and left. Not to mention, I mentioned I didn't look like I was in pain. I had been dealing with it so much that I think it short-circuited my brain to the point where I was basically euphoric.
Oh yeah, that's basically when you read about like marathon runners, you hear about like the runner's high. That is endorphins that kick in when you're in so much pain. Your brain is literally trying to drug itself to basically cope. So large amounts of pain can cause that sort of euphoric feeling. Fortunately, it's just temporary, but
yeah, that's also why I hopefully don't mind me mentioning it, but that's why some people cut themselves. That's why cutters are a thing.
Psychologically, cutting is more about control.
Yeah,
it's more about somebody who is either abused themselves or they just don't have a sense of control, and they need to find something. They need to find something that to control, and the pain is sort of what centers them, and they have control over that.
Yeah, I think it's either that's another branch of it, or that's why they keep doing it, is for that.
So how full is that harvester?
67%.
Okay, so what I'm going to have you do, since you're not hired a worker, when you turn around and you start going the other way, okay, I'm gonna pull up beside you while you're driving. This is gonna be an expert level maneuver here. So you're gonna want to hit O to get the pipe out.
All right, and I'm at 28 speed.
You're at 28. I need to reset that.
Yeah, I downed it quite a bit because of the.
So just hit forward. We're not gonna stop. Okay. There is no stopping when you're harvesting.
Just making sure you were ready. But yeah, good point. You can just catch up. Or mustard. Oh, but yeah, the high fructose corn syrup. There's a major brand of ketchup that they can no longer call it ketchup. It's now like tomato substitute or tomato flavor paste or something. It's just hilarious. I mean, the amount of garbage that they put into it, it should not even be in the condiment aisle. It should probably be next to soda, if anything.
Yeah, I get the mostly organic, like minimally processed stuff.
Yeah.
Because yeah, when the doctor diagnosed me, and he told me like the number of grams of sugar to limit myself to every day. There was more sugar in one can of Pepsi than what the number he told me.
Yeah.
And I was on
I
2 or 3
believe it.
Pepsis a day, like plus Oreos, plus it was bad. And so yeah, the number was like he said 15 to 22 grams of sugar max a day. And there was like 28 grams or something in a Pepsi, and it's just obscene.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, I should probably go check on my food pretty soon.
All right, go ahead and just hire a worker.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Should I leave the pipe out and everything?
No, you can put the pipe back in.
Okay, and that's Oh, it's automatically putting the pipe back for me.
Yeah, the worker will do that.
Nice.
That are 1.8
okay.
million.
All right, I'm gonna go check on food. I'll be back in probably a little while.
Alrighty. Well, what's the food today?
Leftover chicken gravy, and I'm gonna have some bread for the.
Oh, good lord!
Gravy. Yeah.
You eat so much better than I do. Tonight, I'm probably gonna have like popcorn and maybe some carrots.
Oh man, it's not even that expensive really to make. We could talk about it more when I get back, but we use what's called an electric frying pan, and it's excellent for doing slow cooking. Highly recommend. But anyway, I'll be back.
I had no idea that grapes you had to prune them every season. You'd think that the bigger the grapevine, the more grapes are going to grow, but you know, basically fall back to what the hell? Why is that one? Man. The hell? I just missed that one too? damn, the bumps. The ground would not be this bumpy. Farm would allow the ground to be that bumpy. This is one of the ones that I was missing. Somewhere in here. Really hard to see. There it is. Wink. Okay. And there's one over there. There it is. Wink. Okay. This.
All right, I'm back.
He's back.
So yeah, I mentioned electric frying pan. I'll look how much they are, but anybody young out there, I can't, things that you should do or get. This is one of those things that I can't recommend enough, because my mom originally used it back when she was still cooking meals for the family, and my brother, I think I've mentioned, he's a pretty good cook. He started using it too, and heck, he's even taught had taught mom a few things. But yeah, he used it extensively too, and they're great. But the problem is they're a bit expensive. and I'm actually looking up to see how expensive. Oh my goodness. Here I'm finding some that are under $25, but I doubt those would last as long. Not to mention you wouldn't want one with Teflon in it. The one we've got is it's got stainless steel. And like I say, Mom used one of them, and that one's still around in use. Last I had looked, the cheapest that was out there was like $200. But I think that's for a specific brand, which is called Salad Master. I don't know why Salad Master would have a frying pan, but I guess making salads?
Good as any, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that looks like it's it, because I'm seeing some on eBay for one for 60, one for 117, another for 325. So yeah, it must be the brand name, but also it's pretty good quality. They last a long time. You don't have to, if you get like the stainless steel versions, you don't have to worry about Teflon or nothing. They don't even stick all that much to begin with. They're great for cooking things slowly, and it doesn't even take much work. You like this chicken. Dad just took the bag, tossed it in the thing, turned it to probably about halfway to simmer, which I don't know what the degree conversion, because anything below simmer, it just has a meter. Different models probably have different settings, but leave it that way for, a couple hours. Check on it every now and then to flip it, make sure it doesn't burn. But usually that's not as much of a concern because it the grease will the fat will start melting off of it, and you put the cover on it, it traps in the moisture. Shouldn't burn. But the meals you get from it are so tender. But yep, that's my rant.
I have frozen pizza
Yeah.
in the freezer. Yeah, for me, it's really hard, like, cooking a food, because I'm the only one here, and, it's like, you're the only one going to eat the food, then any leftovers, you also have to eat the leftovers, so you don't just get one meal, you get, like, 4 meals, and you eventually get sick of the food, and so over time, you just start getting tired of all of the food that you prepare, and then none of it sounds appetizing. And I know it's seriously first world problems, but it's just
yeah, that's fair.
Dirtying the dishes, dirtying the kitchen, dirtying all that stuff. I not only have to prepare all the food, I also have to cook all the food. I also have to do all the dishes. I also have to clean the kitchen, and when you can split those jobs up amongst more than one person, you can be a little more efficient with it. But
yeah,
getting the ambition to cook something more complex for me it's just not there. I mean, the most complex thing I usually make is my dad has a nacho recipe that I make once in a while, and so I make that, and it makes enough, frankly, for, I mean, it's a lot. The last batch I made, I ended up throwing some of it away because I use it in my eggs. I make like nacho omelets, and I was running out of places to use it, and frankly, getting sick of it, and that's not a good thing. I don't want to lose my enjoyment of certain foods, and so And I honestly, I think I'm becoming lactose intolerant in terms of cheese, and specifically cheese. Like I drink a glass of milk with my breakfast. That doesn't affect me at all. But when I eat a lot of cheese, that doesn't really agree with me all that much. And never had that. I've noticed it in the last 3 or 4 years. Anytime I eat a large volume of cheese, my body's like, nope. So
In part, that's age, but another part of it is that the things we call cheese nowadays doesn't necessarily qualify the classical definition.
yeah,
Plastic
well, I
would
mean,
be
one of the meals I ate was some leftover au gratin potatoes that my mom made, and she
Yeah.
used I forget what cheese it was. It was not a common cheese, like Gruyere or something like that. I forget what it was, but I mean, there were layers of cheese in these au gratin potatoes, and they were really good, but they stayed in my body for maybe 45 minutes.
Ah,
And it was like, my body was like, nope, I am rejecting these wholeheartedly. And yeah, I've been finding that more and more often with large volumes of cheese. And like a single slice of cheese, not a problem. It's when cheese is a majority of the ingredients that my body is just like, nah, I'm not going to process this. I'm just gonna opt out this time around.
yeah.
So yeah, fun times. Fun times. Oh, needs lime? Really? Needs lime. Is this on the whole field or just this corner? Or this finally cycle through all of the lime needed? Let me go over here and see if it still says. Yeah, it still says needs lime. Usually I fertilize it, but if it needs lime, I might be able to plow it. Well, I can fertilize it first anyway. It doesn't hurt anything. We should be making cereal. I think I turned it on. And it's full.
Nice.
So, turn cereal off. We used not bad. Yeah, we got plenty of ingredients left. We can probably make another, I'd say 4 truckloads of cereal. Or trailer fulls of cereal. Be a little bit of money.
When's the best time to sell it?
To sell it? That's a good question. Cereal is March. But I mean, it's a difference from right now. It is nearly the bottom of the barrel, but it's like a. I mean, February would still be a good. Yeah, February, March is the best time, but I haven't been too obsessed on this playthrough.
Right. It's just I know that one. You made a lot more varied.
The bigger variant is cake and chocolate donuts.
Ah, okay.
Like I changed the price of them, but not. I didn't change the multiplier on the good months. So yeah, those cereal is about a $400 swing between low and high, which isn't bad. I mean, that's a total truckload. That's $400,000 difference between the two. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at, of course. I wouldn't turn down $400,000. So
Yeah.
if somebody was like, I'll give you this now or tomorrow, and tomorrow I'll give you an extra $400,000, I'd be like, well, give it to me tomorrow. like if that's all of the, it's not all that's different. But
Yep.
the trick is to do this fertilizer when you can really see the difference in where you've been, and this by far is the best contrast of fertilizer. This is very, very
Yeah,
nice.
That's really easy to read. Sorry, I pulled the mic away so that it's a little easier to eat. So if I'm too quiet, let me know.
Just making my stomach growl.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But recently I've had to be better at regulating when I eat. And actually, this is pushing the limit. I'm getting a little too late on it. Because yeah, that's one of the components to me sleeping better is eating a few hours before I go to bed, or at least a few hours, I should say.
Yeah, I can't eat too close to bedtime. I get really bad acid reflux. Like, holy cow. Like, nightmarishly bad acid reflux. Laying in bed. I don't want to go into detail because you're eating, but yeah. I want to avoid that at all costs. But you can hop in you can hop in the other fertilizer and drive it over to the east side here and get her ready. I'm about halfway down ish. Yeah, once I pass the halfway mark, you can get her ready and get a worker hired and get her done. East side, yeah.
All right. But yeah, I know what you mean on back a couple subjects. You know, making food for just one person is rough. I wouldn't be eating anywhere near as well if it was all on my shoulders.
Yeah.
In part, it's because I can't even really be active long enough to make food of this quality. And like I said, it's not that tough. You know, you basically just have to check on it every now and then like at most 15 minutes prep, and that's too much for me. Oh, what the heck is going on? If you're curious what I'm talking about, look at the fertilization map.
Looks okay to me.
Really? Okay.
What do
Maybe
you...
it's a sync issue.
I see a little strip. You want to check your width on that?
Well, that's the thing. It's a little strip in the center, but then on the outside it has some. But yeah, I'm gonna cycle the width, the working width all the way.
If anything, you can hire a worker, and a worker will force it to be full width.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I bet you it wasn't actually fertilizing on the outside. It just looked like it was from my perspective. Okay, we got it good here. Back to food.
All right, that is ready to go. Where the hell did that? I just saw a little gnat fly by me. Where the hell did that bug come from?
Oh,
Jesus Christ! Like, it's October, bugs. Like, really? Are you just hanging on for dear life? Like, it's like Last of the Mohicans, only like insect style. It's crazy.
Last of the Mohicans Insect Edition.
Yeah, just die already. Just die.
Man, it's been a really long time since I've seen that movie.
Oh yeah, me too. Maybe I've
I
seen
can't
it
even remember,
once.
like, what's that?
I've maybe seen it once.
Yeah. I'm sure I've seen it more than just once. It's rare for me to have a movie at least that old that I've only seen once.
Yeah, usually
That's
like
back.
sappy romances. It's just like once I realize it's like a romance movie, it's like, oh my god. This is going on the not again shelf.
Yeah. For me, it was back when we used to rent movies, and
Yeah.
you know, you rent- yeah,
We
back
went
in
to
my
a
day.
store and there were just movies on the shelves.
Oh,
And most of the
Yeah,
time the good ones were all out. You had to wait weeks in order to get one.
yep. Which is sad because how much that has changed.
Oh man. I love streaming. I like love streaming. I remember when DVR first came out, the TiVo.
Yeah.
So I remember when DVR came out, and that thing was like, I thought the best thing ever invented. I was like, this changes everything because it was just, you could watch anytime, you could record what you wanted. You know, there was even like a little fast forward 30-second button for skipping commercials. I thought, like, this is the pinnacle of entertainment right here. And yeah, and then several years later, streaming started happening, and I was like, oh, this is the ultimate. Stream what I want, when I want, and no commercials. The best of all the worlds, and yeah, beautiful. I love everything about streaming. I hate that companies are trying to squeeze every last dollar out of it, but
Yeah.
what can you do? Yeah, now Amazon Prime, you have to pay extra in order to have the non-commercial version. So you get Amazon Prime with your subscription, but in order to get no ads, you have to pay like an extra $3 a month or something. It's so stupid.
And they'll probably keep extending that price.
Yeah, that price is something they can change at any time.
Yep.
But yeah, I think eventually
Yeah.
we will drill down to possibly 2 or 3 main streaming services that collectively will be pretty much exactly how much cable is or cable become, because cable, like cable TV started getting really expensive, like $100 a month, plus for cable TV. Crazy. And there's no way you're going to watch the 500 channels that are on there.
Yeah.
So, dial down the price, reduce the garbage content, make it worthwhile, and people will pay for it. It's crap like Disney Plus that they just keep putting out crap after crap after crap that's losing them money. If they were putting out hits, actual entertainment, that business would be booming. But nobody wants to see that shit. So why pay X amount of dollars for Disney Plus when there's nothing there? I mean, a movie comes out in theaters and is on Disney Plus within 6 months. That doesn't even give time for a DVD market. That's like direct to streaming. The home DVD market used to be a big chunk of the business and how a lot of the studios made their money back.
Yeah.
But even Walmart is has started to stop stocking physical media, like DVDs and stuff.
Yeah.
Which I hate because, I forgot to hire the worker. I was like, why am I get to the end here and he's not turning around? Oops, I need to hire a worker. But, DVDs make sense with certain formats. Like, when you are dealing with, like, 4K content, DVDs or Blu-rays make sense because that's a lot of data. That's like 20 gigs plus, depending on the format. So my brother has, a 4K system. Streaming that is insane. I mean, that would be an insane amount. So he buys the Blu-rays, and he watches the 4K from Blu-ray. Saves a lot of bandwidth.
Yeah.
So I think there's still, especially as physical media gets, or resolutions and quality gets way up.
Yeah, I certainly hope that physical media always has a place. It's just, if I were to put my money on it, though, I'd say that at some point it's going to disappear because I'm pretty sure they prefer it to be all in their hands.
Oh, of course, they want total control. They want to charge you every possible time you watch a DVD. You can buy it once and watch it 1,000 times. The studios want you to pay for it every single time you watch it. That's what they want.
Now, if they can, they're going to charge you for every time you think about it.
That would be tougher to pull off, but I get what you're saying.
You know, All right, I'm down to carrot sticks, so now I can get back into the groove of things.
Well, I'm just waiting on plowing. The fertilizing should be progressing nicely. Because yeah, we actually need more lime on this one again. It's kind of crazy. So nice being able to hire workers.
Yeah. Can't imagine doing all this stuff solo.
Well, the great, the way that they did it, I don't know if I was on purpose or not, but normally you you have to do like the headlands. You don't have to do that. Not everybody does, but you do the headlands manually, and then you start hiring the workers to handle everything else. So it's just enough manual stuff to get you playing the game, right? You're not just hiring a bunch of workers, sending them out in the field and being like, well, I'm just going to sit back and, whistle Dixie, or whatever you do in your downtime as a farmer. And, so it's like, yeah, you can do all of this stuff. You could do it all manually, but, it's a many, many step process. And I think it's nice that the headlands are manual just enough to get you going, and then you can start hiring all the workers. It's like semi-automated versus like course play where you just do the whole thing and just hope for the best, because there are definitely downsides to course play.
Yeah, they seem to go a little wonky every now and then.
It does. It definitely wonks it out. If you want to, I've got a fertilizer up at the grapevine ready to go. You can do every other row, just like normal. I already went through the grapes and trimmed off all the dead leaves. So I went through every single row and trimmed them all down. So yeah, we got to run through with the fertilizer and then run through with the plow. Yeah.
Alrighty.
I've got the sprayer ready up there. I think the offset is right, so you don't have to reset that. Or at least I don't know if that gets transmitted in multiplayer, honestly.
It looks good.
Good.
It's at...
Should be 5.
5? Yep.
Great.
Excellent. But yeah, to rephrase what you were saying, it's you get enough to know what you're doing with them, but not enough to where you're like doing on the fields, but it's not enough to feel the burden of the grind.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely with a 4x map, there's definitely grind. I can't imagine a 16x. I just couldn't imagine. Like,
yeah,
holy cow! Literally a single field taking 6 hours just to plow. That would be insane. And the whole like attitude like Patrick has to just have really unrealistic machinery. That kind of, for me, the reason why I haven't gone way overboard with the unrealistic machinery is because it's unrealistic. It doesn't feel like you're farming it.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like you've got this magic wand, and you're just like, um, and why would you play a farming game if you're not feeling like farming? So that's why I've really avoided doing like the super crazy shit, um, especially the ones where the area of effect is actually far outside the actual implement visual. Right,
Yeah.
a lot of those super unrealistic implements, it might look like it's 12 meters wide, but it actually does like a 50-meter wide swath. It's just there's no actual implement that far out. It just has that effect. It's invisible. The way that the 3D model and stuff works, that's just how it works. The area of effect can be any size. It doesn't have to be the size of the implement. The 3D model has no bearing at all into the area, the effect the thing has. It's all back-end XML and trigger areas in the i3D file, and you can set up all that to your heart's content. Yeah, I'm just really curious. I'm really going to be curious to see where they go from here. Is this? I think they if the next version is just a minor iteration from this, I probably won't get it or play it. Because they now have the opportunity to take their time and implement maybe wish list items people want. And it would be nice to be able to see something. So I'm really hoping they kind of, now that they've got a sort of a core audience and a core fan base, to look at all of the modding groups and stuff and actually implement some of the wish list.
Giving players what they want? That's just crazy talk.
I know. It is. I learned it from Factorio.
Yeah? Man, I hope they can keep their core group, the people who are keeping them on point.
I'm just curious where their mind is at. I know they're super focused on the expansion right now, but once that's out, you've got this team, you got this core group of people, you got this team. Like, what do you do? Where do you go from there? That's what I'm really curious about. Like, what do you do with this game? I mean, it's got a pretty decent following. I don't know how many total they've sold, but the game is the trend setter of all the factory games. Like,
yep.
It defines the genre. And so, what do you do with a game like that? And so you've got a software team that probably has, amongst the crowd that knows it, the most goodwill, positive vibes to any developer I've ever seen. Right? People trust, and it's Woob Software. But people trust that company, and like a lot. They've built up a lot of positive goodwill, and what do you do with that? What can you do with that once your game is out and your expansion is out? Do you completely shift gears into something else, or do you try to maybe you do another expansion? I really don't think they're interested in doing another expansion.
That'd be a little surprising, unless they. I don't see it being an expansion. They'd almost have to do the next big thing, like maybe Dyson Sphere level.
Yeah, I think it would have to be another sprite-based game. because they've got the engine, they've already got that,
Yeah.
and they have all of their expertise is in this field. Their engine has been honed and optimized to a degree mostly unseen in the gaming industry these days. Like, you really don't see so much emphasis on performance and stuff to the degree of Factorio. So you've got and all of their production, right? All of they have the 3D modeling, all of that stuff. They've got entire pipelines to create content for that engine, and it would be kind of stupid for them to kind of try something else or abandon it. So, what else could you do with that engine without like completely copying? And I don't know. Like, do you try to do I don't know what you could do with that engine outside of improve it, maybe. I don't know what you could do.
If they don't go the whole automation route again, which they might want to deviate from, even though that's what a lot of people are going to expect. They might want to expand their talents. There's a better word, but yeah, they might want to expand to something new. But yeah, things that come to mind are maybe a top-down RPG, but even that doesn't necessarily make sense because not many people like top-down RPGs anymore. Or just a plain city builder rather than an automation game.
You got some you got some pretty hefty competition in those genres.
Yeah.
Not that I would doubt, Woob's ability to innovate and to do it well. I just see their strengths. I just see their passions, and I'm sure Kovarex, at this point in his life, is probably like, I need a 2-year-long vacation. He's been going for 10 years on this project, and I'm sure is like he's probably a little tired of it. So it would not surprise me if he basically is like, he's just like, I'm out for a while. Don't expect anything from me for a while. Maybe on a vacation he gets inspired to do a water-based game, or I don't know, right? A mind like that can be inspired by anything, but
yeah.
Maybe he has a kid and he thinks, oh, maybe there's an educational thing I could do, or whatever. Get away from the factory style game, because once you build a perfect game that covers a genre that's genre defining, there's a little ways to innovate, but from there, I think what people would look for would be a 3D version of it, right? Still,
Probably,
still a top-down version, because Satisfactory exists and it has limitation. And I enjoyed Satisfactory for a very long time until I just felt that the perspective of the game is wrong. When you're designing and building large factories, first person is just not the way to do it. So that is in the back of my mind, where Factorio, one of the reasons why Factorio works is because it's so simple. The rendering side of things has to be simple because the simulation side of things is not. And when you have millions of conveyor belt in a world, and each one of those belt has stuff on them, and all that stuff has to be simulated. There's only so much that you can do to make that efficient. And they've done a phenomenal job of making it efficient. But I don't think you could make it as efficient in a 3D world. Because, you know, the belts themselves, you have to then merge into individual, like, runs. And I mean, I was doing all this prototyping when I was thinking of vintage engineering. How would you do belts? So there's in like Fortress Craft, right? Fortress Craft, the way that it handles belt, each block of belt is its own little ticking simulator. A belt, believe it or not, in Fortress Craft, a belt is derived from the exact same class as a generic auto crafter, which is why they work so well together. So when you make like copper plate, copper wire, and you're running it into these generic auto crafters, the GACs are the same basic class as a conveyor belt. It's the same code. Moving something from point A to point B over time, visually. And then handing that thing off to the next belt, to the next machine. So each belt in Fortress Craft is simulated individually. They're simulated very quickly. But in the end, you get so many of them, it can bog down performance. Whereas in Satisfactory, the belt is run from point A to point B along the whole length of the belt. I don't know how they did it in code. I'm even frightened to look. But when you place belt and there's a seam, like anytime anybody has played that game and you see a seam between two belts, if you watch the items on the belt, like whatever the item is, you know, computers or whatever, and you watch a seam and you see that a computer from belt A kind of disappears and gets formed on belt B, because it's not actually handing that object off to the next belt. It's sort of vaguely simulating it in the background. So it's a really good facsimile of conveyor belt, but there's no way to actually simulate in 3 dimensions each object on the belt in real time. There's just no way to do it. Factorio is able to do it because it's 2D, because it's very, very limited. There's not 3 dimensions of belt that you have to simulate. Each conveyor square itself simulates, and there are runs of simulation, or there are runs of belt that can simulate, and a belt can go to sleep if nothing is moving on it. There are little optimizations that you do. So when I was sort of investigating the vintage engineering thing and how I might approach something like that, that's essentially what I was looking at, like, and that's where I came up with like the sleeping machine. Like, machines actually go to sleep, and then the electrical network can actually go to sleep. So if you've got a bunch of machines on their own little network, and all of the machines are off, so none of them are using power, that means the transformer they're all connected to is also full. It's not using any power. And the electrical network, as it's cycling through all the machines, if everything is asleep, then the network itself can go to sleep and tick less. It would actually tick less. Now, again, I haven't tested any of this, but that's the intention. That's the intention to do that, to save FPS and to save updates. Because with QP Tech, I noticed really distinct lag, even with 5 machines. Right, I noticed a lag with that. So I wanted to be very, very aware of that problem. All right, where is this? That is turning around. Okay.
And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because yeah, that's one thing about Minecraft-esque games where you have a pretty large world and you're you have to chunk load. That putting things to sleep is pretty much essential.
Yeah, and that's another thing I'm really afraid of, because Vintage Story doesn't have a really obvious way of chunk loading stuff.
Right.
There is a way to do it. There is, but nothing in the game uses it. There is not a single block or anything in the game that chunk loads a chunk in Vintage Story. So one of the problems with that, with not being able to do that, is what happens if half of an electrical network isn't loaded. Right? Those are problems. Those are questions that I do not have answers to. What happens if an electrical network is so long? Let's say you have generators on one, by an oil patch that you found 1,000 blocks away from home, and you got a power line literally run all the way out there. How does that work if none of that stuff is loaded? I don't know. Those are very good questions, and I'm gonna have to ask. I'm gonna have to ask Tyrone about how that works. But with mechanical power, what happens when you walk away from a mechanical network? Let's say you have a windmill and a grinder. You have a kern or a pulverizer, and you leave the area. The whole network gets unloaded. The whole thing. And it's not saved to disk, amazingly enough. The network is not saved to disk. So when you walk back into the area, it rebuilds the network as soon as it loads the windmill. Because the mechanical networks are only rebuilt or built in general from power producers. So windmills is the only power producer. That is where the network is built from. So you can load a pulverizer, you can load a kern. There's no network associated with that. It's only when the actual power generator is loaded that it propagates that network down, and it rebuilds it. It rebuilds the whole thing. Oh my God, it's raining.
Oh man.
God damn it. Well, at least we're done with harvest.
I was gonna say, at least at least we don't have any harvesting.
But my power networks, I'm planning on saving them to disk, because rebuilding an electrical network from scratch every time it's loaded, I think it would be a mistake.
That would cost a lot of resources.
It would be a lot of lag. It would be a lot of lag. Every time you walk into an area, it would be like iterate through all the machines, iterate through all the lines. I need some way of saving it, because the catenary mod See, the difference, the main difference to me is the network, the mechanical network. They're all physical blocks, right? You have axles, gears, big gears, transmissions. They're all physical blocks that you can iterate as you go down the line, right? Iterate, iterate, iterate. You're just walking them down the line. Because the block itself is the thing. With the catenary mod and the wiring, the wires are generated dynamically. And when they're connected to something, there's an event that fires that actually builds the network, because I separated the two functions. I separated the wiring from the network. So the wiring can be anything. It's all the wiring does is fire events when there are wires connected and disconnect. It's the electrical network that actually has to track all of that. While if you're loading wires from a save game, the event isn't firing. I'm not firing a wired connected event for every single wire that exists in the world. That would be insane. Because there could be areas of the world that have hundreds of wires connected, right? So I need to save that electrical network data somehow. The wires themselves are saved. The wire connections, the catenary mod hopefully takes care of all of that. But the words, the network itself needs to be stored, and because I don't need to save every network, every wire, I can just save the nodes that are on the network, which are essentially block positions. So it's a really easy data type. Block position is just XYZ. Three integers. XYZ is the block position. And then there's one, I need to save not only the block position, but the index of the wire connection in the block. Because a block can have more than one type of wire. You can have I designed the system so you can have a block that takes power, that takes a signal wire, and has a communication line, right? So I didn't want to limit artificially what was possible. And that just, I must be a masochist, because that just added an immense amount of, just an immense amount of work. All right, I am.
But yeah, it makes sense to save it to disk. For one thing, which maybe you were trying to say it and I just didn't capture it, but you're likely going to have large networks, and some of that network is going to be out of visual distance or out of chunk loaded range. So you're pretty much going to have it referenced somewhere.
Yeah, so what I was thinking, because you can have stuff loaded, essentially chunk loaded, because the chunks in Vintage Story are very different from Minecraft chunks. And that is the part that I'm probably going to need to have Tyrone's help having a final solution on that, because the chunks are not the entire column of the world. Right? A chunk is a 32 by 32 by 32 square block. It's a lot of blocks, but it's not the entire column of the world. Unlike Minecraft. So the problem that arises is vertically you can have a network span two chunks. You can have a power pole up here go down to a machine down here, and there's a chunk border between the two. So from here to here is two different chunks. And before you can tick those machines, if you try to tick a machine that's not loaded, the game doesn't really like that very much. Because it's not loaded. It's null. You're literally trying to tick a null entity. Bad. Very, very bad. So what I think I'm going to have to do is that network list, it's just going to have to keep that stuff loaded. It's just going to have to force load the electrical network always. So when you load into a game, part of the process will just be loading all the electrical networks in the map, and once they're all loaded, it's going to be, it's going to go down the list when it tries to update, and it's going to make, there's going to be a check. Is this loaded? There are API calls to check if something is loaded. If it is not loaded, then load it and then tick it. So I don't know. I would have to work with Tyrone when I get to that point and be like, what are some optimizations that we can have here? Now, what his interest level would be, or his desire to help. Again, I wish that he had my line of thinking that this was a very positive project that not only tackles some of these important issues with modding the game, but also allows an example code for other people that want to come in and, try their hand at it themselves or create some new network like an AE2 network or something. Because the network doesn't have to be wired. You could have like AE2 type cables, actual blocks. Those are actual blocks.
Yeah, the only technical difference between the two is visual.
Right. And there are a lot of people that have implemented electrical systems in Vintage Story using actual blocks. Just you place a block of wire, and that is a block of wire. It has a finite number of connections and stuff, but it is still a block. But one of the things I don't know, one of the things about AE that I love, but I have no idea how they do it, and I know they're expanding upon some Forge functionality, because Forge is an amazing piece of software. Lex Monos, the guy who does that, he's been doing it so many years. He's probably dreams about the code, but the fact that in AE2 that you can have in a single block space a cable, an import bus, an export bus, right? You can have many things in a single block space. So the sub block, right? You can have a cable and an import bus on one side, and you can have, there are 5 sides that you could work with. That's amazing. I have no idea how they do it, because that block space needs an ID, right? So the ID has to be generic enough where it's like, maybe the ID is like a multi-block, not a multi-block, like a sub-block or something. I have no idea how they do it. And I don't know if Vintage Story could even do it. Or if Tyrone is even interested. I mean, he can't just straight up copy, what another game is doing. I understand that. really dedicated hardcore Minecraft players have certain expectations. And the closer you can get your game to those expectations, the better it's going to do, because the more comfortable people feel that they don't have to completely relearn something new.
Not to mention, you know, trying to emulate a feel of something is different from just creating a carbon copy of it.
Right. And there's definitely things that Vintage Story does that Minecraft does not do. But yeah, they're...
And hopefully that list will get shorter.
Yeah, I just wish that and the number of mods that have come out now for Vintage Story are really high.
Nice.
Over the summer, he finally passed the 1,000 mark. I think he I forget which day he tweeted it out, but yeah, he tweeted out like, "Oh, we just surpassed 1,000 mods," and I just looked yesterday or the day before, and there was over 1,200 mods on there. So just over the summer, there's another 200 mods. So the community, and I've seen people posting like on about Vintage Story now. So the game is definitely picking up steam. Like it's
excellent.
So, you know, that really makes me want to finish the mod, because I don't want to miss the window. I don't want to miss.
Yeah,
you know,
want to be on the ground floor of it.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with all my modding tutorials, you know, and it's like, yeah, I want there to be help out there for people.
Ah, almost got run over. So close.
So close. Oh, this is going to be a lot of rock.
Yeah.
When it's red, every blip of rock, when it's red, it gives you 15 instead of 5. So it's going to be a lot of
Should I set up another one in the middle?
Yeah. Well, it's not limed yet. We want to wait until it's limed.
Ah, of course.
So you can go grab a limer and start a limer in the middle.
Limer. I don't know why that word tripped my trigger, but it did. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's my computer or what it is, but it seems like it's really hitchy today. I'm not having network connection issues anymore, so that's not it. But it's like performance hitches.
Where are you going with that?
Oh, I'll go to the center. I'm just gonna line it up first.
Oh.
I'm sure there'll be a tiny sliver left that doesn't get hit anyway.
Oh,
but-
yeah. It's inevitable. That's why, yeah, I just sort of wing it.
Did I just mess it
No,
up?
you want to... Oh. Well, it's not an infinite amount of offsets. So it will disappear after a bit. But I think if you hit, as long as you don't Alt W, as long as you just hit Control W, it'll still be on that grid. So the white guides will disappear the further you get away from where you set it.
For some reason, I hit Control W while going east to west. Just because that's kind of an instinct now, is to be like, oh, Control W. I don't want to steer myself. I'm too lazy. Yeah, let's go one more over, because nah, okay, that one looks good.
Now, what are the odds that you're going to go left instead of right?
Yeah. I mean, I could just control it on this first one.
All right, I'll go to the east side here.
Okay.
So you're gonna want to go right when you get to the end of the line. There's that worker. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus an os workers. And where is my... Didn't I bring ore? Oh, yes I did. Goddamn rain. I can't believe it started raining.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Call back to the Minecraft days. I know some of those streams, you'd go 5 minutes and there'd be another one, and you got a little enraged with that.
It's crazy how often it rains in that game. Like, it is constantly raining in Minecraft.
Yep.
And the worst part is, if it's raining in Minecraft and it naturally stops, right? If it just stops on its own, you know, the delay before it starts raining again is okay. It's an okay amount of time. But if you do like /weather clear, you clear it manually, the reset timer is incredibly short. It's like a day.
Yeah.
Before it starts raining again. Like, they really make it rain a lot, even though the rain really has no impact on the game itself, which is, you know, I mean, at least in Vintage Story, when it's raining, it's actually hydrating the farm, right? The rain actually, and it'll put out fires. Like, the rain actually has an impact on things.
I think in Minecraft it puts out fires too. Not campfires, but if you build your house of wood.
Yeah, well, fires, I mean like torches and campfires
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It will actually put those out. The stones map looks like we have like a fungus growing into our. looks like we're getting some slime lung on our farm. It's just like all these yellow dots everywhere. It's just,
Where's the stones? There it is. Oof. I'll go grab another jigama thingy.
yeah, we got one left over there. Let's see which
Do we-
direction this guy goes in.
Do we
What are
have
the
a
odds?
tractor?
Yeah, we got another tractor around somewhere.
There it is.
Got like 6 of these damn things, 6 or 7 of them. I can always buy more too.
Yup.
How many tractors can we get on one field, everybody? With Oss's one, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's going to be number 8 tractors on one field.
Maybe that should be your next goal. Rather than making $1 billion, have $1 billion worth of equipment all on the same field.
That would be a lot of equipment. $1 billion? I mean, even the super like crazy. Oh, we went to the left. That's amazing.
Excellent.
Even like the super high end, like John Deere tractor is like $900,000. That's 1,000 of those.
Yeah.
On the field at once. For one, that would have to be a unholily large field, like the entire map as one field, in order to even try to fit that many. For two, hiring that many workers, could you imagine what that would do to the game? Having 1,000 workers all hired all at the same time? No way would the game handle that.
Silly Limer.
Now be careful with the worker, because the worker probably
He was
won't
going back.
go the right way,
Yeah.
because the rocks are. I don't know if there's an easy way to do it, but you could, of course, do course play, but it would completely change how the course works. You do headlands and stuff. Highly recommend doing headlands always with course. All right, so the limer. Shit.
One of the limers here went the wrong way. So you'll see a bit of lime on the part that you already hit with the rocker.
Ah,
Your left
okay.
lift up there.
Interesting. The limer went the wrong way. That's very
Yeah.
bizarre.
Whoa. Mine must have. I must not have re-engaged the VCA.
Oh, did you drift? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, this guy is done. This guy is going to be done when he gets down to the side here. Yeah, you notice how there's no bumps? The tractor is just perfectly stable. That is, I don't know what does that.
Necromancy.
All right, you have a tiny, tiny sliver to put out. So you, sir, do it manually. I really should have edited the speed that these limers can go. It's so funny, the mishmash of, I didn't normalize any of the settings between all of my mods. There's got to be 40 mods that I've customized on that list. I don't even know how many are on the drive nowadays, but it's such a wide range of edits to all of them. Like, from the very first mod that I tweaked to the last one, very different overall understanding of how it all works.
Yeah.
Can you? Well, yeah. We need to hop in number B, the limer B.
All right.
And limit his width.
Limer B. Sure thing. You are fired.
Oh. Fifth Element quote.
Actually, no. Back to the Future 2.
But the way that you said it is right out of, it's right out of Fifth Element.
That one might have tainted the words that I'm trying to say. But no, my intention was when
from Back to the
Marty
Future
got fired.
Yeah.
In Back to the Future 2. Because yeah, it was I think that character was Japanese, whereas the other one I think might have been Chinese.
Yeah.
In Fifth Element. And I just might be horrible with accents, so my non-existent Twitter feed is going to get bombarded tomorrow.
Oh my god, that rock guy that you hired is actually going in the right direction. Holy shit.
Oh my goodness. I just meant to
miracles could come true.
Okay, so let's hire this guy, and then I'll hop in G because it looks like he's at the end. There's no need for him to turn around and
yeah, unfortunately, when you hire him,
what's that?
When you hire a worker where you have like a sliver going, it doesn't work because a worker will automatically max out the width. It's funny that there was just a single square sliver left over on this. Like, god damn it.
I'm gonna mute for a bit.
He's gonna mute. I don't know what are we gonna plant here, everybody. What should we plant here? What would make us the most money? What I'm probably gonna do now that we've gone way off the deep end here is I might set up all the factories to just auto process, auto sell, auto distribute and just see see what kind of money we have, because yeah, it's all well and good moving the stuff around manually, but it's slow as hell. And yeah, the fact that this went the right proper direction is very, very handy. Very, very nice. What the heck should we do? What should we plant here? Soybeans. We do cotton again. Oh.
Could you imagine the size of these bale stacks if you did
Oh
cotton
my
again?
god. I should do cotton in one of the big fields. Just to see how many goddamn bales it makes. Like, just an ocean of bales. I would definitely, if I did that, definitely have to go through and make a bale trailer, just like I did the logging trailer. Only it would be pure bales. I'm right now leaning towards oats.
Because yeah, collecting those bales was getting a bit grindy.
That was a lot of. Oh man, that was a lot of back and forth shit. Like, I was not enjoying that at all. And it's just. Oh, cool. There's like waves going through the corn. That is cool. Like, animated waves of wind and stuff. That's cool. Yeah, I just. The fact that that trailer set only, you could only do 3 or 6 at a time was just like, oh my god, this is so crazy. So being able to, go out there and pull in 1,000,000 liters or something, because each bale is 20,000. So you're looking at what, five bales for 100,000. So 50 bales for an entire 1,000,000 trailer. 50 bales for 1,000,000. The hard part would be to make sure you could still unload them in the factory, or if a tweak to the factory would.
Alternatively, is there a way to change the size the bales come out at?
There is a mod that allows you to mod the capacity of bales up to 9x. But how that cascades down to other things, like the trailers that we're using, the bales at 20,000 liters, the bales weighed 4 tons. Now, those bale trailers don't have update mass equals false. So each trailer has 3 bales. That's 12 tons of cotton. So if you have a 9x on that, that is 180,000 liters. That is also what? 36 tons per bale? So the trailer would have 98, 108 tons on a trailer if you did a 9x. So you have to go into the trailer and do update mass equals false. You have to make sure the whole chain can support it. Which is a lot of modding. I would rather just do my box trailer and just be able to drive by a bale and just suck it up into the trailer.
Yeah.
The hard part there would be making sure that, that you can drive over the drop off on the factory. Either sell it directly in the sell everything or offload it into where it's needed, which should be possible, just the base how those are set up. This rain is just insane. Let's prep the other.
Insane rain. I'm getting the other planter lined up on the east side here.
What planter do you have? The other
one?
planter is like sitting over here.
Oh, you bought another one, I think.
Oh yeah,
So
I
it
did
looks
buy.
pretty giant.
I did buy a third. What icon do you see down in the corner?
Lower right, the sunflower. Or
Okay, so you see a sunflower down there?
Yep.
Okay. Because the other two that are sitting by the cotton, those are just potatoes. That's all they do is potatoes.
Ah.
I was worried that you got one of those.
Oh, that would be humorous.
So,
Sad, but humorous.
you know the icon. You know what the icon looks like for oats?
I can find it.
Yeah, it's a sort of.
Is that what?
Yeah. All you need to do is hit Y until the select seed says oat.
Oat.
Alright, these guys are just about done. Oh my god, there's gonna be... Oh. Goddamn slivers left. Okay. Luckily, there's no collision on the windrow arms on these, so...
Yeah.
And my dad did confirm that rock picking was the most miserable job on the farm.
Yeah.
Which I've heard many times from many different people. Like, the absolute worst job.
Let's see. So the next one to hit will probably be F. So I'll hop in that one.
All right.
Fire him at the end. Since I'm on the south side, do you think I need to hit the south part of it?
As far as back and forth,
It looks
no.
pretty-
It's the
yeah.
I don't see any red dots. It's only when you see like red dots or whatever that it indicates that they missed a lot. Oh, autosave. Okay, I'll fire this guy and then hop over to B and fire him. $169,000 on this guy. 121,000 liters on this guy. Yeah, there's a lot of stone on this.
212 on this one.
200. Wow.
Yep. I suppose this was probably the first one to get going.
Probably. Oh, this didn't have... Okay. This had a low speed limit on it, which is why this one didn't do so much. But it still got almost 190,000, so... Nothing to sneeze at either.
Oh, I was just gonna go park it, but I gotta drop off the rock first. Guess I don't necessarily need to, because I don't think we're hurting for them, but...
Well, we just used a whole lot of lime.
Fair.
So I tend to empty them every time. You don't have to, but I tend to empty them every time. That way we know when we do a field, we know how much we got, because we can just look at what we have in each thing and be like, oh, that's about 500,000 that we got out of this. Almost 600,000. So pretty good. Grab the other one.
I'm bad at backing things up in the first place, and then the fact that it hitches every now and then is just frustrating. All right, so this one's empty. Since it's backlog. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other three can be emptied. I just want to get the planter started.
Yeah. Yeah, because this can be done at pretty much any time. Planters, the sooner you get them started, the
sooner you get it started, the sooner we can be done. Because this field is big and ready to rock and roll here.
Buggy's probably itching to log off.
I am hungry. I am hungry. I wanna avoid getting hangry, so
I laugh, but it's a possibility. No, I'm probably one of those inappropriate laughers. In part, it's that I find everything in life funny because it's so miserable. And if nobody agrees on that, you just don't understand humor.
yeah. I mean, certain things aren't funny. You're not going to be standing in the gates of Auschwitz and being like, ha ha ha. You know, that's not something that you want to do. So, I mean, even though I'm sure that there are some people out there that make jokes, it's just there are some serious moments in life that maybe not the best idea to laugh, but
Yeah.
they're very few and far between. I can say that.
Now, for one thing, if you can't find some things funny, even if they're a little bit morbid or something like that, I mean, obviously, yes, limits, but if you can't laugh at a lot of things in life, then you're taking life way too seriously.
Did you ever see the movie The Big Lebowski?
Oh yeah.
The
One sec.
yeah, there's a scene in that movie that is just like, it's somber, but what happens just makes you laugh, even though you don't, you really shouldn't. But one of
Is
the
that with the?
yeah, when they're on the shore and they're gonna dump his friend's ashes. They're gonna dump his friend's ashes in the ocean because it's just this perfect scene. They're on a cliff and they're gonna dump their ashes, and it's this wonderful thing. And they turn the thing over, and a gust of wind comes up and blows the ashes, and it just covers the two guys in this poor other person's ashes. And I just remember that scene and laughing my ass off and going, that is a horrifying thought. But for some reason, it was so funny. It was just like, yeah.
Yeah. But that I think part of that the reason why you can laugh at that without feeling guilty is that movie was pretty much it gave up all its fricks pretty early on.
Oh yeah,
It had no more to give.
yeah. Whoever made that movie they were just having a good time. They were just like, let's just have a good time. I mean, what's his name still sort of dresses like himself, like in that movie, and he's still famous for that role.
Yeah.
I'm the dude.
Jeff Daniels?
Yeah, I'm the dude, and he's still like, yeah,
He still has that personality.
he can still do that, like the perfect, like, just I'm the dude, man. Just great.
I was kind of shocked because of the amount of dudeness he had in Tron 2.
Yeah, he was very zen. Yeah, he definitely was very zen. And it's funny because they even like mention it. I love Tron. I love Tron Legacy. It's great. It's got great music, great visuals. Unfortunately, there's no 4K version, so I couldn't watch it on my brother's system. But yeah, even at one point, he's like, "You're ruining my zen, man."
Oh yeah.
Because I'm sure he was locked in that damn game for 20 years. I'm sure you develop a perspective on things.
I don't know if you saw it, but there was a spin-off series from Tron. What was it? Tron Uprising, I think.
A spin-off series.
Yeah, it was a cartoon TV
Oh.
series. Well,
How
I don't know
old
if
was
it
that?
ever hit. It was shortly after Tron 2.
Oh. I've been
only
waiting. Yeah, I've been waiting forever for a follow-up to Tron Legacy. Like, where they left it, I was like, I want to know what happens. Because he comes out of that going, we are going to revolutionize. I mean, the technology. Think about it. The technology that they exhibit. If you really think about it, in Tron Legacy, fundamentally, what is that technology that he has? What could you use it for?
Well, for one thing, they literally created life.
Yes, that is it. But I'm talking about fundamentally, what could you do with that technology that he has?
Yeah, teleportation.
Teleportation! Teleportation. That is what he invented. Just that technology, imagine what that would do to the world. Like, just that. Especially if you're the company that owns it, locks it down. Like, I'm sure the federal government would come in and just be like, no, you can't do this.
Right.
Because they have those powers. If you invent something and you file for a patent and it gets flagged, they will shut it down. National security. So the important thing is not to patent it. Not initially, anyway.
And you gotta wonder what else did Nikola Tesla create that we've never heard about? Because had you heard, when he died, everything just vanished. The government.
I mean, yeah, I've heard some things. I've heard some conspiracy theories. The guy was still bound to the laws of physics.
Yeah.
So, like my dad, one of his conspiracy theories that he consumed and believes wholeheartedly is that Nikola Tesla invented a way to generate power from the Earth itself, from the magnetic field of the Earth. And that's one of the things they shut down. So, unlimited free power. And it was like, the Earth's magnetic field isn't strong enough to do that, right? On the surface, we are not. It's not powerful enough. You need a pretty strong magnetic field to spin a turbine. You would have to build a ring around the equator of a generator to spin around, because the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles an hour. Like, you'd have to build a ring around the equator and then stop the ring somehow. But there's no way to stop it. So there's just no way to do that. So I tried to debunk it. Tried to tell my dad it's not possible. But he did invent, really powerful wireless power. I mean, he shut down an entire city once because of his experiments. All the power in the city went dark because he blew out all the transformers.
How would you like to live in the city about that time? Pretty much anything electrical that goes on, it's just like, damn that Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, he was literally a mad scientist up on the hill with like lights and flashing, and like it was the stereotypical mad scientist in his experiments. Like, that's amazing.
He's probably the inspiration for a lot of mad scientist villains. I mean, as an homage, but still.
Yeah, Nikola Tesla is. I mean, I share his birthday, so we have I'm a kindred spirit. Yeah, I think the man was brilliant. He was a little weird. Definitely.
Most brilliant people are.
Yeah, definitely. Like, kind of questionable. I think he married his sister or cousin or something. Like, there's some story about that I seem to vaguely remember.
Look it up.
I know he married a relative. I know he married a relative. I just can't remember, like, how close of a relative. I don't think it was his sister, but it was definitely like a cousin or something.
We've actually come quite a ways as far as how far out relationship wise we. Oh, he fell in love with a pigeon.
Well, yeah, that was. That one. I mean, that's doomed anyway. Poor guy.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything initially about her cousin. Darwin.
Maybe that was. Maybe it was a different, more or less genius that.
Yeah.
married a cousin
I
or something.
I
don't
know
know.
Darwin married his cousin. I don't remember how close it was, but yeah, that's humorous too because survival of the fittest, and I'm gonna marry my cousin.
Yeah.
Um, but part of that is that he was a big proponent in eugenics.
Oof.
Yep.
You know, it's interesting. The words that we have, moron, idiot, and imbecile, were actually created by one of the scientists for eugenics way back, to try to separate people. He generated those terms. He made those terms up, describing the varying degrees of intelligence. So he actually had them ranked, like moron, imbecile, or idiot, or whatever. Like, those words are from that time that we still use today. Yeah, that part of world history is very bizarre. Almost as bizarre as what's going on right now. I think we've topped it right now. I think today's craziness, I think we've topped it. Because it's crazy. Crazy. You want to grab? Well, yeah, maybe. While we're waiting for the planting to get done, I'm trying to do some plowing in the grape fields here. Don't need to mulch, just plow.
That's real. I saw, I was doing the search for Tesla cousin, and Einstein popped up. Einstein married his first and second cousin.
Yes, it was yes, it was Einstein that did that. Yep.
And they're the same woman.
The first and second cousin were the same person?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know how first second cousin works. Like, first cousin versus second cousin. I've just never cared enough to know the difference.
A first cousin would be,
who you'd call a cousin.
Uncles. What's that?
Who normally you call cousin would be a first cousin.
Right. A second cousin would be anybody related one branch from them.
So one of their cousins, but not your cousin.
Because that would be two branches.
Oh.
So if they had a sister that wasn't your cousin, which I'm just pulling that out because my brain is not working, that would be a second cousin. Or if they have a child, that would be a second cousin.
So a second cousin isn't actually blood related; it's just a different branch.
Well,
separate branch of the tree, but not rooted in your tree or something. I always thought like the words like that are always indicative of actual blood ties. So regardless of how many layers of cousin you go through, it always is related to you. You share DNA, which is why it's called that. I could be completely wrong, of course.
Back one, not the front one? Is that what you said? Mulcher?
Yeah, the back one. Cultivator. The front one's the mulcher, the back one's a cultivator.
Ah, okay. Okay. It says turn on or turn off mulcher, but it doesn't need to be.
Right.
So that one shows up regardless of which one is highlighted.
Yeah,
that's why I use that word.
Because the cultivator doesn't turn on, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's every other row, so you don't have to...
Every other? Okay. I hit this first one. I probably didn't need to. I could have probably been... Well, no, I suppose I do need to. Oh, okay, we're gonna have one more in between us, I think.
Did you do that outside layer? With like which? I didn't pay attention to which square you did or which.
I think I did the right one. So
The, the
yeah,
first.
we need to hit one more in between. Oh, I wonder if maybe I could go another one. I'm just gonna keep going down this one. My brain hurts too much to know and or care.
Yeah.
If I'm a little extra careful by taking it down to another one, oh well.
I love how the windshield wipers automatically come on when you're.
Yeah.
In cabin view.
Oh, don't you hate that when your back is kind of tweaked, then you sneeze?
I don't think that's ever happened to me. My
Oh.
back does get kind of tweaked once in a while, and it is not a fun thing.
I didn't even finish the sneeze because it started hurting, and then my brain had other things to worry about.
Uh-oh.
Oh?
Oh, we had a collision. Damn it.
Oh.
Not paying attention.
Yeah, didn't think it would take that long. So let me. Oh, okay, the wire worker's done. So.
Well, you got to finish.
That's out of the way. Yep, I'll do it. I'm just gonna move out of the way so you can finish.
Oh, I moved out of the way so you can finish.
Oh.
Because I'm going up, you're going down. If we do it, this is exactly the same. We'll finish, no problem.
We're coordinated.
Like, I backed away so you could just straighten out and go.
Right. Okay. Oh, the steering.
Yeah, it takes some serious getting used to in practice, and yeah, it's kind of a mind fuck when you try to get it to work. Is very difficult. Come on, Mr. Little Itty Bitty Tractor. These are such cute little tractors, but not much horsepower, and it's all electric, so.
Damn it. The thing wasn't lowered. Shoot.
Oh, man. Don't!
And that's why I was gonna let you take care of things first. Is sometimes especially as things go on, I start messing stuff up.
That's okay. We're a teaching farm, just like a teaching hospital. It's a teaching.
That's fair. Because they're never doing medicine; they're always practicing.
Yeah, I've always hated that nomenclature. Like, I'm practicing law. I'm practicing medicine. It's like, that's fine and dandy, but when are you actually good at it? Can you stop practicing and just tell me when you become a pro? Like, you know, when did Michael Jordan stop practicing basketball and actually start playing? Well, you know.
I think part of the origin is that essentially they're trying to say they never stop learning. But
Yeah. Don't tell them that.
Yeah.
I went to med school for 12 years and I know all there is to it. Like, all right. Yeah, there are too many, like, there are too many, we know too much about medicine now. Like, there are too many specialties.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you can't just go to a doctor and be like, you know, fix me. And the doctor is like, oh, well, let's do this and this and that. But now it's like, well, you need to see this specialist. Then you see this specialist. Then you see this guy. It's like, holy crap. Is there none among you that, like, branched out a little bit? Maybe a little extra credit in college? That's all I'm looking for here. I asked my doctor, like, I have a problem breathing through my nose, which I've mentioned on stream several times. When I lay down in bed, I can't breathe through my nose. And it's awful. But I asked my doctor that. He's like, well, you really need to see, you know, a different doctor for that. Eye, ear, nose, and throat doctor. I'm just like, you went through med school, you went through doctoring, you had to be exposed at some point to anatomy. You can't hazard a goddamn guess. Like, hey, maybe it's this. But nope, you gotta go see a specialist. It's like the passing of the buck. You know, the buck stops here. It's like, no, that's not my responsibility. That's this other doctor's.
What's going on there is they probably have an idea what could be, but if they suggest it, they could be liable.
Oh shit! I didn't. Oh shit!
Oh shoot!
I didn't
mean to fire him.
I didn't hire him.
Oh.
Forgot to hire the goddamn worker.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops is right. Oops.
I hopped in the other seater.
Yeah, he'll be able to make a return trip and be good to go.
Yeah.
It'll be a fractional one, but I don't care. Well, at least the crop is getting watered, you know, for the last 2 hours, 3 hours. Yeah, it should be able to finish that up. Righty. I'm going to be very curious to see how many potatoes we get out of this harvest over here, because it's going to be. Oh, it says remove full. Is it ready for harvest? No. It can't be. The potatoes? It says remove foliage. I'm gonna have to go over there and look at the potato crop after we're done here. I have to go look at that.
Okay, so this will still be a while. So the place where I saw that thing on Einstein, is under Reddit. Today I learned. So married his first cousin. Not only were their mothers sisters, but their fathers were cousins too, making the married couple second cousins as well. Okay, so that's where the second cousins thing came in.
I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, if incest in that regard, incestuous relationships, look at the royal families.
Oh, yeah. The royal lineages throughout time and history were usually very, very inbred.
Yeah.
They had to protect the bloodline. And it's like, there was nothing special about your bloodline. Like,
they had more branches than roots.
Their family tree was a straight line.
Yep.
right. Yeah, I gotta go over and check what the potatoes say. We're definitely not gonna do that today, everybody. So don't expect a potato harvest today. Don't have the wherewithal to do that.
Not to mention, we'd have to wait till it stops raining and
Oh yeah.
kind of fast forwarding time too much, and another crop is ready too.
Yeah, it says remove foliage, but is it harvestable? I don't even know what remove foliage means. Is there like a help thingy McDougal that I can like use?
I mean, there is. Whether it's actually helpful or not is another question.
That's vehicle control add-on. Where's the help for the game? Wait, here? No, that's contracts. No, that's money. No, I'll have to look it up. I'm not gonna bother with that today. If we have to remove foliage, I could swear that we could do it just with harvest, but it doesn't say harvest ready. So
Where's coffee where you need him when you need him?
yeah. Dang it. Or Patrick. Patrick would know too.
Fair point.
All right. Everything shut down, ready to go. Good.
Yep, I just got that parked.
Well, everybody, we did a whole lot today. We planted a brand new giant field up here. I forgot what we even. What are we? Sunflowers? Yeah, we planted with sunflowers. We got this big crop of corn left. We got potatoes. We got this of something. Soybeans? No. Canola? No. Barley? No. Oh, wheat. Yeah, we got a little wheat crop here.
Yeah, wheat.
For making seeds, so we don't have to buy so much seed anymore. Yeah, there's 2 to 3 more potential plots on here if we just do this 3x3 here. And then if we do a super long field here, that's one way we just take this 2x2 here and this 2x3 here and just make that one long field. But it would put the road, like, you'd have to jut the road like kitty corner down here. You couldn't just drive all the way through. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. Still not super wealthy with how much it costs to actually do the things. These factories are keeping our budget kind of tight, which is the whole point. I wanted it to not be so easy, which it is not. We're still growing, we're still adding equipment and stuff, but we still have to do a lot. But yeah, I thought thank Oz for coming by and helping me today, and hopefully see everybody back here on Wednesday for a continuation of the Mega Farm. So it's time for me to eat, so I will bid you all adieu, and have a good rest of the weekend, everybody.